The heroine knows her life very well, but it was not always like this. Her head ached terribly. She was surprised by the sound of crying and remembered everything. Perhaps the child's cry served as a catalyst. In her past life, the brunette was an ordinary kindergarten teacher. Being an orphan, the maiden died due to overwork from working overtime. God must have felt sorry for the child, because the family she was reborn into was quite normal. The lady's new father is a rich count, and her mother is a beauty one can only envy such a thing, understanding that in the past, it did not happen. Life in this family was like a picture which brought even more joy on a permanent basis. The new heroine had a problem, just a misunderstanding of where she might have just succeeded in some novel. In this case, there may be only one person with the role of the main character whose disappearance will make everyone sad, or something else. The beauty didn't get a fortune card, so in this world, there is a villain named Evelyn Monstera. The maid lowers the countess down the steps, where she was once again admiring the portrait. She should be more careful. If you think about it, a character like that couldn't really be called villainous. Perhaps it was all because of childhood friends who organized the main character's date. The reason is unknown. Monstera fell in love with the blonde boy at first sight and became terribly jealous of the couple. If everything is the same as there, the lady will be punished by the hero, who will return as an adult when reading it seemed interesting, but not in reality. The protagonist confiscates the family's fortune, and as a result, they will all be left in poverty with no viable options. Even selling the title won't help, and in a word, after the appearance of the blonde, you can say goodbye to the house and everything that you managed to enjoy. Life will literally go down a crooked path, and unfortunately, there is no way to fix it. The Virgo wants to scream in horror. Evelyn is not the girl who was in the novel. There is still hope that she will live her life a little differently. The little girl can always not fall in love with the hero and not torment his love. You should help them get along and enjoy life. Now the beauty is going to attend succession classes and then plans to inherit her father's fortune. Opening the door, still remaining in her thoughts about the good life the maiden runs, to embrace her mother who called her. Evelyn is becoming more and more nice. The woman has information that an important guest will be coming to them next week. The child is the son of a man with whom the countess had good relations before her marriage. He is in poor health, so he will live in Monstera Castle for now. Realizing that something is wrong, the beauty asks about the boy's name. Of course, it is Cassis Ren Urquio from the duchy. It seemed from the very beginning that there would be no exceptions, that they would have to take everything into their own hands. The main character of the novel goes to their home. Children are frolicking in the garden, still unable to stop playing, and a lady is sitting in the gazebo with a sad expression on her face. The future is already known, so there will be no surprises, but the anxiety still remains. The miss asks the servant not to disturb her because she will not play anymore. Now the body is young and full of energy, but sometimes when feelings of uncertainty come, you need to sit and think. It is worth remembering a past life. If you do not come to your senses, the lady will become like a real child in behavior. A blonde runs towards the girl with hugs. Sitting on the bench during a game of tag is not the best activity. The little girl was out of breath, so she also ran to take a rest. They handed her a handkerchief to wipe away the sweat. The lovely child nearby is named Alisa Poem, and she is the first love of the protagonist of this novel. At home, the girls and friends are close to each other, but Elisa's parents worked for the count, so since ancient times exchanges have taken place between the families. The Monstera from the novel did not like the lady. Because she was more intelligent and beautiful, she treated her friend like a servant. The new character doesn't have such thoughts. It was impossible to write about jealousy and envy towards such a nice person. The blonde asks to meet tomorrow, but it seems that this will not happen because that very important guest is arriving. The nobleman from the capital is the same age as the two, so perhaps they will be able to meet. The little girl hangs her head in sadness. It seems she is jealous, but there is nothing strange about it. Children at this age are especially obsessed with their peers. Even if there is someone new in the house, Evelyn still likes Alice more than anyone else in the world. The girl climbs in for a hug almost immediately because she wants to express her love by saying the same in return. Even if the heroine gets to know the boy better, there will be no sense in it. She does not want to interfere with the couple's relationship. The train finally arrived at the platform. The young man gets out of the cabin, looking around because he finally managed to visit Montes, which will become home. The brunette hoped that the moment of meeting would never come. But there was no choice, it had to happen someday. The baby is just very worried, but in fact, she is fine. She tells her mother about the joy and about her new friend. There is not a drop of joy in the soul, but parents should not know what is really going on inside. The carriage has already arrived. The sight of the young man is breathtaking because he has pale skin and sparkling blue eyes. He looks beautiful, so it is not surprising that Evelyn in the book fell in love immediately. In his first love, Cassis was weak and sickly, but when he returned again, he brought tears to her eyes in a different sense. The little girl was captivated by the wonderful look, but it is extremely difficult to understand why it is like that, because at 12 years old, this usually does not happen. I want to say at least a word, but the first thing that catches my eye is that very look as if something terrible had already happened. Evelyn pulls her hand in order not to waste time and says her name, both trying to smile for the joy of those around them. The Countess saw the boy when he was still a child, and now he has grown so much that due to the fatigue from the journey, it is better to rest while others take care of everything. As a result, Cass settled into a VIP room far from the girls' quarters, which she could only be happy about. All this time the lady was preparing so as not to collide with the boy. To defeat the enemy, you need to know his territory and his character. The heroine was caught spying, and it was Paul the Duke's personal servant who thought that the miss needed some help. The girl makes excuses, saying that she wanted to play hide and seek, and the man asks if he can join in. If you refuse, it will be suspicious, so Paul will search and the lady will hide. The game started completely by accident, but since it happens, you should try your best no matter what. The servant does not yet know that the best place to hide is in the office, and this is the place that the maiden chose to enter. Paul's voice is heard announcing the end of the countdown, and sitting behind the bookcases, the lady hears some sound. Turning her head, of course, the girl bumps into Urquio, who happened to be in the right place, right here. Since the guy is moving closer, it's a sign that it's time to run. It wasn't possible to escape because he asked about what was happening. The brunette, hearing the servant's voice again, grabs her friend by the hand and drags him behind the shelves so that they won't be noticed in the end. Finally, the character left the room. He managed to exhale, but in reality, the lady was too scared. Her heart was beating like crazy. The rhythm shouldn't be that fast, but the sound clearly reaches the ears, and only now does the realization of the situation come. All this time the heroine was clinging to Cassis, and alas, this is not a joke. Hearing a disgruntled grumbling, she quickly pushes the body away. You can't smile or blush. Just like in the book, there is a fear of falling in love. The little girl has been training to win since childhood, looking at portraits of handsome men. It all happened only because the game of hide and seek began. In fact, the conviction itself works perfectly. The blonde stands up, brushing off his clothes. He hates annoying characters like this girl standing in front of him. Miss, you should remember that the library is not a place for hiding, but for reading books. The young man seems to be scolding now. Paul jumps out from behind the closet, right in the middle of the conversation, and is glad that the Countess was found, and the Mister also stayed nearby. The young man begins to smile as he helps the lady up. The clothes could have gotten dirty, and he should be careful. Grabbing his cheek with his hand, the hero notices that there is dirt stuck there. This was all done on purpose, and not just like that. The gentleman is about to leave, asking that those remaining in the room have a good time while they can. No matter how you look at it, it turns out that Cassis hates his new friend. All his actions literally scream the obvious. The most logical option is that the hero hates the lady, feeling that she is the villain from the original. The young man remains arrogant. The blonde brings her friend back to Earth. Alice is worried because it seems like no one has been listening to her for the last 10 minutes. The lady is simply tormented by thoughts that cannot be dismissed. She asks if Poem was ever hated without reason. The lady becomes straightforward, asking who is tormenting her friend. Perhaps it is about that guy from the capital. Realizing that the conversation has clearly taken a wrong turn, the lady assures him that nothing of the sort happened, begging him to forget. There is nothing important left. Monstera offers to try the most delicious cake that is on the table. Exhaling comes the understanding that the danger has passed. The lady almost caused a quarrel between the main characters. Despite how Cassis treated her friend, she couldn't stop studying him. The boy mostly sat in the gardens and offices, but spent most of his time in the library where he read books. For some reason, it began to look like the blonde had nothing to do except teach and walk. He didn't even seem to know how to attract entertainment. The girl can't remember if the boy was so docile in the original, because it seems that he wasn't. Migraines begin to torment the little girl again. Every time she tries to remember her past, the outcome is the same. In truth, the heroine had almost forgotten the content. She remembered every detail when she was a child, but she couldn't write it down. The girl runs into the garden, where her mother promises. Again, food is on the table, which immediately attracts attention. While Evelyn is biting into the cake, the mother asks about her friendship with Urquio. The lady doesn't know, because she hasn't been very successful at it yet. The hero suffers from a heart disease. It seems as if he will simply get better, but it runs to the very heart and soul. The sadness from what you heard will remain somewhere inside. When you are sick and do nothing, then it usually progresses. Mania insensitivity is something that Cassis suffers from, which makes it difficult for the body to absorb the environment around it. All this is like a double-edged sword. If a person can withstand it, he will be able to handle infinite mana. If there is not enough strength, all that remains is to suffer from excruciating pain and die. He is the main character, so he will live. But this does not mean that there is no suffering. If a cute girl like Evelyn approached a guy, he would probably like it. The lady has her own circumstances, but it becomes increasingly difficult to refuse. She asks for another piece of cake. If the lady agrees, the maid will take the dish to Urquio, under which conditions the food can be enjoyed much more. Within 5 minutes, the girl came into the boy's room. The maid conveyed the words of the countess about her desire. Of course, the young man agreed, because there was no choice. The brunette left everything on the table and quickly ran away. There was silence in the room, as the pair sat across from each other at the table, with dessert still untouched. When asked to eat, the hero directly tells the lady to eat alone. Getting along will be even more difficult than it seemed. All this pretense was only for adults and nothing more. The little girl was treated well because of the maid nearby. There is no need to worry about the guy because the lady decides to eat everything herself. She asked once, but that's enough. The blonde's face shows that he is disappointed. He will have no choice. And the girl holds out a fork with a piece of cake. There was no need to ask a second or third time, although the blonde tried with a sullen expression on his face. The hero was simply being disingenuous when he tried to refuse. It's better to wash it all down with milk, but he himself knows this. Before the lady could say anything, the young man scalded himself with the hot milk he had taken from the table. The count is already heading back home. The coachman looks into the cabin, saying that they are almost back. The daughter doesn't have long to wait because her father is almost there, and there is an egg in a closed glass on the seat. Once inside the castle, the man accepts hugs from Ling Ling, who cannot help but rejoice. The girl, of course, missed him, but she wasn't going to hug him any longer. She just couldn't get used to her daddy's prickly stubble. At the table, the brunette questions Urquio. It seems that during this time the young man has managed to get used to life in a new place. The lady is happy that everything is going as it should, and asks to eat what she likes. She has been preparing for such a greeting for a long time, so nothing should spoil the event. It would be nice to have a party to celebrate Cassis's arrival. Such an event could help to settle in better. A good part may also be that they will get to know their neighbors and generally be able to talk to someone new. The Count feels the support of his wife, who is only happy about the new occasion. The blonde tries to explain, but it seems no one is listening to him anymore. In order not to spoil the atmosphere at the table, the hero only says that he was trying to express his gratitude for the warm hospitality. The lady turned her attention to her friend, who had clearly turned pale. Since the conversation turned to the future, he had not touched the food at the table. The young man didn't seem to like the idea of a party, regardless of his preferences. The day of the welcoming ceremony arrived very soon. The girl is being collected by a maid. The whole image is almost complete, and the last straw is the flower in her hair. Montes is a rural estate far from the capital, but quite large. It is known as a resort area, and many nobles have moved here. Almost all of the acquaintances who were able to spare time came to the reception. Cassis stands at a distance with the girl's father and listens to the conversation. It seems like the boy is stuck between adults and has no interest in participating in what is happening. Perhaps he could even be helped. The girl walks forward, and her father's friend notices her beautiful dress. Of course, one cannot miss the opportunity to say that the Count chose it. It remains to ask to take Cass away in order to introduce him to his friends. The man apologizes for detaining the guy among those who are older. Children usually gather at such parties, only in separate rooms. The lady does not notice how she grabbed her friend by the hand while dragging him to the exit. The blonde pulls his hand away and starts screaming, asking what kind of bad habit it is to grab others' hands without asking. Last time the maiden did the same thing. If you think about it, every time something like this happens, Cassis has such a strange but identical reaction. Everything remained exactly the same, and the girl asks for forgiveness because she didn't know that her friend wouldn't like it. Nothing was intentional here. Once guilt is acknowledged, it means the problem will not be blown out of proportion. It is difficult to understand the advantages and disadvantages here. Besides everything, the lady noticed how her friend's ears turned red from embarrassment, and she couldn't help but say it out loud. There is no need to worry about trifles, but in order not to be late for the guys, the girl pulls her friend forward by the sleeve. In the room, Cassis was almost immediately surrounded by other guys who were more excited to meet him than anyone else. Children living in Montes, unlike those in the capital, do not discriminate based on status, although of course, not all of them are like that. Ahead, you can see a girl with scarlet hair who doesn't pay attention to others. Her name is Luna Vanessa. As the daughter of the Marquise, she was the heroine's best friend in the original story. Now Evelyn is the first to try to keep her distance. It was because Luna and her company were of low quality that the friendship with Alisa could have been influenced by this something hidden. When asked why the beauty came, she only laughs, stating that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Vanessa looks too dishonest to confirm anything and immediately heads towards the blonde. The lady smiles, noticing that the Duke has come from the capital, and they almost immediately start talking about the city where they come from. The young man's attitude is very different, and he smiles, pretending that everything is fine, despite everything. For some reason, the new arrival had always been straightforward when Evelyn was with him, but now his expression changed. Vanessa remembers that she had already seen Urquio last year, at the celebration of the Crown Prince's birthday. The voice changes when the guy irritably says that he doesn't remember anything. There's no point in arguing. After just a few seconds, the blonde turns around to leave, quickly leaving the lady standing alone in tears. The red-haired one is going to go get some air. It is obvious that she was pretty badly injured. There is a knock at the door, and Poem appears, apparently looking for her friend. The couple meets eyes, and it seems that this is the fateful meeting of the two main characters of the novel. The blonde doesn't know when her friend arrived because she was waiting for her at the entrance. Last time the friends also missed each other. Evelyn hoped that she wouldn't be bored alone, and this didn't happen. The conversation is interrupted a little And now the girl sees someone new. Now their glances are assessing each other, so it remains to wait. Everything should be fine. Cassis is striking from afar, and Alisa shines on her own, like a jewel. In any case, the heroine is obliged to play the role of a bridge between them, so that everything goes as it should. Seeing the blonde off the lady introduces her to her friend. Poem does not stand on ceremony, starting to shout about the scoundrel Cass, who was mentioned earlier in the conversation. Perhaps it is about something else. Perhaps this is the first woman who treats the Duke in this way. Not intending to stop, the Baroness asks if the boy hates Evelyn and tries to find out why. The girl remembers how she said that maybe someone hated her, and then nothing came of it. The blonde continues to press, asking for an answer to the question. The Duke has no idea what they are even talking about. Trying to convince Alisa that nothing bad had happened, failed. She had never seen her friend so gloomy. Something incomprehensible is going on inside, and it makes you want to scream, because the little girl didn't want to ruin the first meeting of the main characters. The girl is extremely annoyed that she is simply hated, for no reason she doesn't know when she mentioned such a thing. The blonde didn't know that they thought that about him, and he insists that he didn't think anything like that. He seems to have a smile, but it gives off a chill. Poem's face quickly changes, and he nods because he thinks that there is no person who would hate such a beauty. In fact, the Duke is ill, and it seems that because of this, he has inadvertently offended the lady, although he did not do so intentionally. Sitting in the garden and talking to the dragon's egg, the lady tells him that Cassis has already beaten her 5 times in just one day. Bobby is a black dragon egg that his father bought as a gift while on a business trip. The man has no idea when the baby will hatch, but if Ling Ling takes good care of it, it won't be long. For some reason, the egg resembles a black bean, so this name seemed most appropriate. My friend agreed with what her acquaintance came up with, because she too was able to find such differences. Judging by the baby's silence, he is also angry. Urquio only has a pretty face, which is too cute. After that very party, Cass began to manipulate the Countess again, asking her to do different things. When the girl talked about the servants, the blonde made puppy eyes and sadly moaned something about her friend hating her. This guy was sharp-witted and often teased, but in front of adults, he pretended to be very kind. If the lady had only told someone about her friend's true character, surely no one would have even believed it. When Bobby hatches, he is obliged to question Cassis about his mistress. At that time, the heroine had no idea how the words she threw out would affect her. Her breath was a little out, and her legs were tired. Sitting down on the side of the road, the Countess again thinks why she is suffering. Once again, the young man asked for lilacs. The flowers in the vase withered, and looking at this, he was tormented by the thought of the same future for him. If it weren't for his illness, the boy would have long ago ended up in Lake Emil, where he really belongs. Eventually, Cass and Alisa will have to return to the capital with a spark in their hearts, but there is still about a year left before that happens. The Countess assures herself that nothing terrible will happen if she endures it for just 1 year. Children's whims are not the worst thing. Looking at the bouquet, Urquio declared that he had confused the lilacs with the lavender because of their similar color, but he could no longer send them out into the street. Since something like this has already been said, there is simply no point in resisting trying to contain her anger. The lady is about to leave. The teenager is playing with the wrong person. He doesn't even know what awaits him next. A lot of time has passed, but for the girl, communication with children is like a piece of delicious cake. After that, Cass still teased Evelyn whenever he had time and didn't seem to be planning on stopping. The girl, despite everything, was not going to give up so easily. She promised to do everything to please. Leaning closer, the brunette touches her friend's forehead, checking to see if he has a fever. The window was left open, and the boy could have caught a cold. May promises to bring a glass of warm milk for the gentleman. When the young man says he's okay, the lady thinks he doesn't like it and offers him green tea. Without giving him a chance to object, the lady calls the maid again. The boy is amazing. Even the Countess couldn't, because the tea is too bitter. As the beauty thought, he is already quite grown up, May does not miss the opportunity to agree. The blonde thought that the girl had just been silent until now, but that was not the case. She was studying the guest. The cup stops on the table, and the guy has to bring it to his lips. It's clear that he doesn't like it. In order not to upset the maid, the hero, of course, says that everything is fine and smiles. The gentleman continues to sip the drink, turning pale, and even starting to shake a little. Last time the lady outplayed her friend, and is already imagining how they will have fun this time. Noticing the guy, the girl runs up from behind, asking what they will do today. She smiles ominously. All this is caused by ordinary anxiety, but Evelyn is completely serious when she asks to stop. Today the Duke is especially pale, as if he is ill. He asks to stop disturbing him and leaves. The hand remained just as hot after touching, and perhaps this is not normal. You can't leave the guy alone. The guy was heading for the door, and then just fell halfway there, and now he's lying in bed with a fever. The doctor examined the young man and said that everything happened because of the accumulated mana in the body, and that something needed to be done about it. If the hero had taken the medicine on time, there wouldn't have been so much mana accumulated to do something terrible. Paul said that the gentleman took everything regularly. It may be that the pills no longer work, or that Cassis stopped taking them a long time ago. While working in the garden, the lady often saw children pretending to take medicine in front of their teachers, but then spitting it out. Usually the deferred items are hidden in other places that are known, and the beauty begins to rummage through the closets. There was a box under the bed. Probably the Duke spat them out because they were too bitter. If you tell an adult about what you've discovered, your friend will get into trouble, so all you can do is wait and hear an explanation. The boy is obviously in pain and is tossing and turning in his sleep, calling for his mother, and he grabs the hand of the Countess standing next to him. Tears gradually appear on my face as an indistinct voice asks me not to leave and asks for forgiveness. Evelyn tries to tell about his identity, but nothing helps. He mistook his friend for his mother because of the fever. The girl assures that she will not leave the guy alone and will always be there. She is trying to do at least something. Placing her palm on her forehead, the brunette promises that nothing will happen, so it's better to get a good night's sleep and get better faster. Apparently, the young man is very ill and misses his mother. Of course, it is difficult for a child of this age to be away from his parents. Since this person was special to his parents, they must appear in the novel at least once, and it remains to be seen whether this is true. The Duke and Duchess of Urquio never appeared in First Love. Unfortunately, it seems that they do not care. Later, when the hero appears with Alisa, he will be the full owner of the lands. His father could have introduced him to the title earlier, or the spouses died. My head started to hurt more than usual again. It must have started because I was lost in my thoughts. It doesn't matter what's going on inside the girl, because now she's giving all her attention to her friend lying on the bed. The sleeping boy is just an angel. If you think about it, he is just a child behaving like this because of feelings. The lady was too picky with him. Cassis simply must recover as quickly as possible. He is probably no longer in pain, and that only makes things better. The eyes open and immediately turn to the window. It is already dawn, so the hero has no idea how long he has been unconscious. The body no longer presses like a weight. Cliff must have done something. It must have reached his father's ears by now, since he had instructed the doctor to keep an eye on it. Next time you should be more careful. There is a friend nearby who is holding the guy's hand. The girl sleeps with her mouth open, but still there are no ideal children. Monstera was always loved, pampered, and cherished. The young man still cannot forget their first meeting, and how the girl greeted him at her mother's skirt. At first, there was surprise, because the Duke himself had never felt such warmth from his family. Ultimately, the boy did not live up to everyone's expectations, and so he was sent to Montes without consent. Sometimes there were thoughts about whether his parents would smile or cry. If he died, most likely they wouldn't care. The hero stopped taking medication for the same reason. He mistakenly thought that he was hiding the pain well. There will be many questions left, The little girl quickly figured out what her friend really felt. It's not hard to ask for forgiveness. The hero constantly bullies Miss, but he's just jealous of the life she has. Every time after the next teasing, it was fun to watch the girl react and glow. The games make you live at least a little longer. The lady opens her eyes. She didn't even notice how she fell asleep, remaining near the bed. A lot of time has passed, but it is not clear exactly how long Cassis is still sleeping. And to check, the beauty reaches out to him with her palm. Touching the girl's wrist, the young man makes her jump back far and get scared. He didn't even give a sign that he was no longer sleeping. The blonde man did not wake up, and the lady began to think that he had died. Changing the subject of the conversation, the lady persistently asks why her friend does not take his medication. Paul cares about his health, so don't talk nonsense. But the eyes are not deceived. Everything you need was found under the bed. The medicine is quite bitter, so this is a reason not to take it. It has a good effect, but it is difficult to eat. Despite everything, the girl does not want to see the boy fall again after refusing the pills. The whole monster family is now in trouble. It turns out that the hero really can't stand the medicine. In the end, nothing can be done. Something needs to be changed. If the young man accepts the appointment, the girlfriend promises to get some pickled cookies. If there is disagreement, I will have to go to Cliff with a basket of pills. They are under the bed. Now it sounds more like a threat. This is all for the good of the Duke. The girl cannot wish well, since she is constantly a nuisance, but she does not think so. The main argument is that she doesn't like to see a guest in the estate get sick and suffer like that. No matter how bitter it is, Cass has to drink it all. There is no guarantee that the drugs will help in the end. The blonde acted like an adult, but in reality something inside him was strange. He was afraid to die. If the lady says that the friend will definitely get better, maybe it will work. After all, he is the main character. The young man is still very young, so he does not understand everything, but only the best awaits him in the future. Children recover quickly, so there shouldn't be any problems. He doesn't expect anything good anyway. The Duke responded with such rudeness to the one who had been sitting next to him almost all night. Burying his face in the pillow so as not to show the blush on his cheeks, the guy still thanks her for her concern. As she walked out the door, Evelyn thought about what she should do next. She never expected gratitude in her face. After that day, the girl made sure every day that her friend took his pills and didn't cheat like last time. Fortunately, Urquio didn't cause any more trouble, so this was something to be happy about. As the situation improved, they had to face an almost forgotten problem. The Duke and Poem still had not become friends. In the novel, their destiny was love at first sight. But here Cassis showed no interest, remaining on the sidelines. The first meeting was so dry that the girl doubted whether she had correctly identified the main characters. I want to yell at myself for that phrase I said not long ago in the garden while drinking tea with a friend. For the sake of Evelyn's cozy and most importantly calm life, the couple must fall in love, and for this, they must try. The lady does not intend to stand aside, but she cannot yet figure out how to bring them together. Each time the collapse became more and more grandiose, it did not seem that it would be so difficult to bring the children together. In order to create a fateful attraction between them, the Countess had been organizing more tea parties in recent days. Homebody Cassis went out with his friend and didn't even suspect that she was arranging random meetings with Alisa. The girl tried everything she could and was now tired. She tried her best. Evelyn was so deep in thought that she didn't notice the carriage arriving at its destination. This weekend, the whole family was invited to visit the temple, all thanks to a large donation to the monastery from the father. The temple was built in Hysea, near Montes, and is famous for its scale, so I really wanted to go there. There was also a mage abbot there, so Cassis agreed to go. Built on such a grand scale, it looked more like a castle. The size of a palace usually symbolizes wealth and power, but the luxury of a temple is a sign of a poor life. The Count is met by several priests, who thank him from the doorway for having come such a long way. Seeing how the monks came running to greet the family right at the door, it was obvious that the man had made a really big donation. His Eminence's mass is delayed, so they will have to wait. The sick child is the one who has also arrived. Cassis looks like he's not feeling well. He's sorry for causing so much trouble by making you go on one trip. The young man clenches his fist, trying to control himself, and tearfully asks for forgiveness for everything that happened. The Count cannot help but reassure the hero, because he, having arrived, has already become part of their family. When the son is sick, of course his parents are always with him. Mrs. White could have waited in the VIP lounge, but she decided to go to the prayer hall, away from the temple. Evelyn went with her mother, even if she is her relative. But you can't deny the beauty. The door opened, and it seemed like someone had entered. A boy with bright blue hair and amber eyes appeared on the threshold. The one standing there looks like he is the same age, but at the same time, he is wearing the clothes of a priest. It seemed that the young man wanted to say something. Since he was looking so intently, the mother had already finished with the prayer, so she suggested that they leave. Someone was looking at the lady, but as soon as she turned away, the boy simply ran away, leaving an empty corridor. The little girl must have just taken a nap and seen something. The woman had tired the girl out with waiting, and they should go to dinner. The table is already set. The old man thanks him for the journey he has made and suggests that he treat himself to their meager selection. The dishes tell the opposite story, as if the chefs were exhausted in order to try their best. Leaning closer to her friend, she asks how he is feeling. One cannot help but ask about the magic that the one who dealt with the Duke possesses. Evelyn tries to say something else, but she is asked not to be so close. It seems that the hero just made it all up. The monk looks closely and notices that the Count's daughter has grown quite a bit. He remembers the moment when they baptized the child. It was rare for a baby to be so easily immersed in holy water, so it was impossible not to remember. Monstera forgot this, but the family came to Kizea even to baptize her soul and body immediately after birth. Father was then surprised that Ling Ling stopped breathing as she sank beneath the surface of the water. It turned out that it was just a dream. Evelyn was the only baby who dozed so peacefully after touching the cup. The day after her christening, the baby managed to roll over on her own for the first time, and Mom and Dad delve into their memories. Holy water in this world is the purest water, purifying just by touching it. Newborn babies are clean, so even if they collide, they clean themselves perfectly. So it is not surprising that the young lady did not sleep. White smiles, thanking His Eminence that his daughter has grown up the way she has because of his efforts and because of the temple. It looks like the castle will have a prosperous year because of the Count and Countess. The old man hints at a bigger donation. The girl remembers that boy and asks about the priests, her age, who are being trained. A brunette appeared behind, who is responsible for training interns. If the little girl tells what a person looks like, they will bring him. There is no need to lead anyone, but all that remains is to say about blue hair and golden eyes. Both freeze for a second, but then the Holy Father nervously says that he doesn't know any such people. Sometimes it happens that children come into the church to experience the life of a priest for a short time, and most likely that boy behind the door in the church was one of those children. It is already quite late outside, and this can be seen even by the dark sky, which acquired such shades only recently. The priest suggests spending the night with them and leaving in the morning. This is how the family stayed in this place for another day and night. In accordance with local rules, each of the arrivals settled in a male or female dormitory. The beauty initially thought that the guest room would be small, but it turned out to be quite spacious. Instead of looking at the room, Mom asked Evelyn to help make the bed. The woman hugs her daughter as they go to bed and wishes her good night. It seems to be quite late, but the baby continues to toss and turn, not understanding what is wrong with her. Sleep never came, so the best solution was to put on slippers and get up. It probably all happened because of the sudden change of location. Going out for some fresh air should help. Fresh air has never failed, and as a bonus, there were beautiful statues that could be looked at for hours. Rustling sounds were heard in the garden, and that same boy with blue hair appeared there. For some reason, instead of greeting the new acquaintance, He was watching. The young man turned around and tried to run away, gradually accelerating due to the screams in his back. When the girl jumped on him, thereby stopping, the baby began to apologize to the fairy, saying that he did not want to steal anything. Evelyn still did not understand what the apology was for in the first place. Stepping back, the heroine asks for forgiveness, because in fact, she did not want to scare the guy. She holds out a handkerchief, realizing that tears have already flowed down his face against his will. All he wanted was a simple conversation, which he eventually got in full. The boy doesn't know why anyone would talk to someone like him, and at such a moment, he looks like a puppy. In the prayer room during the day, the young man was looking very intently, so the girl decided that he needed to ask something, or that a spark had occurred, and they needed to get to know each other in order to become friends. The young man apologizes again for what happened, and even this can be understood, despite everything. But what is more annoying is the constant name, Fairy, which literally stuck during the conversation. The brunette did not want to upset her new acquaintance, but she did not do anything like that. The priest insists that the baby is all glowing, and sparks really do sparkle around her. One might think that this sounds like a declaration of love at first sight, which it is. Evelyn introduces herself by name, deciding that they should move forward. As soon as the young man wanted to tell a little about himself, a familiar voice was heard from behind, asking what the couple was doing on the bench at night. Of course, Cassis appeared nearby, waking up. Noticing the intense and clearly unfriendly gaze, the boy began to get even more nervous again, and a second later, he ran away screaming about how sorry he was. The girl doesn't know who he is, since they only met this afternoon, but she still wanted to establish contact. The blonde nods as he takes off his coat and throws it over his friend's shoulders. It was time to go back because it was night outside, and such cold was unforgivable. For a child, the Duke also went out, but only because he decided to be more vigilant. The acquaintance trusts all sorts of strangers too much, even if they are small children who seem to be incapable of doing anything. So the topic is closed for now, and Cass is going to walk her to her room. Now the young man seems to care for the girl, like an older brother. It would be great if he behaved the same way in reality, because just yesterday, he was angry when his girlfriend grabbed his palm. But it seems that they are getting closer. Then, when everything happened in the hallway that day, the guy's ears turned red, which made him seem even cuter, and the girl can't help but smile sincerely at the memories. Without noticing it, the lady took Cassie's hand again, which started a panic, because last time the friend made it clear what could be done and what could not. He was silent, and then allowed to grab it if suddenly he was scared. The lady did not take such a step out of fear, but now she is embarrassed, so she cannot utter a word. She can only move and try to keep up with the fast steps, pretending that everything is fine. The day started relatively boringly, but promised to be quite good. Everything was fine, until it turned out that an invitation had arrived from Luna Vanessa. She was throwing a party for a friend from the capital. The red-haired woman wrote in a letter that a close friend of hers would soon arrive, and asked that they come together with Cassis. She was always straightforward, and was not afraid of anything. It was surprising that the lady had not yet become disillusioned with her friendship with the Duke. Last time their conversation had started well, but had ended in real horror considering how the blonde had behaved. Probably the friend also received an invitation, but in order to check everything, the beauty went straight to his chambers. She burst in, so as not to torment herself with waiting. When asked if the man would go to that party with the girl, he said that he simply didn't want to. It became clear that he didn't like this kind of thing. Although in the original, he had been to similar events many times. Perhaps her memory is just starting to fail her, so the girl doesn't miss the opportunity to ask if the young man hates parties. The last time the Count organized everything, things weren't going well either. The lady couldn't say anything bad about the events. There was always delicious food, elegant music, and wonderful people around. She really doesn't understand how anyone could hate something so wonderful. I reluctantly recall a funny moment when Philip ate so much of the offered sweets that he couldn't even get up from the sofa and ended up trying to do something. Sometimes something funny happens in such places. The young man notes that it is good when a person can rejoice, but since his girlfriend likes it so much, she can go there alone. Then the girl tried to say something, but she was almost ordered to leave, in order to be allowed to rest in complete silence and peace. She did not want to go to the party in such a strange mood, but she had to. After that conversation, which happened unexpectedly, there was awkwardness between the couple, and therefore they were never able to normally discuss all their problems, trying to behave like adults. Only the children of the highest nobility were invited to the party, hosted by Luna, so Alisa, as the daughter of a baron, was not one of those who had the privilege of attending the event. Of all her acquaintances, only Evelyn and Philip were invited. This time she didn't even particularly want to go because of her worries about Cass, but as the daughter of a count, the lady could not refuse. Vanessa greets the arrivals, asking from the doorway where the Duke is. She is looking for him too, obviously, but unfortunately the boy is not feeling well today, so it was decided to stay at home in order to have a good rest. A voice is heard from behind, which seems to have understood that the conversation has turned to Cassis. It is Marianne who comes up to ask who is standing in front of her, hinting at Evelyn Monstera. The little girl introduces herself and already points her hand at her partner, who has disappeared somewhere. Quilton smiles, saying that she is supposedly glad to meet him. Philip came with the lady, but as it turned out, he went away to eat. The partner who arrived was very funny, but Marianne says that she is not a beggar and is not going to mess around with food. The conversation turns to something else, because the blonde is interested in how the lady managed to meet Urquio's offspring, who, as it turns out, is simply the son of his mother's friend, who was sent to the castle for a while. One could say that the girl's mother is nimble, but this is not so. Mrs. Monstera got married and came from the capital to Montes, and the friend appeared later talking about elders in such a tone is simply unacceptable. The blonde nods, but then goes back to where they started. She asks if Cass still has seizures that haven't gone away over time. They start a pointless discussion. At a banquet, in honor of the Crown Prince's birthday, the boy suddenly had a fit, and Marianne had actually never seen such a rare scene in her entire life. Luna is not advised to see something like this, so it's good that she missed it all. The girl ran away when she saw the guy shaking with foam at the mouth, realizing how scary it was. Vanessa hears about what happened for the first time, but already thinks that it is rather inappropriate, so that in the end, it will not change anything at that party. Everyone present saw the attack. The realization of what Cassis said only now came. He doesn't like parties and crowds of people because of what happened. A child's heart is easily hurt, and that's why the reaction is now manifested in this way. The lady herself is good, because she was the one who poured salt on the wound, trying to drag the blonde to the moon. The red-haired one interrupts her thoughts, groaning and saying that she was even scared, since she almost became friends with the wretched man. What's more important for a book is not the content, but the person who sells it, and even if there are flaws inside, it doesn't mean anything since this person is Urquio's son, and the rest shouldn't infringe on him or do anything wrong. He will die soon, so there is no point in regretting the relationship. After what has been said, the girls pleased with themselves begin to laugh strangely, expressing what a bad character they have. Luna, according to Marianne, is naive and will not be able to conquer the new world of aristocracy in which everything is arranged differently. She no longer has the strength to listen to what is happening. Quilton is silent, but understands that they believe her, especially since this is even confirmed very soon. For some reason, the lady continues to be angry against her will and without realizing it. It's hard to believe that such a sensitive topic is being addressed by young children. It's all chatter about identity and flaws instead of being useful, and unfortunately nothing changes, which is also strange. The girl talks about this openly, knowing that the interlocutor standing next to her lives with the object of discussion. The topic is so delicate that the blonde doesn't even have anything to say. The Duke, too, has been on edge ever since they quarreled, and has no idea why he did it or why he had to be angry at the child at all. Usually, Evelyn flared up sharply, like a match, but just as quickly cooled down and made peace when a friend took care of her. Inappropriately, she became even more angry, showing her character. Paul, who came to visit the gentleman, asks if he and the lady have made peace yet. Tea has already been served, so there is no time left to be distracted by anything else. Surely the girl has already arrived at Vanessa's mansion, because it coincides in time for the Duke parties, are a kind of place for establishing connections, where you can also establish friendly relations between families. From a young age, the boy had to follow his parents' advice and get to know everyone, so there was never any fun at receptions. It felt like a game with pre-planned moves on the board. Evelyn is completely different and will always be different. She is unusual, and this is perhaps because she grew up in the village, a maiden not at all like other girls from aristocratic families. If we take for comparison at least the Baron's daughter, who is completely ordinary, the perfect difference will be noticeable. Elisa is always next to her friend and is fierce because she fears the Duke. The biggest concern is for the future of Monstera. Most have made friends that match their status by the time they debut, which is when they reach adulthood. In the social world, connections are the greatest power. They are still young and don't know how life works. But Evelyn didn't have any suitable family friends around to help her with her future. For some reason, his head is filled with thoughts about the debut. But throwing away the unnecessary, in time, the hero shakes his head, not understanding why he is thinking about this, how they quarreled. All thoughts are about this lady. To solve the problem, you will have to either make peace or forget about everything. Because for now, this is the only way out that will work. The hero asks Paul where his invitation is. A real nightmare occurs at the party. Luna screams at Evelyn, asking her to apologize to the young Marchioness of Quilton. Only at such moments does the lady remember her family. It is necessary to quietly move away, so as not to get into trouble. But it is completely unclear how to do this. Marianne gets angry and asks to tell them again to their faces about how much everything is different, throwing away her moral principles. Miss nudges her friend in the shoulder to help her figure out how to start thinking correctly. There's nothing to say because the young lady insulted her dear family, which of course is not forgiven. Cassis is also a relative of this family. The baby's father himself said that since they all live together, it means there is no problem in considering themselves equal. The Count is most likely also a fool, since he ended up in the network. The girl herself does not understand what is being discussed because she pressed a sick child with a product which cannot be considered noble behavior. Quilton again doesn't like the way they seem to be going to her, and so she showed it openly, not intending to give in to the other side. She tries to distort the whole point. A lady has no right to insult Urquio's son for how good or bad he looks. The Marquise's family is no different in rank from the girl's family. So in order to avoid bad consequences, you need to choose your words more carefully. The blonde is no longer able to control herself, and she screams because it seems that everything is becoming completely different. Noticing the impulses of her interlocutor, the lady remains just as unperturbed. It becomes clear that the beauty will get into trouble, and most likely a glass of grape juice will be spilled on her. It was originally taken to pour on her face and not to drink as a beverage. A minute passed, but nothing could be felt. The lady falls into a stupor and horror when she sees Cassis in front of her completely covered in purple liquid. The little girl immediately starts to worry, realizing that this can't just be like that. The shirt is wet, just like the rest of her body, and this makes everything much worse. The hands ended up on the cheeks of the interlocutor, but it was too late to realize that he did not like touching, so this would probably be perceived as murder. The lady just wanted to gently blot. Marianne bows her head and asks for forgiveness because she really didn't mean to splash the Duke. She couldn't imagine that a little prank would turn into a big problem. Miss Quilton is aggressive, and one cannot disagree with this because, alas, a normal person would never have acted so terribly. And there will most likely be no forgiveness for this either. The blonde sees where this is going so not wanting to waste a second, she falls to her knees on the floor and begins to beg for forgiveness, knowing that ultimately this is not the option. Since it was clear from the very beginning that a mistake would be made, for the first time it was necessary to do nothing. The guy chuckled and suggested returning to the recent conversation about goods with defects. Luna also begins to apologize. She assures that she didn't even try to say anything bad, and all this is rather a stupid misunderstanding and nothing more. Unfortunately, this happens. Cassis is now completely different from his usual self, and this is even somewhat frightening because everything is changing before our eyes. He again turns to the lady sitting opposite him. The blonde can't stand those who treat his people badly. Every person deserves better, but it seems that this time there was a mix-up. We are talking, of course, about Evelyn. Monstera is a dear family that always remains something special inside the heart. It will never be someone you can just calmly offend and then hope for a better outcome without problems. After what was said, the young man no longer expressed a desire to linger inside the building, because everything was definitely over there. Grabbing his girlfriend by the hand, he pulls her somewhere into the street. The lady doesn't pay attention to anything around her because she has too many questions in her head. The line about the best person was originally intended for Alice's poem, who was then humiliated. The blonde is unable to remember what scene or chapter this line is from, and understands that if she continues to try, her head will simply burst from the strain. The name in the line has changed to hers. She needs to find out why. Cassis answers the question of what is wrong with him. He does not give a direct answer, but in return asks for forgiveness for the fact that he got angry and offended, then doing something wrong and making them both worry. The lady may be very offended, but it should pass, at least in time. She shakes her head, assuring that nothing happened. After all, it was she who chose her words poorly and thus ruined everything. The girl asks her to forgive her because she still doesn't understand what came over her then and why she had to react so strongly to a simple refusal. It's okay. In any case, there was no lady at the prince's party, and she didn't know. A nod solves everything. In fact, there is exactly the same mess in her head as before. But there are even more questions about what would have happened to the heroine, if not for her friend who arrived on time. Maybe in that case, not Marianne, but she would have knelt down. If you think about it, the change of line is not as terrible as it seemed at first. Now there is definitely a chance that unlike Evelyn from the novel, Cassis will not hate her, at least here. The girl is already used to being led by the hand and is simply trying not to think about it. She asks the guy if he was sincere at that moment when he said something about family. The boy is a little embarrassed at first, freezing and blushing, but quickly shakes off the spell, saying that Monstera has become a truly dear person to him, who will always be in his heart. The young man was so sincere that the girl couldn't even take her eyes off him. Something inside changed as soon as the words were finally spoken, but at the same time, it was a strange feeling. Apparently, due to the Duke's indignation, Vanessa did nothing, did not cause any harm, and Marianne soon returned to the capital, and for now, did not dare to appear in Montes again. The parents didn't know anything about it, so apparently there were no complaints about what happened. And in the end, Urquio himself confessed everything because he couldn't keep it to himself, and it was hard for Monstera to scold him. One way or another, everything that happened that day was new and unfamiliar, especially the expression on her friend's face. A lady should not think about such things, but it is not the first time she remembers the charming smile. Evelyn was distracted from her conversation with her friend, again, continuing to dream of something out of this world. Next week, Alisa's brother was coming, since it was finally the holidays. Elon will return, just like Cassis and Quilton. And it's that moment again when all the characters gradually begin to gather together to organize new chapters again without even realizing it. Poem is Elisa's older brother and also a very talented person who will become the Duke's secretary in the future. He dreamed of such a career from an early age, and that means everything will come true. He uses his wit in a random event to attract the attention of Cassis and he will be hired. The man simply cannot pass up such a professional, realizing that he needs such people. Of course, the blonde already knew that Elon was Elisa's brother. It is generally accepted that the hero's closest assistant is the heroine's older brother in the world of such novels. This is corruption. But the young man's talent is also not an empty phrase. The friend brings Evelyn back to Earth, saying that she is getting to something if the lady is not busy. In the end, she could go meet her brother since he is arriving very soon. The girl really wants to go, and you can see in her eyes how important it is to her. As soon as Monstera agreed, she was not left without extra hugs and thanks. Be that as it may, Alisa is the very charm that will always overtake everyone around her. The girl does not know the plan that her friend came up with, so she thinks that everything is fine. After a week, that was no different from any other. The day came when Elon was supposed to arrive. The arrival was scheduled for the morning, so it was worth getting up early so as not to be late. Evelyn and her friend's family went to the station to meet. Everything started well. But then, for some reason, Cassis expressed a desire to go too, so as not to sit at home. The girl was not delighted with how everything turned out, and tried with all her might to show it, almost screaming. She asked her friend why she took the Duke with her. While sitting over tea a few days ago, the blonde man casually mentioned the fact that Monstera had visited Alisa, and as it turned out, her brother was returning home after academic break, and they were getting ready to meet. You could tell from his face that his friend wasn't the least bit interested. Since he was behaving that way, one person from that family would become his employee, and another his lover. But for some reason, Cassis didn't care, trying to bring the young man to emotions, or at least actions. The lady asks not to be surprised about Elon, because he is smart, handsome, and a well-rounded person who is different from others. Everything was so great that before Cassis arrived, everyone around kept saying that the boy was the most handsome in Montes. Even the frisky Luna would have shown a keen interest. It was clearly unnecessary to mention Vanessa because the guy's face changed. Not hearing the apology, he asks about his girlfriend herself, wanting to know what she herself thinks about Elon and whether she considers him handsome. The question seems a bit strange, but despite this, it's still worth answering. The girl chuckles and again plays the image of her friend in her head, nodding and saying that he's quite cute. The lady was about to say that in any case, poem was not comparable to Cassis, but he interrupted, asking when the miracle prince was arriving. If it was next week, perhaps the young man would like to go with them. If you know what was going on in his head, then the beauty suggested it, just like that, out of politeness, not thinking that her friend would agree. However, since it turned out that way, you need to get out of the situation by declaring something simple. In the distance, you can see a train that is already approaching the platform. The smoke is pink because colored manna is used, but for a child, it looks more like cotton candy in this era. Unfortunately, there are no steam locomotives yet, and they could make life easier. All the passengers gradually begin to get off and disperse. Evelyn smiles when her friend suggests that the winner will be the one who first sees her brother also present in the crowd. Elisa is too cute, but at the same time funny because she doesn't know that it's hard to see. In a crowd, the best view is from above, and the blonde climbs onto the luggage, knowing that she will see blonde hair from afar. Cassis mutters something about insecurity, but the girl ignores him because she has already found Poem, who hears his sister's voice and turns around immediately. The couple begins to hug simultaneously, exchanging news that has appeared recently. It is impossible not to notice that the guy was only gone for a few months, but he has grown up and matured. Elon notices Ling Ling and almost instantly picks her up in his arms, smiling. The little girl notes that if it weren't for the color of her hair, she would hardly recognize the young man, although he thinks that his friend has remained exactly the same. While remaining joyful, the girl understands that her friend is trying in vain to grow up so quickly, and that there is no point in saying anything, because time is not subject to any living creature on the planet. Turning back, the beauty points to the guy she wants to introduce, but notices a sullen expression on his face that looks more like real anger showing in full force. The brother leans over to Alice and quietly asks who the frowning kid is. The girl reminds him of what she wrote in the letters, and that this guy is just visiting Evelyn's house for a while. Elon nods and takes the first step, realizing that this is the only way they will start an acquaintance. His hand extends to shake the other, but remains ignored by the interlocutor. The contemptuous look still bores into the blonde, but Cassis still shakes his hand, saying his name out loud. Poem did not clarify something, because he is not just a guest at the Monstera estate, but the one who now lives there. For some reason, the girl's hands are shaking. Although she is standing to the side, the two look as if a fight is about to happen. Although Elon continues to smile and tries to remain friendly until the end. The Counts treat Cassis like a son-in-law because he is already part of the family, and this makes your eyes pop out of your head because it is literally the most unexpected phrase. With such a face, the young man is definitely not joking, but really thinks so. Poem is the first to try to say something to diffuse the situation. He laughs slightly, thinking that the lady is preparing to marry such a handsome boy as the Duke. Alisa almost cries, saying a quiet, "No, it was just a joke." But the girl has already gotten going and is shouting that Evelyn's older brother should become her husband, because they will be the perfect couple. All three are now in the same stupor as Monstera was before horror is reflected in the eyes of the blonde, who now does not believe that the words have any meaning. The little girl asks Elon if he will really be a good husband for her friend, and looks at him with puppy eyes, and behind her she hears the voice of Madame Poem, who has not seen her son for a long time. The couple asks the young man how he has been doing, and compliments him on how he has matured. Thanks to their parents, they managed to avoid an awkward scene that would not have done any good. After the meeting ended, everyone went home, and while drinking tea, the mother asked her daughter what was happening with the Duke lately. At first, it was not immediately possible to understand what was wrong, because it seemed as if he was normal. The woman thought that something had happened, since the boy remained absent-minded and upset. Deciding not to let the situation slide, the lady decides to check on the guy. He did not answer when he was called, but as it turned out, this was because he was simply sleeping. The doctor said in advance that the side effect of the drug being taken is drowsiness. It looks like the guy fell asleep after taking the medicine, but that's good. He needs rest. There was a lot of paper on the table that attracted attention. My hand seemed to reach forward on its own, reading that this message was for Countess Urquio. No matter how you fantasize, Mother is usually not called by her title. Almost everything that lies on the table again, unfinished, as if it was difficult to complete even a few lines, and they became more difficult with each new attempt. Since Cassis arrived, the Duke has not once asked for a greeting or sent a letter. Regret takes over, making the girl feel sad about how things are in general. One cannot treat a sick son like that, considering that indifference always becomes an enemy. The hand suddenly snatches the piece of paper that the lady has not finished reading. Cassis rudely asks what his friend forgot in his room, and why she is touching his personal things at all. Excuses come into play almost immediately. The hero has been looking a little sad lately, so the lady thought she could ask something, interrupting the tirade. The Duke simply shouts, forcing her to leave the room. Not daring to argue, the little girl carefully slips out to the door. She looks back at the guy one last time and quietly asks for forgiveness for doing something wrong, not the way he wanted. Now the heroine is lying on a bench in the greenhouse with Bobby. She doesn't know what to do next, but she understands that perhaps she should apologize for what happened yesterday. It's hard to come to terms with the screams for now. Until this moment, the lady had never seen the young man scream, so now she only wonders what was really going on in his head and why he snapped at his girlfriend. Paul appears from behind, asking if they had quarreled with the master. There is no point in hiding anymore, because the Duke ordered to inform that the problem can be discussed. There is nothing wrong with this, or is it just an illusion? The hero was just thinking about his friend and didn't try to make any moves forward. Usually he doesn't have free time, but this time the beauty knows that she can take advantage of it. The gentleman is a little sensitive, but at the same time, there is no point in hating him. Before the disease manifested itself, he was a wonderful boy and always tried to be friendly. For some reason, it is difficult to imagine that the disobedient, gloomy man was once even a little bit kinder. Despite her doubts, the lady decides to ask what the Duke was like before. The boy was a young count, of whom everyone was proud, and who could not help but outshine everyone else. His wonderful character and heritage were unmatched. Paul never doubted that if the gentleman grew up as he was, his influence would be incomparably greater than that of his father. At that time there was peace at home, which should not have been disturbed. You don't have to think too hard to understand the fact that comes out after the onset of the illness. Everyone forgot about the young man. They were disappointed in him. After the hero fell ill, the attacks gradually began to become more frequent. At first, one could say that everything was still bearable, but one day everything happened at a banquet, surrounded by people and the prince. Rumors of what had happened reached the family's acquaintances, so the boy left for Montes for a time, the family of the counts being more concerned about public opinion than about their own son. After all, if a young man is banished to another house, then he is no longer a son, but simply the youngest in the family. When the girl read the novel, she did not care about Cassis' pain, because he is still the main character, and therefore a happy ending is guaranteed. It seemed that the pain would sooner or later pass, becoming something old. The feelings of the boy who probably wrote the first sentence of the letter to his mother with difficulty poured out. No one understands his confusion when there is no strength even for the simplest things. Adults, as it turns out, can be strange people, and in such a situation, you no longer want to find excuses. Cassis is not to blame for his illness, but all the difficulties fell to him against his will. The parents were supposed to be with their son. Paul reminds that they sent him away for a short time, but this does not sound convincing. In Montesi, they knew nothing about the younger Duke until his arrival. Now the situation has changed a little, because everyone in the capital, and now in this area too, has learned about the guy. The girl is sure that her friend will become an outstanding figure and ruler in the future. The lady ran to make peace with her friend. The servant smiled after her, telling the master that he himself had heard everything, and it seemed that this time she again meant every word, remaining true to the future. The man nods when asked not to shout about what is happening. The only thing he wishes is that the couple does not quarrel so much, because his heart bleeds every time he has to see the Countess sad. That evening, Evelyn immediately went to Cass, because she did not know that he was hiding, and heard a conversation with a servant knocking on the door. The little girl quickly comes out, seeing only the light top of her head, which is visible from under the blanket. The gay shrugged his shoulders when the girl approached him, so he was probably already awake. The only option left was that he would continue to pretend to be asleep so as not to talk. Deciding to act more radically, the beauty leans towards his ear and asks him to come with her. Today, she wants to show the boy Bobby, who has not yet hatched. The body still doesn't move, but the maiden is not blind. She sees how the ears began to turn red. Not wanting to give up, the Countess talks about the amazing behavior of the dragon. The egg vibrates when it hears speech. It is impossible not to see something like this at least once. The young man had probably never seen a dragon hatch, and now he couldn't stand it any longer, opening his eyes and saying that it wasn't true. The only good thing was that the direct provocation worked. Since they are both awake now, maybe they should move him to the greenhouse, where his friend immediately stuck to the glass. He said he saw it, but now he acts as if he can't recover from his delight. Bobby is called that because the egg looks like a giant bean. The blonde guy doesn't seem impressed, saying that no one in their right mind would choose everything that way at random. For the girl, what she decided will always be ideal. The Duke still considers this extremely stereotypical, but it is not so important. When the girl asks to swing, nothing happens to confirm it, because he really is lying there, like an ordinary bean. Cassis can't help but start laughing. A smile breaks out on the beauty's face. By itself, dimples appear on the friend's cheeks when he laughs. It was impossible to know, because there had never been such happy moments before. The guy notices the intense gaze, but not right away. The reaction is only because he has a beautiful smile. No one has ever complimented the blonde before. Turning away, the hero tries to deny it, saying that it's just nonsense. He's too cute when he's embarrassed, and that now makes him want to laugh. Putting him in an awkward position is also not desirable. The lady moves away to avoid stroking his hair. He doesn't like physical contact, so being too close was almost the end of the world. This day is filled with new discoveries and truths that were not available before. Contact with others is not pleasant, but simply seems unfamiliar, since the parents rarely touch their son. Children learn their first touches from their family. If a person has not been able to share emotional understanding from an early age, there will be no choice but to react to others just as coldly. Cassis is simply not used to this kind of treatment, but in the end, he doesn't get annoyed when his girlfriend touches him, so it can still be fixed. The girl's eyes meet, and she starts laughing. She can't explain why her soul suddenly feels so light and calm. The lady moved away to allow him to get more of his space, but instead, Urkio came even closer. Today he managed to learn something new about Cassis's facial expressions. The Countess is glad that the Duke no longer has any hostility towards her. This is a good chance to correct the original story and get closer to remain good friends. Evelyn, as usual, went with Alice for company because she would be bored alone. In Montes, they are preparing a special event for the holiday season. The town is famous for its natural scenery, and although tourists flock there every holiday season today, there is a special reason to gather in the Mori forest. The main reason is the northern lights. They have different colors in winter and summer, and from Montes, you can best see this spectacle in this empire, which is unforgettable, for which people flock every year. When the aurora colors the night sky, the festival begins. And it is for this reason that the Count has been very busy in recent days, overseeing the preparations, which turned out to be even more work than usual. The little girl would have liked to participate, but unfortunately, she quickly realized that she couldn't help with anything. Philip said that there would be a treasure hunt today. A memory struck me, and now everything fell into place. The search is the event where Alisa and Cassis will discover their fateful mutual attraction and try to discuss their relationship. The freshness of first love and the sweet love story of a boy and a girl could not fail to captivate readers. Hunting was one of the favorite parts of her past life, so the teacher reread the same lines over and over again. Poem and Urquio got lost during the search they had set out on, and together they admired the iridescent sky in a quiet place they had discovered by chance. The scene was beautifully described and is one of the few that I can still recall. The beauty is not only in what happens there. Until now, the girl has faced numerous failures in order to unite Elisa and Cassis, but this time she dares to hope that everything will be different. All the moments before this were worthless, because the real true path has arrived, which must be overcome faster. In this event, Evelyn must succeed at any cost. The blonde looks around, only to ask her friend if they will look for something. If she remains standing in the middle of the mini square, the groups will already be full. Before going somewhere, the lady takes out a beautiful box from her pocket, which contains a brooch in the shape of an iridescent heart, a gift for a friend. The green-eyed one can't believe it, because it seems like today is not her birthday. The lady brushes it off, saying that she just wanted to give what the lady deserves, and she should be braver. The thing almost immediately appears on the dress. Monstera asks not to take off the decoration, at least until tomorrow, and Alisa nods. The gift will stay with her forever. This is something like a talisman that should not be superfluous. In fact, this brooch is an armor made of mana stones that work in danger. Today, while hunting, Eliza will be bitten by a wild animal, and her leg will be seriously injured. And this animal is just unusual. It will be lured by Cassis's strong magic, which he does not control. In the end, the young man will be able to use force to drive out the monster and save them both, but he himself will receive serious internal injuries and will be on the threshold of death itself. Magic cannot be used if a person has mana insensitivity syndrome, but there is nothing left to do but take a risky step, all for the sake of his beloved. The girl is not very worried because she knows that he, as the main character, will not die, but she does not want there to be injuries. Because of Monstera, the first meeting of the couple was also ruined, so she is obliged to serve as a bridge between them and take responsibility, knowing that the children would be in danger, but at the same time just being able to watch the plot unfold makes you a little uneasy. So I had to hand over the talisman for protection. The friend smiles, noticing that the girl always gives her something which only makes things better, because the mood is constantly raised. If there is armor, the lady will not suffer either, and Cass will not overwork herself without using magic. For such a great gift, the girl intends to give something in return. Realizing that she cannot leave everything just like that, the heroine refuses, trying to say that there is no need for this. Poem still cleverly dodges and puts a beautiful ring made of a leaf on the lady's finger. This will be her talisman too. It's a small thing because they both have been in the forest, but no one knows what else can happen. Only the main character is capable of touching you so much. But there is no time to say thanks because a blonde guy appears behind you who is happy that he managed to find a friend. The girl grabs Monstera's other hand. As soon as she sees the Duke appearing nearby, she stated that she had decided to take her friend along with her to fight for the prize. The young man disagrees, but it seems no one is going to ask him. He is unfamiliar with the geography of Montes, so it is logical that Evelyn could show the surroundings. This role does not belong to the heroine, so she falls into a stupor when she sees how everyone around her is arguing over such a stupid reason. She intervenes in the conversation in order to resolve the misunderstanding. The blonde is the first to find a solution that suits everyone. Monstera won't go anywhere because Alisa herself can show everything. For some reason, the girl herself plays an active role in what is happening. The Duke also asks to be placed with his friend, but a little more quietly, because no one is listening to him. Poem appeared in the distance, so without wasting time, his sister pushed her sister straight to him. They make a bet on who will find the most treasures hidden in the forest. The little girl clings to her friend's hand, and again says that she will go with him in pairs, because it will be much easier for all of them there. The brother will remain on Evelyn's team, where he belongs. The hero smiles, nodding, because he is sure that they will be able to win faster than the other team. A miracle happened, because the story from the original returned to normal. A piece of paper was found in the grass, and it seemed to be the third one. Adults do not know how to hide at all, and sometimes it is even funny. It was clear that they give in to the children, so that they do not wander around in the woods for a long time. Time flew by very quickly, and now a beautiful sunset is visible. We should return as soon as possible, before it gets too late. Most likely the parents will worry if we stay even another hour or two. Turning back, the blonde tells her companion that it is time for them to return. But with horror, she realizes that there is no one nearby, only the emptiness of the clearing. The girl calls the guy, also not understanding how it happened, that it was she who got lost and not Alisa. You can blame yourself for everything, because having gotten lost, the beauty accidentally went further into the forest without realizing it. Goosebumps run through her body from fear, which constrains her movements. If it had been known in advance that everything would turn out exactly like this, the heroine would have saved the amulet. The girl doesn't want to stand still and wait for something bad to happen, so she runs forward, and quite quickly, all desire disappears, because her leg catches on some branch, and her body flies down to the cliff. Near the tents, another conversation unfolds about Evelyn, and what is between them. The Duke is interrogated by Poem because he cannot allow something good to start. The young man tries to deny it, saying that he is not the type to fall for something so strange. His friend noticed that he constantly looks without looking away, so perhaps he is now brazenly lying, trying to pretend until the very end that nothing like this was happening. The guy asks when he behaved like this, but it was almost every time they were together when they went to meet Elon. Then everything became even more obvious. In this case, the girl cannot help but be glad of the fact that the young man is not interested in anything. He can continue to ignore Evelyn and behave as usual so that nothing happens between them. It all started because the heroine believes that her friend is destined to marry her brother, and then they will truly become a family, not just in words speaking about their desires. An even more dreamy expression appears on her face. The Duke must keep in mind that Monstera is Poem's betrothed, so there is no point in spoiling their relationship that has not yet begun. Turning away, the boy does not want to agree and does not promise anything. Elon himself appeared ahead, greeting his friends. At first, he was a little surprised that they were only the two of them without Evelyn, who seemed to be supposed to be here. Alisa is scared because she thought that the couple would come together, just like they went into the forest. The blonde makes excuses. He didn't see his friend and decided that she had gone back a long time ago, tired, or having collected everything she needed in the bushes. Urkio breaks down and shouts that since the maiden was not found, it was necessary to make a little more effort and at least try to find her in the woods. In this regard, the hero is to blame. But the companion is familiar with the geography of Montes, so she should find the way, and he was tired by the time he returned. Now that it has become clear that nothing good will happen, the Baron is about to go and find the beauty. The Duke rudely interrupts him, saying that there is no point in this, and then goes straight to the breach. The duo observes the worried expression on his face, and Gate, the young master, definitely likes Monstera, but it seems that it is difficult for him to admit his sympathy, not only to other people, but even to himself. Eyes slowly opening, but her head hurts badly, as if someone had hit her harder than the fall had caused. Evelyn realizes that she passed out after she hit the ground. The sky is already completely dark, which only speaks of the several hours spent alone in the forest. The body hurts terribly, and staying in place is not an option at home. He tries to get up, but almost immediately flies back to the ground. The leg was a little red and swollen, and the pain was increasing with every second. The ankle had twisted when the Countess fell down, and she herself did not notice the pain at the very beginning because she did not move. The realization has not yet come, but after a few moments the lady begins to cry. She does not lead this treasure hunt because at such an age, children cannot be left alone. Desperate cries, calling for help, are ignored by trees and foliage. There is a sound in the bushes from which one can try to move away. The girl cannot escape and is already building scenarios in her head about what will happen next. The little girl covers her ears with her hands, preparing herself to experience even greater pain. Nothing happens for seconds, and this is logical, because right in front of the lady sits a small bunny with scarlet eyes. This cutie also got lost, or just came running, when he heard a girl calling for help. His hand reaches for the top of the animal's head, but he jumps back, hearing Cassis's voice, calling, "Monstera." He almost got there. The girl sees the blonde man, who accelerated, appearing next to her. In a matter of seconds, it is impossible to hold back a smile, but the Duke notices the leg and the wound on the arm. He screams because he has heard about the miraculous awareness of all the roads that Evelyn knows. Lowering her head, the little girl asks for forgiveness. She was going to go back but tripped, which caused her to fall off the cliff. Urkio sits down next to her, trying to carefully examine the wounds and figure out what to do with them. There is not much that can be done in the forest, so the hero simply removes the bandage from his hand, which he uses to bandage his knee with visible blood. The pain should subside a little, but everything else will be done at home in the castle. Turning away, the lady nods, trying to hide from prying eyes. It seems that the pain is strong, since she behaves and looks so anxiously, there is no need to worry so much, because it will not give anything, only more worries. There is no point in continuing the conversation. And before it gets even scarier, the boy asks to get up from the ground. He is refused. So after a few more minutes of arguing, he has to put his girlfriend on his back. The couple is about to leave, but an evil scarlet aura spreads nearby, capturing the coastal areas. The hair begins to transform, making them wonder what is wrong with him. The animal has become a real monster, which is 10 times larger than humans, and has huge fangs sticking out of its mouth. Elisa's voice is heard screaming after it. She has looked for friends and has already begun to worry about their well-being due to her long absence. She and her brother were worried, and Elon felt guilty for what happened, not suspecting that he did nothing. The girl only now notices that there is a huge creature nearby. The hare opens his mouth, from which a long tongue sticks out, and it seems that Poem will not have time to escape. He could not do anything because at the most necessary moment, the talisman began to act, protecting the lady with a transparent shield from which a bright divine light emanates. Evelyn herself has already forgotten what property the stone has, so pointing at her friend, she orders Cassis to go straight to her. If you stand next to her, you can fall under the protection and try to escape in this way. They don't have time to escape because the voices attract the beast almost instantly. A huge paw throws the couple aside in a split second, leaving a wound on the body of Cassis, who on top of all this, hit his head on a tree trunk. The blonde raises an angry look that conveys still hidden feelings. He gathers magic in his hands, even if the girl reminds him that using his powers is forbidden. The guy is not going to listen, because inside he has already decided everything a long time ago, and asks Evelyn to run away quickly. The hare is rushing at them again, since he still has not destroyed his opponents. Unfortunately, it is too late to run, and even if it were not so, the lady could not leave her friend alone. She hugs his shoulders, pressing closer. The hope for the best does not fade until the last moment. There is too much bright light around, which opens up in a blinding flash, rising up the trees. The maiden does not understand where the magic came from, but opening her eyes, she sees her hands, which are the source. It is hard to believe that Evelyn now has a power that has not been shown before. Golden circles surround the couple, reliably protecting and not letting the animal get any closer. The bunny retreats, but it is not even by his own will. The light begins to envelop the body further, trying to take it into the funnel, and at this time the dimensions begin to gradually decrease. The baby became very small in size, and a golden collar appeared on him, similar to the very power that had just been used. His eyes widened in surprise, but there was no one to ask questions. Falling to the ground, the animal begins to sniff everything around. He gets angry again and increases in size in order to attack those standing in front. This definitely cannot be allowed because such a miracle may not happen a second time. The lady orders not to approach, putting her hands forward in a resisting gesture. The baby obeys, jumping back and lowering his ears. Either he understands human words or some other energy of another level is involved here. Falling to the ground, the little animal tries to remove the ring from its neck with its paws, but nothing works. The thing, it seems, was not there before, and it appeared only after the lady tried to protect herself and the Duke. The last step is to check how the baby obeys and how things are going with him. In general, the girl orders him to sit and then to stand up, and is surprised to realize that the magical beast really hears the voice. Evelyn turns back, about to tell her friends, but's almost immediately embraced by the blonde, who is worried that the girl would die. She hopes that something like this will never happen again. No one was going to put themselves in danger, but in any case, everything is fine and will be even better. Monstera was probably scared when she saw such a huge monster. The maiden still can't calm down. The lady turns her attention to Cassis with horror, realizing that he is still lying to the side. She must have been unable to protect him when the beast hit them. The man seems not to hear anything because his lips no longer move. The guy was hurt in vain because of her. Although in reality, everything should have ended much better than it did now. The mistake needs to be corrected, even if it seems that nothing can be done. The screams coming from the depths of the forest distract us from self-destruction. There are a lot of people there who have set out to search for the missing children, and they will certainly be able to help. Paul was the first to appear next to him and noticed the gentleman in a terrible state. Evelyn calls for a servant, and the blonde rushes forward asking for their friend to be given some help as soon as possible. He is strong, but this will not help him. Monstera also fainted just a second ago. She was screaming, but her eyes closed, and her body gradually began to weaken. Giving effect, the Baroness desperately calls her friend, sitting down next to her and checking her pulse. The body is heavy, and it seems that it will continue to be. So while the lady sleeps it off, the acquaintance is simply obliged to help Cassis and make him feel a little better. The noise is bad, but there are too many people around when the lady opens her eyes. Mom and Dad are sitting by the bed, hugging their daughter, happy that she has finally woken up. May brought a glass of water, without even being ordered, and sat her down in a position where she could drink some liquid. The lady tries to cough because breathing has suddenly become much more difficult. It feels like there is something inside, and it is preventing her from moving. The Count worries even more, so he asks the doctor about the right treatment. There seems to be no problem, but there is something else. The young man looks as if something has been broken, as he gathers his strength to tell the truth. It would be good to call a priest to assess the Countess's condition. Some evil force was revealed during the examination, and now it is absorbing the Miss's energy with every minute, aiming for more. The girl realizes with horror that she now needs a longer period of treatment, and the same hair that could have caused her poor health also pops into her head. The first thing to do is tell your father about everything. The best solution would be to send an expedition to catch that animal. The little animal is probably still somewhere in the vicinity of the forest where it was left. The request was fulfilled quite quickly, and that same evening a baby was brought to the maiden's chambers. He was found in the garden where he had run from his place of residence, and he followed the lady all the way to the house. The priest picks up the beast and examines it from all sides. As was originally assumed, it is full of magic, but it is impossible to believe that such a creature appeared in Montes. Usually they live in a slightly different area, where there are fewer people and a better climate. The young man states the fact that this is a fairly young monster. It is unclear what influenced this, but it seems that he increased his strength by stealing a lot of other people's mana. First, the person was lured, and then deprived of all strength and energy, leaving no chance. So much magic was stolen that the spirit even became a beast in full form, and even of enormous size, probably due to Cassis's insensitivity to mana. He ran as soon as he sensed it. The hare devoured everything indiscriminately, and it was for this reason that it affected the internal organs and everything else he wanted to deprive, even the young lady, of energy, despite the fact that he behaved more or less decently in front of her. The divine power was the starting point to imprison the baby. The ring on the neck is the main evidence of what Countess Monstera used to tame her opponent. The collar is not simple. These are divine shackles that are formed as a sign of the agreement. When the beast is subordinate to a person, the lady does not understand what all this means, but forces herself to continue listening. The contract had been made earlier, but the girl probably didn't even intend to do it. In an emergency, she had to unknowingly subdue the beast in order to survive and protect her friends. Anyway, the point is how great the power is. If the level was normal, maybe the hare would have died of shock as soon as he signed the contract. The girl still can't believe it, citing the fact that there was nothing like that in the novel. As far as she remembers, it was only possible to be a regular villain in the hero's childhood at most. Now the possession of divine power will not be left aside because it needs to be developed. The Count is worriedly interested in what they need to do next. And there are only two ways. The easiest option is to kill the beast, since then the contract between the young lady and the animal will be broken when everything is interrupted. The divine power will stop flowing endlessly into the body of another living being. Of course, the father did not ask about anything else, and lowering his voice, ordered to finish off the rabbit. The girl looks at the baby who whines pitifully. This is only a magical monster disguised as a cute creature. But for some reason, pity takes over. The priest raises his knife to begin the punishment for what has been done. But Monstera screams with all her might, begging for everything to stop. The weapon falls from his hands, and the young man steps away a little surprised. Earlier, we already mentioned two options, but then it would be interesting to know what exactly should be the choice. It will be a little more difficult, but in this case, there will be no need to kill. After cleansing the beast with holy water, the lady can tame it, making it her pet. It will be under control and will never attack its owner. If you give the baby a name and fulfill the terms of the contract, the woman will stop losing divine power, preserving her energy. The priest did not tell about this, because the water is quite expensive and the process is complicated. The man looks like a merchant, but the most important thing is that they can eventually change. This is the business of Monster's daughter, so the brunette is ready to pay as much money as needed. The temple will be notified of the ritual today. Miss has just woken up and is still weak, so the start will be delayed until at least tomorrow morning, while the connection between the mistress and the pet will be temporarily blocked. The girl asks about Cassis. She remembers how he was badly wounded, and seeing the sad expressions on her parents' faces, she becomes even more frightened. The boy has severe migraines, so he sleeps constantly, almost never waking up. Evelyn was led into the young man's chambers, where she sat down at the side of the bed. His face had become quite pale, and over the course of several days, his body weight had clearly dropped. Just one glance was enough to begin to feel pity. The wound was unusual, so the girl assumed that he would be in a lot of pain, but everything turned out to be much more serious. Urquio is probably in a lot of pain, but he can't talk about it. His ribs were cracked, and both arms and legs were broken, but Paul was glad that it was over without further internal complications. For some reason, the words caused a certain anger that touched something inside. The servant just wants the lady not to worry, but what he said was not quite right. The lady should be proud of herself, because thanks to her, her friend remained alive. The Urquio family will certainly reward the girl, but she brushes it off, saying that she doesn't need anything. After all, the most important thing is life and health, because they cannot be returned once the process begins. It's enough that if Cass recovers quickly, he'll have a hard time after waking up. So it's good that the lady found him quickly, otherwise it would have been too late to do anything. The man, upon waking up first of all, wanted to go to his girlfriend, but he couldn't because of his health condition. Every day he asked about the girl several times. Every time the hero was very worried when he heard that the beauty had not yet woken up. Because of what was happening, he could not even fall asleep normally. The young man must have been very upset that he had failed to protect the one he cared about so much. He could not come to terms with what had happened. One could expect concern from anyone, but certainly not from Urquio, because it seemed almost unrealistic. It would be better if the boy worried more about himself. In fact, the fact that the main character was worried about his friend is in itself a huge blessing. The comfortable life will be preserved in any case, so everything is great. Finally, the original goal was achieved, but for some reason, instead of rejoicing, I want to sit and cry. The lady carefully straightens her friend's bed. The girl begins to pray. She had already turned to God before, but she had heard that he was attentive to sincere people. Her only hope was that Cass would wake up without a single wound. Paul enters the room, where the gentleman is sitting at the table. His health is already much better, but he is interested in how Evelyn is actually doing. She left the mansion and went to the temple on business. The servant does not ask to tell anything about that incident with the beast, because everyone has their own thoughts on this matter. It is clear that chaos is still going on inside. The blonde sadly lowers his head onto his palm, once again, saying that it was all his fault, so everything was fully deserved. The conversation turns to the letter from the capital. The news has not arrived yet, so it was not difficult to understand that the parents do not care. The man assures that the spouses are simply busy, and so they care. Inside, emotions are truly guessed which are becoming increasingly difficult to hide inside. If the young man does not recover from the damned wounds, he will be hidden even further from the others. In order to change the subject, the brunette recalls the fact that the young lady cried a lot before going to bed. She is upset that they did not talk before leaving. Yesterday, as soon as the little girl woke up, she came to her friend's room and prayed to God, asking that everything would be fine. This man really cared. Paul is glad that the gentleman made such a good friend. Since the boy was wounded, loneliness has become something familiar and natural. It was always somewhere nearby. For some reason now, the blonde feels only emptiness, which presses on his consciousness, not leaving him alone. There is no important person nearby who always lit the way. It was like that from the very beginning. The hero tried to keep his distance, but Evelyn always approached without hesitation, because she knew that it was necessary for both of them. For some time now, the young man wanted to be close to the beauty and never let go. She would never judge and could always support him to the fullest extent, showing love. The servant's words about his girlfriend are playing through my head again. There are too many doubts that are best put aside for now. The priest met the arrivals almost at the threshold and took the animal he had already heard the story and asked to go into the room where the prepared cardinal could wait. Every time the Monstera family comes to the estate, everyone around tries to be as friendly as possible in order to show their welcome. His Eminence smiles, saying that he is glad to meet the young miss. Again, the man asks to call him simply Antonio, so that he can be on a first-name basis. The little girl freezes and laughs awkwardly, asking how one can call the cardinal simply by his first name. As it turns out, this is already normal practice. The guy is used to it. In any case, the lady will not have to do this often, and honestly it is considered a bit burdensome, but there is no point in refusing, so as not to upset. Not to be delayed, the beauty nods, promising that she will call the old man as he wants, and then nods. Everyone gathers around to begin the ceremony, and next to the lady, there is something strange, like a wash basin, where you need to place your hand. There is also a holy relic nearby that can determine the amount of divine power and what should be done with the animal, all based on the level. Those who are born with power undergo a test of divine energy there. Depending on the amount of power, a person can follow the path of a priest. If the girl puts her hand into the bowl, it will fill with water. According to the amount of divine power, there is nothing harmful to the human body, so it should be done quickly. A groove has appeared there, so the lady asks if the cup has ever overflowed, which the priest cannot remember since it is usually only half full. If there is not enough divine power, the girl should not be upset, because there are many people in the temple who will always be happy to help a small child. The eyes close, and the hand is already reaching forward. The girl hopes that nothing terrible will happen, so there is no point in worrying. A bright light illuminates the entire room, and the priest standing behind even exclaims in surprise. It seems like that's enough, but for some reason it becomes more difficult to stop. There is still very little time left. The baby is waiting for everything to fill up, exactly as she was told. Before the procedure, sparks of anticipation are dancing in her eyes. The elders approaches from behind, grabbing the beauty by the wrist in order to drag her away. She does not immediately understand why she was stopped and what could have happened. Antonio quickly let go of her hand, asking for forgiveness. It was enough already, but the man himself became agitated. In fact, what Miss Evelyn did was incredible. It would be more than enough to tame the beast, and that was the most important thing. The girl misunderstood, but perhaps the water from the bowl was about to spill over the edge. The consecration of the magical animal is complete, so it remains to go further into the room. The girl does not dare to contradict, so she leaves the hall. The bunny is already sitting on the table, wrapped in a light towel. He is all wet after bathing in holy water. He probably didn't like it very much. The baby throws himself into the arms of his owner, not paying attention to the fact that he might get her dirty, as if he were complaining that the girl left without saying anything. The girl is asked about the name, because without this important stage, they will not be able to finish. She remembers how the animal ate carrots with appetite. So perhaps this option will be the one. The baby didn't like being called carrot, so an apology followed. Something was needed that could be suitable, and it seems the lady managed to choose the right one. Now there is no point in worrying, because the choice you make will be the ideal option that you won't miss. Since almost everything was finished, the next step was to hold a ceremony in front of the holy statue. This girl on the wall is called Saint Lena. The Countess carefully examines the marble, which shimmers beautifully in the rays of the sun that fall through the window next to it. A few years ago, a saint appeared who said she had great foresight and divine power that would outshine all other priests. The lady later became better known as a saint who rose to the position of empress, the little girl never seeing what she really looked like. When the guest is ready, the young man promises to begin the prayer. The rabbit deserves to live, and therefore one should make as much effort as possible to get what he deserves. A hand falls on the top of the girl's head, who closes her eyes, asking God to help the wicked soul live another life in purity and prayer. Finally, they are almost finished, and now all that remains is to pronounce the name of the beast with divine power. There will be no problem, but the lady does not know how to manifest the energy. If Monstera is not yet used to dealing with this, then of course they will not refuse to help her. All that is required is to name the animal as needed. The girl says, "Ruby," and it immediately appears on the collar. Now the force will no longer cause unnecessary chaos, so a tamed rabbit appeared. The heroine needed guidance. Even though she had a decent amount of divine power, she had no experience, so she had to spend a month in the temple. The beauty can return to her home and is looking forward to it. Just yesterday, she gave the baby a name, and today he has already grown up. Time is really such a strange thing that you can't keep up with it, no matter how fast you run. The only thing that worries you is how Cassis is doing. Miss greets her mother and May, whom she hasn't seen for a long time. Everything was fine, but the maids were sad without their beloved mistress. Evelina nods and is about to say something else, but a familiar voice calls her Cassis, heading to greet the lady. Although the boy still limps, it is clear that he is much better than before. It is a little painful to see him like this, but the thought that he will be better very soon helps. Instead of greeting the hero, immediately climbs in for a hug. He hadn't seen his girlfriend for a long time, and therefore couldn't help but do what he had planned. The excitement hadn't subsided since the moment it all happened. The girl immediately lights up with joy. As soon as she hears she always wanted someone to worry about her, because she usually behaves exactly like them. Cassis's heartbeat can be heard even through his body, and it makes him feel a little uneasy. It must have been a real shock when the beast attacked the beauty and tried to do something. It's not the time to think about the past, because no one knows what it depends on. The patient is standing without a crutch, so a friend suggests going to sit for a bit. The boy promises that he will do everything, but a little more hugging wouldn't hurt. The girl is already starting to get irritated, so blushing she tries to push the blonde away. Smiling, the hero asks for forgiveness, but in reality he was just very happy to see Monstera after a break in communication for a whole month, which seemed to last forever. I would like to know what happened in his absence. But alas, for now it seems more impossible than real. The Cass that the lady knew has become completely different. The door opens, and Alisa appears running to hug her friend. She cries so loudly that one might think that she thought that Evelina had died and would not return. Lagging behind her friend and wiping away the accumulated tears, the beauty asks if everything will be okay now and nothing will happen. She promises that everything is fine. Now the conversation turns to the brooch that was given to her before the trip to the forest. Elisa believes that Monstera should have the thing, but she refuses because everything worked then. Elon apologizes in the same way as his sister. His face shows that the man is suffering no less. He must have blamed himself a lot for not staying by his side, going back to the adults. There is nothing to apologize for, and the young man did not even do anything like that. It was the Countess who went deeper into the forest in vain and lost the way, thereby dooming herself. If there are still regrets, this can be easily atoned for. The lady asks to send her a book about familiars and dragons. She says that she herself has such a ward, so she wants to read about him. Making a contract with a magical animal requires magical power, and Elon also knows that without it maintaining a connection is difficult, even almost impossible. The girl is not sure, but on the day when everything happened, she had such divine energy she does not yet know why, but she survived precisely thanks to this protection. Of course, the friend jumps for joy. She remembers at that time how a magical bright golden light appeared, which was most likely what is now considered powers. To change the subject, the lady offers to show her friends. Her familiar, the rabbit, ends up in her arms and is introduced as Ruby. The baby looks a little scared, but this is logical, because Alisa almost immediately starts squealing with delight. She wants to squeeze the animal to get a better look. The girl takes the bunny while she is being asked if she is scared. Only now does the realization come that this is the very monster that was being talked about. Poem jumps up and throws the animal back into her friend's arms, screaming that she wants to get rid of it. Evelyn assures that the baby is no longer the least bit dangerous, while the blonde cries, saying that it will be a little difficult for her to believe it. Elon studies the familiar. All of his kind have a collar of a golden hue around their neck. Then in the forest, the lady unknowingly created a contract and spent a whole month in the temple trying to solve it. Ling Ling will surely become some important person in the empire over time. The virgin smiles, but asks her friend if he too can become a great man, as he himself desires, only she knows that the boy will become Cassis's secretary. The guy got the books they asked for, but the girl didn't really like it, because she didn't consider herself a child to read something like that, and she didn't want to upset her in any case. Evelyn exhales and decides to do other things in order to distract herself a little from her studies. The Duke suggests having lunch, or eating at least a piece of cake that was prepared. While the heroine was on a diet, she did not want anything like that, but agreeing again, she sits down at the table. Now she can live in peace, because the dessert turned out to be too delicious. The guy holds out another piece, asking if his girlfriend would like more. She can't help but refuse, but at the same time she remembers that this dessert belongs to her interlocutor. The girl eats it too appetizingly. The lady is always like this, and she certainly won't take the boy's last thing. After the trip to the temple, the young man became strangely obedient and never argued. The heroine stretches out her hand and pats his hair. If everything goes so right from now on, no problems will ever arise again. She is pleased when a friend is so kind. Trying to say that now is not bad, either. The young man encountered a wave of indignation. He walks on crutches, so you can't call it excellent. As soon as the hero recovers, he can immediately return to the capital. There is no need to rush, but Montes is probably not entirely satisfactory after having managed to live in the capital for a short time. Even Monstera sometimes gets bored, so she can imagine what it is like for a friend. The young man left the uneaten cake and turned away, his sad gaze directed somewhere out the window. The lady was clearly trying to console him, but in the end the result was completely different. A little more time passed, and finally autumn came to the estate. Sometimes time flies, as if hurrying is the most important thing, and a person does not even notice how the seasons change. The blonde distracts Evelyn from the unnecessary thoughts that are in her head. He asks what she is thinking about, suggesting that it would be better to return to their tea party. There's no need to even mention that more than half a year has passed since Cass arrived in Montes. The girl just wants time to go even faster. With Thanksgiving coming up soon, the boy is asked if he has thought about what he can prepare, but it turns out he has absolutely no new ideas. This special holiday is a time to give thanks for a year of abundance, and is a day to share gifts with loved ones, perhaps a mix of Christmas. Usually this day is spent with family because they are the closest people. Despite everything, Evelyn is not sure that there will be any news from the capital, because until now, the Duke and Duchess have been silent. In the 6 months that Cassis had been nearby, One could count on one's fingers the number of messages from the city, and not one of them was written by the parents, as if they had forgotten about their son. Plucking up her courage, the friend asks if the guy is going to try sending his family a Thanksgiving letter. Today, the lady is thinking of going to choose a postcard for her mom and dad, so she could take a friend with her, turning away, so as not to show emotions. The hero only says that he does not want to. The girl knew that the guy would not have the desire, but she is definitely not going to back down so easily. She begs him to go with her, trying to choose how to lure her friend. On the way there, the lady was going to stop by a new dessert cafe that had opened nearby, and the weather was nice today, so the blonde finally agreed to the offer. If this is really the case, they can get together and meet in the hall before leaving. They must definitely tell Alice where they are going. The young man freezes and asks again why there is even talk about the blonde. For some reason, he was convinced that they would go only together as everything usually happens. The girl doesn't think there's any problem here. The three of them will be able to try even more delicious things, and everything will be exactly as originally planned. A dessert cafe is usually more fun when there are more people there than originally planned, so you can't say that your friend did something wrong. The lady quickly ran off to get ready, and within an hour, almost everyone was at the festival, and the girl couldn't help but look around with eyes full of delight. In honor of the Thanksgiving holiday, the city was brightly decorated with all sorts of holiday decorations. Alice has some things to do, so she will be late, but she can start by buying gifts. The carriage stops, and the first to get out is a blond man who extends his hand. He can't help but help the lady, and she nods carefully descending the stairs. The joke about how much of a gentleman the Duke had become was a success, and the young man also laughed, realizing that perhaps it wasn't said seriously. At the end of the main street was a department store, where they were going to go first. Going inside, the girl lets out a quiet squeal because of the beauty. Then complete chaos begins, because the blonde runs from side to side, pointing at different things. She liked the candlestick and some kind of medallion the most. Evelyn had already collected a lot of things. When she was reminded about the cards, they would not be able to buy what they came for if they were constantly distracted by everything in sight. The young man reaches out and grabs his girlfriend by the palm. There are quite a lot of people in the room, and in order not to get lost, you should move carefully while being nearby. The choice is too huge, and each postcard looks more beautiful than the other. While the girl examines every detail, she does not miss the opportunity to ask the young man if he will choose something. The guy is worried, but doesn't want to show it in public. To cheer up his friend, the lady asks for help with choosing a card. She is not sure what to do with so many. With just one glance at the counter, the hero hands over two pieces that look ordinary, but at the same time, refined and artful, as if specially created for the Duke. Once you have managed to choose, it means you can leave. Right next to the exit, the blonde froze and began to intently study something new with his gaze. It seems that he managed to notice something interesting. There is a beautiful medallion with a blue bird hanging on the stand. Evelyn also noticed it half an hour ago. Apparently all people have somewhat similar tastes. A young man wants to give someone a special pendant, but when asked about it, he simply starts to refuse, assuring that he is just looking. After both of them were tired, they went outside, but also continued holding hands, because there were many people around, and Alisa met them there. The girl wanted to go shopping with her friends, but she came so late because a merchant from the kingdom of Latium came to the estate. He brought some strange artifacts. The lady decided to stay to take a closer look. A bright light of interest lit up in Monstera's eyes as she asked if they could invite this man to their estate. The man arrived and introduced himself as Aldo, the owner of a small shop in the kingdom of Latium, and was glad that the group was allowed to visit the Count's palace and spend time there. The girl's mother had heard from Mrs. Poem that there were many beautiful things to be found in the shop, and the assembled party could hardly wait to see the assortment. But it seemed that only Cassis was not too interested. From dream catchers that make your dreams come true To ringing wind chimes and luxurious rugs, the store has it all, so you can take your time choosing. The ma'am immediately said that she needed a carpet for the living room. The man was about to start showing the assortment, but the young lady asked about the artifacts that she would like to look at. Of course there is a choice, and so now the young man will show what the lady might like. She does not behave too picky, but this does not mean that everything will be fine. The first thing that catches the eye is a strange cocoon with transparent glass. As they said, it is a relic called a dragon egg incubator. It is used for hatching. The thing, as is known, shortens the incubation period because the baby inside feels great. Without thinking, the girl agrees to buy it because Bobby will like it. It definitely works since it is sold, but it is not that simple. The incubator turns on as soon as you put a crystal in it, which ends up in the hands of a beauty. It is a precious stone that attracts magic around itself. It charges itself with energy, thereby allowing it to penetrate inside and begin to act. Cassis asks about the price, but the seller smiles, saying that he can just take it as a compliment for the many purchases he has made. The girl does not understand why the young man does not agree to something free when he is offered it, but here, something else is at stake. Later objections will not be accepted. The hero asks Paul to leave it to him, showing a pillow with an object that looks more like jewelry. The man asks questions, and it seems to be a ring, and an incredibly old one at that. The treasure that glitters is called the Tear of St. Lena, and it is one of the few masterpieces that Master Phenasuphoron made during his lifetime. Many have heard that the ring was lost during an earthquake, and it seems to have wandered the world as a relic until it ended up in this estate along with the shop. The guy smiles, looking pleased with himself, as he asks her to name the price of the thing. The girl initially thought it was just junk, so of course, she now stands there with wide eyes. The time has come to give gifts already prepared and placed inside the box. The girl sincerely thanks for caring for her since birth. The couple is surprised and immediately starts smiling because the daughter looks too adorable while the mother hugs the baby. The father wonders when she managed to pack everything. Opening the box, the man examines what is there for the parents. As for lovers, the girl bought paired pendants and embroidered the handkerchiefs herself, promising that they will keep everything they release the lady from their embrace. Because she looks at Cassis for her friend, she also did not forget to buy something important. A beautiful blue flower appears from her pocket, which the lady tucks behind her ear into her hair. It suits the boy incredibly because of his fair skin and bright eyes. Then comes laughter because of the surprised expression on the interlocutor's face, and a small box appears in his hands, which actually contains something. The wait seems like an eternity, until the friend unpacks what's hidden inside and sees the very same pendant he looked at in the store but didn't buy, so Evelyn did it. Later the man will be able to put something valuable inside, because there is an open space where everything should fit. The reaction is completely different from what was expected. In fact, the young man also has something to give, and he takes out the same box, which turns out to contain exactly the same medallion with a bird. Then the gaze focused only because the thing seemed like a good gift. The parents smile because they understand that the friends will now have matching pendants, which is usually the case, but this time it all happened by pure chance. The girl is sitting in the greenhouse, in the same place where the egg is in the incubator. Everything is definitely working, since the color seems to have even lightened a little by several shades. It is said that the color of dragon eggs fades as they get closer to hatching time, so this was the only clue as to what to do next. Bobby would soon be born. The baby needs to come to life as soon as possible, because without him, it's even a little sad. Ruby also really wants to see her new friend, but if necessary, they will continue to wait. May reminds Miss about the meeting she has scheduled for the afternoon. Alice is probably tired of waiting, so it will be impossible to postpone it any longer for the sake of the egg. The bunny is about to run after her, but he is stopped. His friend doesn't like him, so he will have to stay home. His expression in shock freezes for a few more seconds. I had to calm down and sit next to the egg to control how everything was going. The animal noticed something interesting on top of the cocoon, so with glowing eyes, it tries to reach there with its paws. For some reason, everything went completely wrong, and in a moment it was lying on the ground, with a crack that had formed due to it falling from the table. Elisa greets her friend. She wanted to show something, and it seems that it is connected with what she managed to buy. Then the emotions subsided, and Dad said that she could invite friends. Of course, Evelyn should be shown first. The girl smiles pleasantly, walking after the blonde. Most likely she was very excited, since she wanted to show. Before the duo enters the room, the guest is asked not to be surprised. On the table, there is a book with the inscription, Diary. Covered with various stickers, it is a document written in some ancient language that has not yet been identified. There were absolutely no words left because something strange happened inside at that moment, more like a revolution. The maiden recognized her diary from a past life. Worried about her friend's condition, the lady asks if everything is okay with her. As we know, Monstera is interested in artifacts and should be happy. She has to calm down, telling herself that it's just a similar design. Permission to leaf through the book has been received, so all that remains is to carefully walk through the pages, the hand reaching forward, while in the head there continues to be a confrontation between common sense and convictions. The first page is filled with worries about work and how difficult it is there, especially because of the director jumping away from the diary. The beauty cannot figure out how the thing got into the new reality. Elisa is not at all helpful because she asks a lot of questions about what is written there and whether her friend managed to read even a line. The little girl was unable to do anything, despite the fact that a decent amount of time had already passed. Unfortunately, neither she nor her father even understood in what century this album was released. It's written in Korean, and the novel takes place in another country. So, of course, the girl can't read anything. It was known before that real-world objects are often found as relics, and there are probably plenty of other things of the brunette. The people living here don't even suspect about other worlds, or that a book was written about them. The lady asks to sell her the diary, despite the fact that it is her father's thing. The Monstera family has an ancient map that the Baron wanted, so in this way everything will be more or less honest. If an exchange takes place, the fathers will most likely understand everything. They are not able to refuse their daughters. Poem nods, promising that she will ask, but she cannot guarantee because the man is very excited about the document. The family had already managed to call an appraiser, and he said that it all looked like a collection of poetry. The end of the sentence in what was written was always the same, and it seemed that this was how people in the past learned to rhyme. There must be poems on the pages with a very deep meaning that once touched the soul. Evelyn cannot tell the truth and tries to distract herself from it. The endings of the sentences are similar, but that doesn't mean anything. The only thing that can be called poetry is that the girl constantly wanted to kill the director and wrote the same thing over the months. If someone manages to decipher what is written, the lady will probably die of shame for herself and for what is happening. The whole universe decided to torture the beauty so that she could not do anything. There was nothing to be done. So the Countess promised herself that she would do everything in her power to get her diary and use it to light the fire in the room at the estate. Cassis checks his body with a special device that was given to him. A lot of mana has accumulated inside, although recently the number of attacks has decreased, but the absorption rate in the body has doubled. To avoid a situation like that time with the beast, you will have to remove the accumulated material more often and put it inside the storage device until the treatment is finished. This will be an important part of the routine. Paul visited the master to tell him again that the mana absorption rate had increased noticeably recently. They both understood that this could not be a good sign. The boy is silent, but then quietly asks about his father. Inside, there is still hope that the Duke said something at least when he sent the magical devices to Montez. The servant stuttering promises that next time he will ask if Urquio has anything to convey. But without letting him finish, the young man asks him not to do anything. He expected a lot, but he should have thought about it in advance. Just recently, a friend handed over a postcard that she had chosen for Cassis' father, but he rudely refused. It was unlikely that anyone in the family cared about the boy they had deliberately sent away. There is a light laugh from behind the door, which makes you wonder what is going on there. It is quite lively today, only because Miss gave all the staff gifts for Thanksgiving, putting them in a good mood. The Montes estate is an amazing place, and this can be seen in the little things. The little mistress who takes care of all her subjects illuminates her acquaintances with joy. Crying and laughing together, even if it doesn't mean much, is the gold mine that brings joy to those living in the castle, a place different from Urquio, where it was always quiet. The guy takes out the talisman that was resting on his chest, only to look at it again and then kiss it. Probably Evelyn doesn't know why. Everything that happened wasn't an accident. Exchanging identical medallions is a popular way of recognition in the capital. It is not just something related to friendship, because there is a deeper meaning embedded inside. If you put your portrait inside and give it to your other half, then even when separated, the couple will remember each other. Warm thoughts always help to maintain relationships. Judging by Evelyn's reaction, she doesn't know anything, because if that were the case, she would probably refuse. She didn't want to get into a dead end like that, so the young man didn't dare tell the truth. That time when the truth was already used, disguised as a joke about the wedding, the lady reacted too violently. Again, remembering the moments, the hero begins to worry. Now it's time to understand that only the blonde finds all this interesting. Because in fact, Evelyn is afraid of the truth. Urquio accepts his emotions. It seems for the first time in his life, a man likes a Virgo who is not afraid of anything. She has never shown herself from a bad side, because every time she tried to make everything better as it is, the baby approaches other people who are unfamiliar to her, without any fear if the person suddenly insults family or friends. By attacking people above her and trying not to miss anything, the lady, without noticing it, empathizes with the pain of others more than anything else. Cassis really likes the beauty before this. It was scary to admit, but if no action is taken, the denial can go too far. The girl hurries to her chambers, and now closing the door from the other side, she leans against the wall with a sigh of relief. Finally, she holds in her hands a diary which is a dark story. It took some effort to get the item back. The lady had not planned to stay overnight in Poem's house, but the situation required it. In any case, you can rejoice because the deal was completed successfully. It was difficult to convince the Baron until the moment when the ancient scroll fell into his hands. The time has come to send what has been written into the fire, in which the pages will not leave, even ashes. The last glance turns to the cover, and the thought of reading it again visits the mind. In the very first section, the brunette writes about Children's Day, which took place in June. Without a boss, the world seems pink, like cotton candy, and therefore, in a good mood, you want to order yourself some chicken and a draft drink. The lady hoped that in her next life, she would be a third-generation chaebol, so that she could live without worrying about money, but the lack of what she needed brought many problems. A smile appears on her face that doesn't go away. The little girl feels as if she has taken out a time capsule that she buried in childhood. After all, she lived a full life, albeit in her own way. For now, this diary is the only witness to a past life. And in some ways, it's even a shame to destroy it. No one will read what's written anyway, since it will be difficult to understand. For the locals, it's a souvenir for a collection. Ruby appears in front of the beauty, quietly snorting from his guilty face. You can understand that he did something terrible. The animal cannot tell, but it is possible to guess. The girl wants to say something or scold the animal, but a strange sound is heard outside, forcing her to immediately go to the exit to check. Before the Lady May appeared in the room to tell what had happened, it seemed like something like an explosion had happened in the greenhouse, and the knights had gone to find out what was going on there. The lady, of course, is asked to wait, because otherwise nothing good will come of it. But she does not know how to react to this. The miss is not going to listen to the maid, so she quickly runs out into the corridor and heads headlong towards the greenhouse. There are too many different thoughts inside the head that can't be considered anything good. Something happened either to Bobby or to the cocoon itself. Everything was fine before Elisa's visit, but now the world seems to have turned upside down. Knights have gathered near the entrance, who for some reason are running from side to side, not intending to go in there. There is a dragon inside, and the lady is stopped, ordered not to go in, because it could be dangerous there. Without listening to anyone standing nearby, the lady pushes forward because she cannot give up and leave her pet. In the greenhouse there was a small dragon with beautiful horns on its head. For a second, the lady freezes, looking at the baby from all sides. She finally met the one she raised, and now the cutie flies into her arms, making sounds that testify to his joy. The reptile really turned out to be black like a bean, so the name now seems even more appropriate. The heroine is warned that her pet bites. Assuring that nothing will happen, Evelyn continues to hug her own animal, which was tamed and given as a gift, will not do anything even if she tries to touch it, which cannot be said about the others. The gaze rises, somewhere up, where there is a huge hole in the ceiling. Glass is still falling in shards to the ground, damaging property with these streams. But the baby cannot be completely guilty, because judging by what he is trying to say, he was worried when he woke up, and his mother was not there. Bobby flew out of his hands and went somewhere only to return back a few seconds later with Ruby in his teeth. The hair was placed on the table, although the girl still has to figure out what he did. Trying to figure out where to look, the lady is completely confused. There is no one to point out to her what is happening, but this can be believed since there is a broken incubator with an egg lying on the floor. Bunny was just avoiding his mistress's gaze because of what happened. It looks like he touched the dragon's egg while it was in the cocoon, and accidentally did something. Luckily, Ruby seems to like Bean. The Duke's voice is heard behind him. He did not want to go so far, but he heard that very loud sound, after which the knights and maids became active. The girl holds the baby forward, saying that it has finally hatched. After several months, it is the same dragon that was looked after, and it clearly arouses Urkio's interest. Cassis, of course, wanted to try to touch the baby, so he stretches out his hand. Instead of giving in, the animal bites his fingers, from which blood flows. It is still terrible, and the lady cannot help but apologize, examining it from all sides. The lady sighs, because now there will be scars on her friend's beautiful hands. He asks again. But now what was said is not as important as the fact of being wounded by a dragon. The boy is still very young, so perhaps if he heals as quickly as possible, there will be no marks left. The hero nods, agreeing that scars are something ugly, spoiling the overall picture and appearance. The beauty, still blushing because she was caught in compliments, promises that she will take responsibility. If something happens first, she should call a doctor who will stop the bleeding. The guy doesn't let his girlfriend run away gently, grabbing her by the elbow. He asks what kind of responsibility she will take if there are scars left, and there seems to be a drop of hope splashing in her eyes. Realizing that they won't get far at this rate, the lady tries to somehow take her hand back, promising that she will fulfill any request so that everything will be fine. The young man is obliged to stand still and not go anywhere. Evelyn disappeared behind the gate, but she did not think about what else could happen. She left the victim alone with the animal that attacked him. The lady must have been too scared to think correctly. Remembering the girl's words, the hero can't help but smile, since he already knows what he can ask for. The dragon probably doesn't like him, since he continues to be angry, warning him not to touch his mistress. The situation seems awkward because the young man hasn't done anything like that yet, and the problem is solved. In order to even the score, the Duke is simply obliged to do something like that. For some reason, Urkio did not consider it necessary to obey, and instead of staying in the greenhouse, he voluntarily returned back to his room. Because of what happened, the start of emergency treatment was delayed. Looking at his bandaged fingers, the hero sighs. It doesn't matter at all if a person has ugly scars, because beautiful hands only show that a man is weak and incapable of anything. The fact that there will be marks on the fingers will not mean that the young man does not look like a brat. Of course, this does not solve anything in order to look right. It is better to recover as soon as possible. The truth is the truth. Whatever it is, even if it hurts to the very heart, the hero makes a suffering expression on his face, saying that even when the blood was flowing, it didn't hurt him. But now everything has changed, because the pain in the soul is always much worse. If you think about it, the injuries were initially caused by a friend who didn't keep an eye on the baby, and you'll have to wait until this performance is over, so as not to offend the young man even more. Unfortunately, this time there is nothing to say for sure, because strictly speaking, it is Evelyn's fault that Bobby bit Cassis, who for some reason he did not like. We must not forget about the words that were said at the very beginning of the summer. The little girl asked Bean to wait until hatching, and then ask the Duke properly, or bite him. No one knew that everything would turn out against their will, and that their opinion about Urquio would change. It is impossible to predict what will be on Cass's mind. He can easily wait 8 years and plan revenge for the scars left on his hands. The mistake of the owner of the pet dragon changed his life, forcing him to think about what can be done. Just thinking about the possible developments becomes terribly scary. You have to be very, very careful. It's hard for a dragon to be so loyal, and a lady can sprinkle beans on cooked rice. Evelyn clutches her head, screaming about her cozy life, which is literally running away from her somewhere into the distance, without leaving even a single trace on the path to perfection. The boy asks what happened, and only now the lady realized that she had accidentally spoken her thoughts out loud, even if they were just stupid fantasies that would probably never turn into reality. The blonde lowers his eyes, asking what her life has to do with it, if her friend is so tormented by the wound. Even so, it is extremely difficult to connect these two options. All that remains is to discard everything unnecessary and try to forget what was said. The brunette always enjoys taking care of a friend, and she is already looking forward to how she will look after him. This time, it is possible to believe in it, but how it will go further will depend on other factors. The girl is glad that everything is going as well as possible, and so she runs up to ask again, joy burning in her eyes, and her cheeks are slightly flushed. Something indistinct is heard right next to his ear, but it is extremely difficult to understand what exactly was said. The young man moves away, asking the beauty not to come so abruptly and close, because he still does not understand how to react in such situations. The mood has changed, but for now it doesn't mean anything. A knock is heard outside the window, which literally saves from the awkwardness of the situation. The magical ruby, who was forgotten on the street, is stuck to the glass on the other side. Rushing to the door, the lady opens it, asking why the baby was hanging there. The hare does not answer and jumps back, allowing his gaze to turn to the little dragon sitting behind him on the balcony railing. Becoming more strict and lowering her voice, the Countess again repeats that she asked him to stay in the greenhouse because she was going to return very soon. At the moment, the baby is forbidden to approach Cassis, who will begin to be afraid of him. Ruby is also not allowed to be touched because the poor animal is completely unable to resist her friend's playfulness. The girl sees sad eyes and assures that she is not angry at all. This is not how she should behave. Cassis comes a little closer and closes the doors, leaning towards the girl's shoulders. The guy hugs her, saying that for now the lady will stay next to him and not with her pet. The baby gets even angrier, starting to actively beat his wings and paws against the glass. If he can't be stopped, the door will be broken, and the blonde will suffer even more as the initiator of the connection. It was already deep night outside, and the stars had gone down. The servant knocked to enter the mistress, who seemed to have called him a little earlier. A woman with dark hair was sitting on a chair by the window. The Duchess asks to prepare all her things, and without waiting for any questions, says something about Montes, who is going to visit as long as her son is there. It will always be in her interests. By the morning, everyone in the estate knew about the upcoming events. According to the maids, Urkio herself was going to visit their castle. She conveyed her greetings and said that she wanted to see the young miss for the last time. The girl is never against new connections or important meetings, but in her humble opinion, a personal visit from the Duchess is somehow too pompous. Up to this point, the woman had never sent even a small message. Paul, having heard the news, did not understand how this could happen, because he did not think that the lady would personally come to see the Countess. Perhaps this was just an excuse, and in fact the girl wanted to see her son, whom she most likely missed. It seems like you don't need an excuse to see your child, but that's usually not the case with other people, and it's not related. The servant suggests that they could go with the young master so as not to leave him alone. The girl had not been there for quite a long time since winter, and several months had already passed. A beautiful dark liquid is poured into a cup, and the cup is sent to the lips. The tea at least helps a little to cope with unnecessary thoughts. Soon that very day of separation from Cassis will really come. The boy was so angry at their first meeting that one might think he hated all the people in this world. At the thought of an imminent separation, the lady feels only emptiness that does not go away. She is so used to being close and spending time together that now, of course, it hurts her. It seems that the lady has become too attached to the young man, so she does not want to let him go. She wants him to stay by her side forever. Paul, standing nearby, hears the question of whether his ward will soon go back from where he came from. The same night that the news of the Duchess's visit was brought, the boy had another attack, which again made him feel as terrible as never before. It was somehow connected, but the girl was unable to draw a line. The girl sits next to the guy who is lying in bed with a fever from which his face is completely red, applying a soft handkerchief to his forehead. She tries to ease the pain. If it hurts a lot, the young man warns that he may even cry, but there is no need for this. The hero does not want to see the baby in tears when she offers to do it for him, but at the same time, he would like to see tears. It is impossible to correctly say that the guy likes it. When the lady cries for him, worries and puts him as her number one. The girl straightens the bed to make the pillows more comfortable, asks about his mood. A meeting with his mother will take place very soon, and probably the young man misses her very much, even though he doesn't show it. Sometimes a person has too many worries, and only God knows what exactly he needs. Unfortunately, the beauty does not know how to help her friend feel a little better. The question was not a pleasant one, but there were no noticeable changes. The thin expression on his face froze, while his eyes looked somewhere out the window. The boy seemed to be happy and waiting for the meeting, but maybe that was not true. Earlier, the blonde tried to write a letter to his mother, but this was also unsuccessful, and he also called her in his sleep, asking for forgiveness for everything that happened. Every small detail testified to the fact that he was still worried. Finally, a hoarse voice is heard, which confirms the hypothesis. He said in the past tense, but this does not mean that he is not bored. Now everything has remained exactly the same. Only the person next to him has changed, who has become more important than everything else. The young man asks if his girlfriend wants him to get well soon. This question sounds perhaps more like mockery, since it is already obvious. Nobody wants to be sick for eternity because it affects health. Pushing the scarf away from his face, the blonde quietly says the opposite. If there were no improvements, he would be able to stay forever in this estate near his family. The girl has no idea how to react to what was said, because a hurricane is raging inside her. The words seem so unreal that she can't find any options within herself. Even though the young man is speaking so loudly now, he will soon leave and then forget about Evelyn's existence. He doesn't realize how difficult life is during such periods, but they both will have to stop thinking about friendship. Initially, Monstera was just a childhood friend, but only for a while, not forever. Just a minor character in the original, just an extra, and one that would be forgotten in a short period of time. Trying to hide her thoughts, the brunette snorts. The parents pray for the well-being of the Duke. and such words will make them incredibly sad. As soon as the hero leaves for the capital, he will probably forget about all mentions of this estate. The Duke does not believe in the truth of what was said, and promises that he will never forget the one who gave him an understanding of what true friendship is, and the one who became an important part of him. Those precious moments spent with the lady will forever remain in my mind. Evelyn was like a dream. Her behavior, her character, and her approach to people were always something special. The gaze drops somewhere down, and even at that moment, it begins to seem as if the young man is about to cry, preventing something terrible. The girl asks what kind of moment this is, interrupting the speech that was forming in her head. Jumping up from her chair, the little girl runs out into the corridor, closing the door behind her and wishing her good night. The Duke responds in kind, but it seems too late. All the words disappear into the emptiness of the room. The shoes tap rhythmically on the floor as the lady walks forward to her chambers. She can't stop thinking about what happened, not understanding what the meaning of all these words was. Cassis just thanked for spending time together. Due to the many thoughts, the lady did not look at where she was running, thereby calling herself a sentence. She collided with May, who jumped back and began to apologize. Miss was too deep in thought, and therefore she is the one who bears the blame for the incident that happened. The red-haired girl nods, looking at the lady who is all burning up, as if she had a fever. The lady shakes her head, assuring that everything is fine. The reason why the face is like a tomato is something else, and alas, this time it will not work to say, because it is too stupid. The maid still insists on calling a doctor immediately. The brunette insisted to the very end that she was fine, and without noticing it, she found herself in bed where she had been sent to rest, the doctor sitting next to her, examining and checking her condition. The jokes were not for everyone, because the beauty really did have a slight cold. The girl will be prescribed a medicine that will help, just like the previous times. This happens almost every season, due to poor immunity. There was now even more confusion in my head, because in addition to thoughts about Cassis, there were questions about the illness relief, that the fever was not from the Duke's words. Literally the best feeling I had been able to experience in a long time. May is outraged that the lady is happy about the disease she has caught. The little girl asks to forget about what was said, but unfortunately this will not happen. She smiles sweetly every time in an awkward situation and avoids a direct answer. While the lady remains in bed, they will bring her water and sweets. She will need to take medicine. Treats will help to reduce its bitter taste. Being sick is sometimes great, because at least you can get more sweets. The very next day, the girl regretted what she had said the day before. She had the worst fever of her life, and she had probably never felt so bad. Almost all the time, while the illness lasted, the beauty slept. But sometimes opening her eyes, she could see her mother, and even her father, who found time to visit his daughter, and at least hold her hand as a sign of support. Cassis also came, and in this way several more nights passed, after which the fever finally subsided. Autumn really began to give way to winter, and at such a time, a lady almost always falls ill, not having control over her body. Because of the duration of the fever, the drowsiness was even worse, and because of this, the lady decided to be a little capricious every time while she was allowed to. The familiar voice of Cassis is heard, who realized that his friend was still sleeping. It was night outside, so the little girl was even surprised when she saw the guy sitting next to her on the bed. They missed the time to talk, so now there is no choice but to pretend to be asleep as Cassis himself once did. What an irony, everything returned to normal. Picking up a cool handkerchief from the table, the hero carefully applies it to the girl's forehead, realizing that for some reason she has started sweating. Apparently it's only getting worse. Still, the girl is weak in body, so she needs to be toughened up from what was said. Anger appears, which for some reason does not restrain itself. When the young man was sick, the lady also often did about the same thing. But this time, for some reason, everything is completely the opposite. Today the hero looks quite respectable. His clothes are different from the usual suits that are worn to go out or spend time at home. In general, Cassis is about 2 years older than Evelyn, but because of his past life and the memory of it, he was always perceived as much younger, like a small child. Taking care of someone is not as bad as it may seem, but it also takes time and is something important. A person in trouble will understand the whole essence of his loved ones when he is helped. Smiling, the blonde asks Evelyn to get well soon. With the way the lady is treated, she will definitely recover very soon. This time, everything should end relatively well. The girl had already recovered, and going down to the room expected to see anything. Of course, except for the pile of gifts that had been bought for her. She asked the maid in amazement what it was. The first was the package sent by the Duchess of Urquio. As expected, great generosity was shown on her part. In fact, it was all a bit too much, even if there was no choice and no right to speak. Paul smiles. He is happy that he can repay the young lady. At least in this way, he should not be happy, because there is simply nowhere to put such a number of boxes. There are too many of them. Still beaming, the young man suggests that they report this to the Duke's estate, and perhaps they will build an additional warehouse in the castle as a new room of special importance. There is a knock at the door. There is already some new person there whom he has never seen before. The hero bows his head. In respect, he is glad to meet the Countess Gilbert, works as a butler for Urquio. The girl asks to give her a list of gifts her parents recently left for a social event, so she will have to sort them herself. Cassis's mother asked to tell her that she would be grateful if Evelyn accepted a small gesture of sincerity. The first thing they ask about is the Duchess, whether she has arrived. But as it turns out, the woman went straight to the Hysian temple. She has some business there. While the lady was unconscious and ill, a letter arrived from Urquio stating that she would not be visiting the mansion, but would immediately go to the holy monastery. May also doesn't know why the route changed so much, but some say it's because of the beauty's pure faith. A more logical reason would be a son. But no, Gilbert doesn't know the exact dates on which the lady will remain in the temple, but he will definitely pass it on if he suddenly finds out something. The girl remains secretive when she goes somewhere. While there is still time to come to his senses, the man turns to Paul, asking about the young gentleman. The boy has not come out yet, but he can be seen. The young man refuses. It became noticeable that the image of this duo is too different, as if they are from different planets, although they serve the same duke. The blonde delivered all the gifts, so he is going to leave for his mistress. The little girl cannot believe that the young man will not even visit Cassis, but he is still sleeping. She does not want to wake him up. The carriage set off. The Duke grew up in such an environment, and he did not deserve it. There was always cold indifference around him, instead of love and tenderness. At the first meeting, he, a little boy, wanted so much to pretend to be an adult, because he thought that it would somehow help. It seemed to him that there were no other options. Exhaling, the lady says out loud how lonely the young man is. She never noticed it. Even if it could be understood without problems, it would be easier. Paul agrees, because that was the case in the past, whereas now he is hardly lonely. The Duke now has a new friend who matters most. Almost immediately, the beauty heads to her young friend's chambers. She tries to wake him up, shaking him by the shoulders and forcing him to sit up on the bed. The first thing the young man asks is if Gilbert has left, and as it turns out, he left gifts, after which he disappeared. The girl does not know if she liked the gifts, because she has not opened them yet. Since there is nothing to do anyway, the beauty suggests unpacking everything that was brought together. She always finds joy, even in the smallest things, which makes her heart warmer. Already going out into the corridor, the lady asks for one unusual request. She would like to be able to hold hands so as not to slow down. The boy agrees. There was still a fear inside that the hero would be disappointed again by news about his mother, but it seemed that all this had gone over the edge, making him worry too much. In the corridor, the couple met Alisa, who reacted to Cassis, as usual, not very well. According to the guy, she had gone completely wild since she was breaking into other people's houses. The situation was fine, until it became tense. Due to the confrontation between these two, they still could not find a common language. The girl didn't come to the blonde, but to Evelyn. And for good reason. There's no point in attacking her. As soon as she managed to get inside, asking not to speak in such a tone, the lady restrains herself from starting to shout too. They could have started the conversation at least with a greeting. The young man lowers his head and snorts guiltily. The girl is right after all. Poem is her guest, so there shouldn't be any problems. Of course, everything else is still preserved. Looking at her friends, the lady again thinks that something is wrong between them. Cassis has been at the Montes estate for 6 months, but there is still nothing between them. Even if Evelyn made changes to the plot, there seemed to be too many of them. Maybe it all happened because the beauty gave a protective amulet in the forest. There are too many options, because the present could also be something that follows. After that, for Cassis, there was not even a suitable opportunity. If this is true, then when they get back to the capital, they won't have a single chance. It will all end too quickly, and something needs to be done about it. The couple simply must get along with each other. Otherwise, Alice will also have a hard time. Evelyn tries not to cry from the realization of what she could have ruined. Hugging her friend, the lady promises that she will be even kinder, will not make any mistakes if she does not try to do everything in her favor. This may well work. The jar in the beauty's hands attracts attention. They say that lemonade helps with colds, so they brought it to Monstera. Even without trying, the girl can understand that there is something sweet inside. It doesn't matter that there is no spark between the lover they will always be friends with. Poem. I was pulled out of my thoughts by Cassis, who asked me to take the drink away. It seemed too heavy for such a fragile man. There was no time to linger any longer. The beauty wanted to look together at the gifts that were sent by Urquio's mother. There were probably a lot of interesting things there. Elisa asks to go with them, and here the two are again glaring at each other. Deja vu is still present. One could get used to this. Driving yourself crazy with regrets about how things are going wrong is not the best idea. Miss is being pulled towards the door. It looks like her own friends have arrested her to spend time together. Inside the room, there are also piles of presents that have not yet been sorted. And there are even more on the bed, because the floor is almost completely occupied. Elisa looks sadly at the floor, saying that all this is wrong. There are no options, except the fact that the baby is overwhelmed by quantity. Trying to lift her mood, which had fallen sharply, the lady leans towards her friend's ear. The lemonade given to her pleases her more than all the other packages so far. The most important thing in a gift is always the soul, and since the blonde prepared the drink herself, no matter what it is, it will remain the best. Poem agrees. She did everything with her own hands, while wishing her friend a speedy recovery. So that's also worth taking into account. That's right. Much better than thoughtlessly criticizing. Of course, a wave of anger and sarcasm is directed at the Duke, standing behind with an angry expression on his face. Although the lady's family is not as rich as Urquio, they always treat Evelyn warmly, and in their voices, one can hear the hope that their friend will raise them above her friend. The blonde man, who had been holding back until now, intervenes in the conversation. He doesn't understand what Elon has to do with it, as he's not even in the estate, but is busy with his own affairs. The boy is mentioned because he is also of the poem lineage. The boy's behavior is misunderstood as Duke Urquio's insincerity. Patience is almost gone. It is simply impossible to listen to all this. And the lady asks to stop arguing about all sorts of nonsense. They really are like children, and they started with gifts. If Evelyn started all this not letting the guys talk, she is asked in all seriousness who she likes more, Elon or Cassis. This is a test like when a child is asked whether he loves his mother or father more. It is extremely difficult to find the right answer to this question, the gold mine or the middle ground. The lady opens her mouth to say that she likes both, but that option is no longer accepted. Elisa looked scary, and sometimes it goes beyond all bounds. There's nothing to be done. The Duke isn't interested in this topic, so choosing him would look strange. Elon isn't the best option either. Both look as if they are expecting a certain answer, which will be the best one. If the lady answers incorrectly, it will be a complete disaster of great proportions. Exhaling, Evelyn finally calls the cherished name, Alisa. She likes both guys, but from the choice, only the friend who is dearer than all the others is suitable. The blonde blushes, reminding him that she wasn't in the options. She's still his best friend, so he likes her, like no one else. There's something special about that. There is nothing to be done. Since the lady is so liked by others, there are advantages, because now Evelyn is the only responsibility of her friend. The young man standing nearby pretends to be tired, but in reality, he is tired of watching the unfolding picture. It is time for them to start unwrapping presents. It was all over. The friends went their separate ways, and the girl, having poured out some food, went to the greenhouses, where she called Bobby, who had accidentally flown in somewhere. The baby appeared in the distance. Hugging his owner, the animal makes strange sounds, saying that he misses her. Even when the woman is not around, he simply has to eat well and fully. The baby didn't eat at all without the girl, and she's angry about it. Next time it will be necessary to somehow change this and not think about how things are. In general, we are talking about something completely different, and this is important. Cassis appeared behind him, greeting his friend. It wouldn't be possible to just talk like that. Either the young man was in a known danger zone, and they had to leave. Bobby noticed the blonde, and it seemed too late to run anywhere, because the reptile was heading straight ahead, towards the guy who froze in surprise or concern. The boy asks to open his eyes. It seems that nothing terrible happened in the end. Everything will be fine, in any case, even if Bean actively tries to bite the enemy. The woman came to her senses, but now it was time to ask how her friend managed to avoid unnecessary pain, all thanks to the little thing he had gotten earlier. In his hands is a magic medallion. The Duke asked to cast magic on it, and thus was able to protect himself in case of something like this. The lady also examines the pendant, and then fearfully asks if it is disposable. She is afraid that the misunderstanding with Bobby will be repeated next time. The young man gets a little angry, noticing that a gift from a valuable friend cannot be a one-time gift. It seems he emphasized the strange moment. But for what purpose? The dragon begins to grin again, already stretching its muzzle towards Urquio's hand. But he is cut off. The baby is repeatedly ordered to pull himself together and not stick his head out. The brunette can shift the blame as much as she wants, but in reality, it is her own fault, because even before Bob was born, she incited him, telling him all of Cassis's atrocities. The reptile goes to breakfast again. The man initially arrived only because he decided to try out his medallion, which had just arrived. He wanted to check everything out. Either this was all about seeing Monstera or about conducting a real experiment. Both options seem good, at least for a start. Blushing, the blonde answers, simply because in fact, he doesn't know anything. He somehow never thought about something like that. All the lady sees is a child waiting for praise. Children are usually praised, so Evelyn decides to do the same, smiling and telling him how great he is for deciding to seal away magic in order to protect himself. If suddenly his girlfriend has a desire to have something similar, the guy promises that he can do exactly the same. There are no dangers in Montes. One can only hope that nothing happens. The lady can get ready to go to the capital, and then if something goes wrong, their magic will protect her. She jokes again, assuring that it is not scary. In any case, there are no intentions of getting ready to leave. Even if nothing compares to the main city in the empire, life in the village is still good. Evelyn, who followed the love of her life to the capital, had a terrible end. Now, after reading the book several times, the lady is sure that she would never want to go down the thorny path that would only make her end her life. The gay is silent for about a few minutes, and then asks about the debut that every girl probably dreams of. After 18, it is customary to go to the city. The first official visit in the social world is incredibly important. The lady should be interested in the romance of a luxurious reception in the capital's palace, and the first dance with a cool partner. All the girls in the capital can't wait for their moment, so they try their best to prepare as best as possible. If you think about it, Evelyn doesn't feel anything like that. In the novel, Cassis takes Alisa with him as a princess and becomes her partner, thus showing society his future intentions. Monstera didn't seem to get anything then, so she got angry. She was apparently caught cutting Poem's dress out of jealousy. She was disgraced. This act was very childish, but the consequences could not be called something easy, simple, or something that brings pleasure. The beauty turns away and laughs slightly. She is not interested in such romance, so she does not intend to prepare or think through every detail of what she wants to do. The reaction is too violent, and the blonde is still standing there, as if he is in complete shock. It is difficult for him to digest the information that he just received. Saying this as a joke, the heroine assumes that the boy wanted to become her partner, but he nods in all seriousness. Looking away somewhere to the floor, the young man really dreamed of something like this and wanted to see Evelyn in a wonderful dress, moving straight towards him in order to give him an unforgettable dance. The young man really dreamed of something like this and wanted to see Evelyn in a wonderful dress, moving straight towards him in order to give him an unforgettable dance. The girl blushes, but in order to hide her embarrassment, she screams about bad fantasies that cannot come true without any prerequisites. She does not like any kind of parties. Evelyn wants her friend to get well, and he wants his girlfriend to make her debut in the capital, doing it right the right way. When the hero recovers, he promises to become Monstera's partner. At the debut reception, they can make a kind of bet that will have to be fulfilled. The proposal does not seem interesting, although the lady is interested in the hero's condition, but only wants everything to be well with him. He is obliged to promise that nothing will happen. Only the Duke is still delighted with his idea. If he becomes a partner of his acquaintance, she will become the most beautiful flower among socialites. The only heir of Duke Urquio knows what's what. He doesn't need reasons to be sure of what he says. He's not going to put pressure, but he can tell you all the advantages. Sticking to her guns, the heroine goes on to say that she doesn't need such honors, that it's impossible to keep promises that don't seem right, and that the maiden knows what will happen to her later. There is still no connection between the star couple, so only God knows what will happen in the future. There is too much. It is too difficult to understand what is right. The boy will promise that he will definitely keep his word, and the girl should also promise that there will be more meaning in her life. The lady knows that her friend's condition has not been very good lately. If the hero has plans for the future, even finds the strength to live on, he again manipulates his illness, but with a face that is difficult to refuse. Now the words spoken are coming back to haunt him, because Cassis says that he does not make promises that unfortunately he cannot keep. A hand is extended to secure the bond. They will still agree to the deal, and then the young man must try to recover as quickly as possible. The promise will never be kept. The lady understands this perfectly well, but this is a kind of care, which also means a lot. Nothing terrible will happen because of this. Not much time had passed after what had happened when the Countess was informed that her father, together with Urquio, had gone to the temple for a meeting. They were to see the Duchess and the priest. The woman wanted to see the gentleman in person. The message arrived only this afternoon. May doesn't know why the Count, who didn't seem to be planning to, went there too. Perhaps the young gentleman was worried, and the man went only for peace of mind. The Duke has a smart and resourceful Paul, who even this time did not succeed. As we know, the servant is so busy that he probably did not dare to leave the estate unattended. For some reason there is unrest inside. Even if there is no reason for this, the lady just continues to worry further. Monstera is a loyal family man and loves his daughter. There was only one flaw in his image, and for some reason, others were not going to pay any attention to it. The very disadvantage that we're talking about is precisely that the man is a real business maniac. He tries to build more ideas on how to make money. My father's investments were probably always successful, and he grew his business gradually, even though a problem eventually arose. The young man decided to enter into a contract with the Urquio family. to solve a financial problem, but this subsequently led to the ruin of the Monstera family. The girl wanted to know what the problem was, but of course no one would tell her. The only clue she had was the connection to the relic dump. Inside, there is a bad feeling that is not going to leave the body. The beauty jumps up from the table, promising May that very soon she will return back. The little girl simply has to stop what is coming to them if they do not take action. Running to her father, she tries to start a conversation, as she does every day. The girl smells good because she ate sweets, strawberry sherbet, which was wonderful. While the girl is being squeezed by the cheeks, she continues to try to tell something. The brunette promises to buy more goodies, even if he has to work even harder for this. For the sake of the girl, he is ready to do anything. Assuring that there is no need for this, the young lady reminds her father that she likes having him around her. It's just that at home, useless thoughts continue to creep into her head. The conversation turns to why the lady came there. As it turns out, the father is really going to the Hisia temple. The daughter wants to go with him, so she asks if it can be done somehow. If such is the desire, it is impossible to deny. But one cannot forget that the lady is constantly seasick. It would be better for her to stay at home and spend time with her mother. Insisting on the trip, a suitable argument is found. I want to see snow. Last year at about this time the first ice cover fell, although now the weather does not promise anything. It seems that nothing can work as it should, so it seems that there will be no choice. The girl exhales and tries to make the cutest face possible. The beauty just wants to be close to her father, but he doesn't understand this. Lately, the family has been spending very little time together, and this needs to be corrected. Still, the girl is too cute, so since she wants it, the man is going to give in. They will, of course, go to the temple together, where they can spend time after all the work. The child's wish is not the first snow, but to preserve the wealth of their family. So all this happens. The lady is going to take her pets with her, but for now she goes for a walk. The garden is really beautiful. It seems like every tree has already turned orange and red, signaling late autumn. It is especially fascinating to walk at this time of year. May brought a blanket and several baskets of suitcases with her, and before leaving for Hisia, she and Cassis went for one last picnic in the Mori forest. Bobby was released from his cage to play, but instead of flying away, he made another attempt to attack the Duke without listening to anyone. The lady is a little angry because she has already told her several times not to attack Cassis. Bean is sent for a walk with Ruby, and he, with his head down, obediently obeys this time. Paul finds it incredible that the baby has not trained, but still constantly tries to bite the young master, not leaving him alone. For food, the maid has prepared light sandwiches, as well as a few other snacks. She wishes Miss Bon appetit and smiles. Cassis stole another carrot, which was also meant for Ruby. They had a lot of different things prepared, but for some reason both of them focused only on this one. The meal was finished relatively quickly. The lady offers her friend to lie down next to her, so that they can rest peacefully. Nothing bad will happen right after the meal. The young man chuckled, although he thought that they would be comfortable together. In his opinion, such behavior immediately after eating usually causes indigestion. No longer wanting to wait for anything, the beauty grabs the young man by the hand and pulls him to the ground. The mood will immediately change if you don't try to act like a bore. Lying down after eating is considered the best, but it seems that this is only Evelyn's opinion. The hero asks why the lady suddenly decided to look at the beauty of the autumn forest. Before it was all over, I needed to show my friend the views that open up during a regular picnic. Usually, it's not possible to get to something beautiful. Every year, autumn comes back. I can't wait to see it. Next year, it will definitely be worth it, no matter what. It is very likely that next year the Duke will no longer be in Montez. He understands that this is more a truth than a possibility. They will not see each other, so often communication will fade. Evelyn is so tired that she asks to rest together for a while. This option seems the most acceptable to her, and she really does switch off. People don't usually fall asleep so easily, but this is a different case. The girl is unusual. so that he doesn't regret anything at all. The Duke is going to do something special for the last time. Bending down the blonde kisses, the nearest strand of hair he would like to hold the lady in his arms, to always be close and not worry about anything. May is about to ask why Miss fell asleep in such a place, but the hero asks her to shut up. He covers his friend with his jacket, assuring her that everything will be fine. While the lady sleeps a little, the young man will be nearby, so that nothing happens to her. He also asks to bring some kind of blanket, so as not to freeze from the cool autumn wind. The sound is incomprehensible, but it makes her feel uneasy. Trying to open her eyes, the girl realizes that nothing works, because there is something above her. The little girl throws aside the animal that covered her face, and getting up, looks under the tree where the parrot is lying. She accidentally hit it, not intending to cause harm. Strange things sometimes happen in the Mori forest. First, a strange rabbit appeared there, and now it's the parrot's turn. A man's voice is heard calling the baby. It's probably his owner. The girl reacts relatively quickly, hiding the parrot in a basket, and the brunette who appeared in the clearing looks around asking where his pet is. Making a displeased face, the lady asks why they are looking for the bird. The man raised it, and after some time, it ate something and ran away into the forest. The young man realized that the parrot was hidden in the picnic box. Pretending that it was not immediately noticeable, the lady apologizes for such behavior and gives it back. Jack tries to eat another piece of wood, screaming that the owner is an incompetent creature, so he has to be constantly hungry. The little girl watching this whole picture can't help but grimace. She doesn't know how to react to this, so she just waves it off. Nothing terrible is happening after all. If the pet is so hungry it can always be fed, the heroine holds out a basket of food, but it is quickly refused. The man has already caused enough inconvenience. It is also impossible to encroach on the food. After all, this is something that does not belong to the Countess's new acquaintances. There was still a lot of food, so consent was obtained quite quickly. The parrot must have been too hungry, because now he's acting like he hasn't been fed for a long time. It looks like the two aren't from the Empire, but some kind of travelers. On the way, a robber attacked the brunette and took all his money, but thanks to the help of kind people, everything worked out. Now they at least feel better. The girl is worried. She hopes that they at least have money left to return. And fortunately, this is true. The man came to meet a friend from the Hizia temple, and it is easy to get there. The Countess is also going to the same place. If everything is really so they can go there all together, it will be easier. The Duke asks Evelyn if she is really going to believe the stranger. Paul agrees with the young gentleman because one should always be a little more careful. The miss would be better off paying the cabbie. The brunette hurries to apologize for causing any inconvenience and thanks with all his heart for the opportunity. He would rather go on his own. Jack shouts at the owner to take it while it's offered, since they don't have any money anyway. Awkwardness fills the space. The lady will simply pay voluntarily and head back to the castle. The girl hands over the money and asks for forgiveness for making him wait. They say goodbye, and one can only sincerely hope that nothing like this happens to the young man on the way to Hisia. The beauty is too kind, and Cassis doesn't like it. There's no need to be so open with strangers you meet for the first time. By turning away, the lady does nothing to listen. That is not the way those who are so similar to the one they are condemning should express themselves. There is nothing wrong with helping. The girl gets along with her friend only because she is kind enough to endure all this. She understands that everything depends only on her. This, of course, is a joke that is taken with hostility. At the end of the picnic, the couple met a strange man, but the Countess wanted this day to become a good memory for her friend, so she said nothing, and they all arrived at the temple. Roxy is the maid who will be looking after the guests. The Duchess is not here, yet the woman will return immediately after the morning prayer, which will end very soon. While they had to wait, the three were offered some calming tea. The day had come to meet Cassis's mother, and time seemed to fly by. The boy has not been looking well lately, and it is clear that he seems to be worried about meeting his mother, whom he has not seen for about a year. The family hasn't seen each other for a long time. But if the hero just smiles sweetly, the woman will respond to him. In the same way, he must repeat after her, while there is still time, the smile must be the brightest. While the little girl was insisting that she needed to smile even wider, a servant's voice was heard announcing the arrival of the Duchess. A beautiful girl with dark hair and blue eyes appeared at the door. They haven't seen Count Monstera for a long time. He apologizes for arriving only now, asking how his friend is doing. The lady knows that the man is always busy with work on the estate, so there is nothing to regret. He could not put off something so important. The lady, in turn, is doing well. The eyes sparkle with defeat because the lady who arrived at the estate looks incredibly beautiful. Like a fairy, the girl heard that she is old, but she looks so young. In some ways, Cassis is very similar to her mother. They are different, but the external features cannot help but coincide at least a little. The girl gives a completely different impression. If the guy had black hair, the two would be like two peas in a pod. A picture of what the young man would look like with a different hair color is already forming in his head. The blonde is looking too intently, so trying to come to her senses, she bows her head, imagining her person. Elena's daughter is very similar to her mother. The little girl is surprised that they are friends with the countess. As it turns out, they often had the opportunity to drink tea together when the woman came to the capital for a short time. The gaze switches to the son, who immediately freezes and lowers his head. The boy has grown a lot during this time, which is impossible not to notice. While they are here, the young man can simply call her his mother from Cliff. It became known that the attacks have become more frequent. The hero is ashamed of this. The lady is already looking for medicine, so we just have to be patient a little longer. It's inconvenient to talk. Standing up, it's better to sit down on the sofas and continue the discussion. Although such a greeting was expected initially, it is too sad for a conversation between close people who have not seen each other for a long time. Everything should have been different. Remembering Cassis's words, the girl becomes even sadder. When the boy was sick, he wanted it to continue like this so that he could stay close to his friend forever. The next day, after meeting the Duchess, surprisingly it snowed. The lady used this as an excuse, but did not think that she would be able to see something like this with her own eyes. May is worried about how they will be able to get back to the estate when the weather outside is like this. Nothing will change for a few more days because they are on top of the mountain. Near the Count, who enters the room, is the same priest who once helped with Ruby. He has some business with the baby's father that she doesn't know about. Before leaving, the brunette asks the Count to think it over again and then contact the temple. On this note, the door closes with a slam. The young man picks up his daughter in his arms and gently twirls her in the air. He is in a good mood and is determined to earn a lot of money. It's snowing outside, which is considered great, but for now everyone will have to stay in this place for an indefinite period at least, until the snowstorm subsides. The girl wonders how much longer they will stay in this place. All this will drag on, at least until there is an opportunity to go down the mountain. When that will be, is unclear. Changing the subject, I have to ask what was going on about money and why they were talking about it. The man managed to find an interesting product for his business. From what I could hear, it was not very good and seemed ominous, which really made the blood run cold in the veins. In the kingdom of Radium, there is a place that is considered a dump of relics. The lady freezes in shock because she miraculously remembers what kind of business will ruin her father. Of course, an investigation will have to be conducted to verify the truth, but the hero will not stop hoping for good results, which he will definitely get. The father's behavior is as if he is already half obsessed with the idea of making money on what was offered to him. The little girl must somehow pull the man out of this business. My daughter is very interested in work. After all, sooner or later she'll have to learn all this, so it's not scary if the training starts earlier. Boris heard a story from the priest who helped him last time. For some reason he didn't like that man from the first meeting, and it turns out for good reason. There are no signs that this will ever end. In any case, we will have to think through a detailed plan. Later, there is no time for that now. The first snow, which the girl thought would fall only for a moment, was not going to stop, but only continued to cover the roads. The family lingered in the temple. The lady finally noticed Boris, who was surrounded by his acquaintances. She was sneaking behind the priest and thinking about how to wean him away from her father. Each time I had to leave Cassis and move on, explaining why I needed to protect my family and how exactly it was difficult, but everything worked out great. Today, the assembled are heading to the chapel again. Only priests can enter there, so there is no way to follow them. You will have to wait outside as usual. The day could have been considered unnecessary, because again, nothing could be found out. But then, on the way back, the beauty met that same boy with blue hair. The girl wanted to say something, but then someone grabbed her by the hand, asking her to step aside. It turned out that the priests were already returning, and it was not even possible to notice this right away. It just so happened that the young man did not let go of the lady, pressing her against the wall. They had already left, so it was quite possible to start a conversation about what he was doing here. This man always overreacted, so even this time he jumped aside. In fear nothing terrible happened. The baby helped to avoid trouble. The lady is not going to miss the opportunity to ask the name that she did not have time to learn during their last meeting. The hero wants to answer something, but they certainly won't let him apologize again. Something like a habit has developed that has remained to this day. Exhaling and collecting his thoughts, Aelius says his name. It is incredibly beautiful, and somehow even suits such a shy character. The fairy was the first to ask his name, and it turned out that the novice had never before been asked where he was from or about his identity. The girl cannot imagine how her new acquaintance lived with such thoughts for many years. Until now, it seemed that there should be no problems, but as a result, everything changed. Evelyn had not been in these parts for a long time. Aelius thought that she had left, and to some extent, this is true. It is still too early to make loud speeches, but this does not change anything. The girl doesn't understand what is being discussed. She's definitely not a fairy. She hasn't done anything like that. She has no secrets, so she will resist to the last. Having convinced her friend to call her by name, Monstera says that she does not live on the mountain she came from. Montes, her family had business, so they came to Hesia. The young man points his finger at a snow-white building in the distance. He lives in the training center, which means he is one of the novices. It is hard to believe that this could be real. When Antonio was asked about this, he said for sure that there was no such child among those in the temple. Until this moment, the hero lived in another place. The young man moved to the center with the other novices quite recently because he had a mentor. There is no point in hiding the children, so in her head the heroine has already managed to apologize to Antonio for being too biased towards him. He did nothing. The plan began to take shape on its own. If Aelius is a novice, he has the right to enter the chapel where Boris and his friends went. The lady found a way to get inside and find out more. Of course, she doesn't want to put pressure on her new friend, but perhaps he himself will want to do one favor. After hearing this, my eyes widened in surprise, and I started screaming. The main thing is to ask them to keep quiet and not tell me why they need to get there. If everything works out, the lady will buy some goodies and invite Aelius to their estate. She promises that she will do everything that the blue-eyed man wishes. Closer to the evening, a service is held at the end of the service. The young man carefully opens the door. Now the man will be the official savior of the house. The boy's face turns red, which makes the lady immediately apologize. The kid was probably scared because the lady grabbed him so suddenly without letting go of her hand. It's not about the gestures, but about the fact that the girl called Ethel by an abbreviated name. It's something like a nickname, but it came out completely by accident. One might say, not intentionally. Blue-eyed thanks. He liked the new version. Nothing special, but there were no expectations about what he might like. He lived in a shelter, so he probably misses human warmth. Feelings are like on a swing. You never know which way to turn. It turns out that the young man only talked to his new acquaintance, and that was the only choice he had. The two look like they are the same age, so the lady can't help but wonder how old Ethel is. while Evelyn is 10. He is already 12. It turns out that they are the same age as Cassis. This innocent child who believes in fairies is not at all like the Duke, who behaves completely differently. Now it's better to address the blue-eyed one as the elder, but since there is only a 2-year difference between them, this won't play a special role in any case. Before that, they spoke like close friends because the new acquaintance was used to addressing him politely. The brunette promises to trust. The chapel is absolutely quiet. A man is hiding behind the wall with a bird on his shoulder. He is watching the priests, trying not to give himself away. Finally, everyone left. It was impossible to come in secretly, but the brunette was just lucky the door was open, so no one would stop him. If Boris gets caught, he'll be in trouble. But for now, everything is going as usual. He dared to steal all the research, and therefore there will be even more trouble only for him. The man shuts Jack up, asking him to be quiet so that they won't be heard. They didn't come for pointless arguments that don't amount to anything. The materials he took away are not important. It is imperative to inform the guy that they were all wrong. This was revealed by the audit. The parrot yells at Edward again, calling him a beggar for his responsibility for others. And he is grabbed by the hair, but the hero tries to get free. No one is to blame for the difficulties that befell the two. Despite everything, the man still wants to help Boris, believing that he deserves it. The problem is not even in the former friend himself and his life, but in the fact that if the truth is not told, many other people will suffer, and it is necessary to prevent the horror that can happen. Edward blindly hopes that Boris will listen to him, and even understand everything will not make a scene, and will leave him alone returning those very same drawings. In the corridor, there is a former friend and one of the priests who asks if the young man really intends to receive the patronage of Count Monster. Nothing has been confirmed yet, but most likely everything will work out as best as possible. He is not suited to being an ordinary temple minister. He has to look for different new options on how to earn money. If the brunette succeeds, he is asked not to forget about his friends. Under any circumstances, the young man remains calm, but in fact, deep down inside, he rejoices. Edward appeared in the corridor, calling Boris. He is the same man who is looking for a meeting in order to talk and explain everything. Jack doesn't understand, so almost immediately he flies straight into the man's face. He is thrown aside, shouting that this bird is just getting in the way. The guy tries to tell about his identity, but they try to lock him up so that nothing extra can be heard. Then chaos begins, in which they call the guards. A second later, 2 people appeared nearby and twisted the arms of the intruder. The entrance was destroyed only for the priests, so now they are forced to throw him out. The girl crawls out from under the nightstand, looking around and making sure that no one is left. She has no idea what happened and how that person knows Boris. The lady is still a little worried, so instead of going on a mission, she runs out and looks around, hoping to find the young man. He finally found his target, but it seems like he's being taken straight to prison, where he belongs. If he gets locked up, their time will be wasted. It is not worth missing even an extra day, because there is not much time left. The Virgo cannot afford to miss the clues and bury the fortune of her family. Lady Monstera hurries straight to the priest who greets the guest in surprise. She couldn't come up with a proper excuse, but there was no choice left. Waving her arms, the little girl asks the knight to help her. The friend she is with is very sick and needs support. The children were playing in the area of the chapel, but something happened causing the boy to faint. Such a state does not bode well. The friend is Duke Urquio, who came here for treatment. The priest asks for forgiveness. In fact, he can do nothing as he is busy with another matter. The best way to get an adult to help is to press on the most painful part. If something happens to the younger Duke, this person will take responsibility. The girl managed to take the priest away and make him believe that her friend got up and left on his own. Lying sometimes seems like the hardest job. Now all that remains is to find Edward. I want to hope that the young man managed to escape, and now nothing terrible will happen to him anymore. He is completely safe. A brunette peeks out from around the corner. In fact, no one has ever done anything special for him before. so the hero is now simply grateful. If they stay outside, the couple will quickly be caught, and that certainly doesn't seem like a good option. Jack seems to be injured and needs to be taken care of. The young lady arrived at her chambers, where she was met by May. Everyone was incredibly worried about the well-being of the beauty, so such behavior on her part was something out of the ordinary. The beauty asks for forgiveness for being late. She was walking near the temple and got lost there. Edward was nearby and was able to help her get back. The baby is fine. There are no injuries, but because of her, the parrot was injured, which is now lying unconscious in her arms. While the pet is being taken away, May begins to set the table. The two of them need to talk, so some food would definitely not be superfluous. The young man sits down at the table. If he is hungry, he can start eating. The miss does not want to be distracted from the conversation, so she simply remains silent. This is the second time that the girl feeds a new acquaintance, and there is no point in feeling guilty about it, and it is not customary to be embarrassed either. In such a situation, all that remains is to thank the benefactress and begin the meal that has already been prepared. You don't have to be hungry to understand what is being said. The man picks up a baguette from the table, sadly remembering Boris. Once upon a time, the friends ate bread together. That day, the food was more like stone compared to what the Duchess provided, but it did not affect the taste in any way. It turns out that they endured the hungry days together. The priest was exactly the one Edward was going to meet, and about whom he spoke then in Montes. The man was mistaken for a criminal because it seemed he had a falling out with the character. It all ended a long time ago, when he stopped communicating with his friend. In fact, the boy secretly sold Edward's research data and then ran away. He did it quietly, and the truth came out too late. Despite the fact that the hero is dressed casually, he was once a geography professor at Radium College. The stolen materials about the relic dump, which the man had been working on for many years, were important because the friend sold the papers to a rival school. The character lost his job, all investments, and owed a lot of money. After this story, Boris seems not just a strange guy, but also a nightmare. He has already ruined this person's life, and now he has taken on Evelyn's father. After investigation, it turned out that the materials given to another school were a copy. Perhaps the original is still in the possession of the seller. The young man traveled this entire journey, not to return the documents, but to report the news that the hypothesis in the research was not confirmed. It is impossible to find a real relic dump based on the materials. The fact that what was written was untrue was discovered too late, and while new data was being filled in, the priest stole the old records. A new plan for getting rich is taking shape in his head very soon. The Count would have gone bankrupt because of Boris's documents, but now that won't happen. Edward probably knows where the real dump is, which will be a gold mine for Montes. The relic dump that can be predicted from existing data is the Shirta cave in Darium, but recent observations have shown that it is dangerous. It is impossible to allow people to die during excavations. This will only lead to nothing working out. The hero was worried about the troubles that could be brought on. This man is the most naive soul, because while people can suffer, he still worries about his friend, who is a traitor. For every good guy, there is a guy like Boris, who will ruin the lives of ordinary people. The research data showed that the false hypothesis was revealed by accident. If you put it all together, it looks like the biggest case to break up the monster family. It's enough already. Since he is Edward's closest friend, it won't be easy to push him away. He fought until the last, but everything is coming to an end. For now, the plan is to leave a letter saying that people may suffer after the mine opens, but we can't come up with anything better. There's too little time. Now the brunette will go back to Radium, but only after he repays the services rendered to the young lady who deserves the best. As if by chance, the heroine mentions her father, who is also interested in the relic dump. They are just looking for a scientist who understands it. Smiling, the little girl offers the gentleman to repay the kindness and mercy shown to him right now. No one will suffer from Boris's misinformation if they help. And in some way, it will help the Count's business too. The proposal sounds great. Life seems great. The little girl is making a snowman. But earlier in the morning, just as 9 o'clock rolled around, she introduced Edward to her father. At first, the man was wary mostly because of the guest's appearance. But after half an hour, he was completely interested. The brunette explained who he was, and even told him the details of the landfill. The entire time the Count listened attentively and understood that at this rate, the business would develop even faster. Evelyn was not there during the conversation, but she was behind the door, monitoring the process, and once again convincing him that she had not made a mistake. The little girl hears footsteps behind her and calls out to Ethel, who promised to return. Soon Cassis's disappointed voice asks who this man is. As she reaches for the hot chocolate, the girl remembers her friend, whom she knows she met only recently. It is safe to say that a future priest is like a gold nugget. He is different and can be useful if he is nearby. Lately, the lady had been disappearing somewhere, and only now it became clear that she had been constantly spending time with this man, trying to manage to talk in this way. Calling other people's friends by their names is literally the most horrible thing you can think of. The Duke doesn't even suspect how much Ethel helped with the household chores. At that very moment, Blue-Eyed appears from behind the building and waves his hand in greeting. He is a little late, but does not consider it a big problem. The boy runs headlong into the snowman that Monstera built, making a very loud noise. Kneeling down next to him, the beauty checks the guy's head for bruises and breathes a sigh of relief, realizing that nothing seemed to have happened. Clearing himself of snow, the baby laughs easily. His mentor wanted to see his ward, so he had to go to the temple first and only then to the meeting. The girl nods, getting ready to introduce the friends to each other so that nothing critical happens. She stands in the middle. That time, they had already met, but hadn't really gotten to know each other. Eiffel timidly extends his hand while being noticeably nervous. It's difficult for him to control his internal emotions. Only now did the Duke remember this man who was in the temple garden. Then, as soon as he and Evelyn were noticed, the boy ran away faster than light. An argument begins because the blonde guy speaks rudely. It's not the first time he's ruined the atmosphere, and the girl is unhappy about it. The mental pain begins again. The blue-eyed man turns away in anger. Perhaps the Duke was offended because they began to play rarely. The girl is going to establish contact, saying that since there are 3 of them, everything they do will of course be 3 times more fun, and thus everyone will be able to become friends. Cassis doesn't think so, but Ethel quickly agrees. According to the rules of democracy, the Duke will be in the minority, and so they begin to play. The first thing to do is to start hiding. The blonde is left near the main cathedral so that he can count while everyone else hides. The guy said he was against it, but stayed anyway to start counting. The couple took enough time to calmly hide under the beams. The boy is asked to run away to hide as well, but he looks disappointed, thinking that they cannot be together as originally planned. If they catch Evelyn, they will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Ethel is afraid of the Duke, but there is no point in this because the young man is like this. For no reason, Miss assures that everything will be fine. The Count is almost finished, so the baby must run away as quickly as possible. Hiding a little further, the Countess notices some place inside. The bottom is covered with straw, which makes it even more pleasant and soft to lie and sit on. It is already impossible to stop. The lady climbs even deeper and feels something. There is a hole into which the lady flies. The Duchess, sitting with a mug of tea, turns around restlessly from side to side, hoping that there is no one nearby. She seemed to have heard some loud sound. Antonio appeared in the room, which made me breathe a sigh of relief. This time the old man came earlier than planned, and this time I could be happy. The girl asks if there is a way to cure her child, if everything is exactly as planned, and everything is as it was written in the letter, it will not be in vain. Insensitivity to mana occurs because a person does not feel how he absorbs the surrounding mana indiscriminately. This is already known to everyone, just a meaningless repetition. If only we knew where in the young master's body the absorption was taking place. Everything would be much simpler. The reckless absorption could be controlled. What happened could help the young master understand what he should do, and everyone would be able to see the flow of the strongest magic in the tamed body of the young man. The Holy Father can't say more for now, but if they see the magical flow, it will be a matter of time before the young master is freed from his mana insensitivity. The girl tries not to cry, but she does a very bad job. The Urquio family will support the temple in everything it needs. They believe that all this will not be in vain and are very grateful. The old man smiles and promises again that he will do everything in the power of the church to cure the Duchess's son. She does not see his expression. It does not bring anything good. The girl is lying on a strange soft surface. She thought that she would hurt herself again, but she never expected that there would be a bed below, which would be like salvation. The pendant with protective magic from Cassis is completely useless, as it was supposed to protect against such cases. Fortunately, it turned out not to be so high. It can still be good. Still, despite the fact that the hole where the beauty fell is just a stone's throw away, she will hardly be able to get out. She needs to look for another exit to get to the street. Someone must live here, but there is no time to find out. The guys upstairs are looking for the beauty, so she needs to speed up, try to at least somehow correct her situation. The girl looks around. There are cabinets and nightstands around, but for some reason there are no doors. She hears a familiar voice. It comes from somewhere nearby. The sound comes from behind the curtain, which is right next to the bed. The girl gets up and comes closer, while the voice thanks for the help provided. The only relief is that it is not a wall, so it will be possible to calmly exit and have people outside help you get to the main cathedral. Opening the fabric, the girl freezes in bewilderment. Right in front of her is some strange window, the size of a wall behind it. A table with 2 people is visible. The baby waves her hand, but it seems like no one even sees her. It's like a magic mirror from a detective story, because her screams can't be heard either. Antonio bows his head, speaking of some place in the temple that was prepared, and that seemed to be no problem. He doesn't elaborate to let anyone know more. The cathedral located in the capital city of Lumet is the only temple comparable to the cathedral of the imperial house, and all the priests want to get to that place. The man promises again that they will do everything in their power to cure the young man again. It all sounds and looks too confusing, too strange. It seems that a cure for Cassis's mana insensitivity has finally been found, and he will be fine and seizure-free. The old man plans to contact Urquio a little later. For now he has too many things to do. They will be waiting impatiently for an answer. If you remember, almost a year has passed since the boy arrived in Montes. Around this time he returned to the capital in search of medicine, and now it is time for him to leave. As soon as the lady starts thinking about everything, she becomes incredibly sad. She forces herself to accept the thoughts. A sick child goes home to be healed. This needs to be celebrated. All this should probably be postponed until the moment when she can get back to her chambers and be in silence. The lady gets up to continue searching for the door. The vanity table attracts attention. It is very dusty, but the perfume located there looks relatively clean, as if it had been wiped. The floor spins as soon as the hands touch the jar, and now the girl is already in the room where the Duchess was talking with Antonio. On the other hand, there really is an ordinary mirror. There someone has installed a clever mechanism, and the spirits probably served as some kind of start button. Having put everything back as it was, the little girl carefully goes outside. Fortunately, there was an ordinary, quite familiar corridor there, and the exit was visible in the distance. The girl runs forward to meet the guys as soon as possible, but runs into one of the priests, which is not surprising because there are always a lot of people around. Boris tries to start a conversation, intending to ask something, but the lady waves her hand at him, promising that they will meet again a little later than necessary. The brunette stops the little girl, asking where she is going in such a hurry. It won't be difficult to give him a few minutes of time, because they simply need to talk. The blonde mentions again that she has to go because she is playing hide and seek, but it seems that the conversation cannot be avoided. The priest remains persistent. Without intending to ask about how things are, the young man immediately gets to the point, asking if the countess was the one who introduced Edward to the count. Then the real show begins. According to the man, that person is very dangerous. He was fired because of corruption, and now everything will be even worse. The lady is no slouch either, and says directly that the guy was removed from his position because the priest stole and sold his dissertation, dooming his friend to death. The man demands proof that all this was done by him. Everything will become known as soon as the count decides to check the source of the information. Edward decided to quietly omit everything that happened in the past. But the little girl will definitely not act the same way as he does because she is not so kind. Now the professor is part of the Monstera family, and if his former acquaintance hangs around, the beauty will not stand aside, will not tolerate. It's like a threat that hasn't been used in the right direction. Yet Miss Evelyn doesn't look like a child now, and her statements speak for themselves. Boris is wrong. The main thing is not how a person looks, but how he acts. The guy must retreat. Otherwise, the girl will gather her strength and will definitely not remain silent. The man seems to have lost his temper because he is already swinging at the girl, shouting. He thinks that people usually do not behave like this, and he is angry. This man is trash who raises his hand against a child. There is no place for people like him in society, and especially not in a church where people pray to God. Nothing happened, but instead the stones from the ceiling fell on Boris, causing him to fall. The talisman in his hands glowed. A defensive reaction was triggered. The young man gave the pendant, realizing that his girlfriend needed it, and did it by force, so that she would definitely accept it. What happened was similar to some other more powerful magic. Thanks to the gift, the lady remained alive. She did not expect that the priest would be such a nasty person. The voice of another novice is heard asking what happened. A shockwave swept through the entire room, and a roar was heard. The little girl wastes no time and runs to hug the man asking for help. What happened next can be called karma. Boris was expelled from the temple for trying to harm another. He was punished in just one night. But this is considering the fact that there were many more atrocities on his account. May didn't look convinced because she didn't think there was any point in dragging a girl who was playing in the basement to have a conversation. They say that the priest stole donations and stole children from the orphanage. Such a character should have been somewhere else. But that's okay, because the temple didn't know either. The lady didn't know what to say about the secret room, so she decided to leave that detail out, realizing that there was no point in making the story confusing. Cassis seems focused on his thoughts. He was stopped from killing his girlfriend's offender, but now he is like this all the time. The girl carefully places her palm on Cass's hand, assuring him that she is completely fine, and after all, the most important thing is that everything ended well. Everything is fine, thanks to the pendant with protective magic that a friend gave her. Saying the words, the little girl takes the pendant out of her pocket. If suddenly the man ever overcomes the disease and becomes a great magician, he will complement the pendant with something better than it has now. In order to do the best, the young man will try. The girl smiles. She will definitely need to look at the Duke, who will become an archmage. The little girl is fantasizing, or simply overestimating her friend's strengths. But if you look at it objectively, the young man is a very decent person, and he will retain this. The boy is embarrassed again, but the count saves the situation. If the duo has already managed to get ready, it is time to go home. They have already spent a lot of time in this place. Father's business problems were successfully resolved, and it seemed that all that was left was to live peacefully. But this time the same thing happened, something terrible. The lady does not understand how it came to the point that she is now hiding in order to save her life. The fact is that the heroine is constantly getting injured and putting herself in danger. After returning to Monstera Castle, Cassis and Alisa began to circle around the lady, protecting her from all sorts of little things, such as even small stones, that no one in their right mind would trip over. Poem acted like the girl's personal bodyguard, and the Duke, on the contrary, showered her with gifts that could save the lady in a bad situation. The little girl, without suspecting it, accepted another little thing, where there was a ribbon on the wings that needed to be pressed, and fire came out of the figure, creating an explosion. It works perfectly. And smiling, the boy asked to carry one with him. Literally every day, the lady understood that it was for self-defense, but in fact, it looks more like a thing for murder. Miss went in the other direction, and while her friends lost sight of her, she ran into Edward's room, begging him to save her from those who were haunting her. The man smiles, realizing that they are playing hide and seek again, and having fun as children should. Having returned from the temple, Christia, the young man, began to work in their house. After the false charges were dropped, he said that he was contacted by his old school. Edward replied that he wanted to repay the debt and continue working for the Count. Right at the moment of conversation, the door opens, and there stands Alisa, who shouts that she found the girl. Cassis said that she would be right here. On this basis, the couple got along well, and now the lady again agrees with the Duke that he is in excellent shape. Evelyn, the brunette, suggests that since the children are here, they should have a cup of tea, and he is not busy at all. They brought macaroons from Radium, and so everyone agrees. The girl starts a conversation, asking how the research is progressing. The young man, of course, says that everything is great, and thanks him for the laboratory provided. The attention is drawn to a beautiful flower in blue and purple shades, which stands on the table under a glass lid. This is the plant of time. Thanks to this nugget, one can easily create cracks in time. One can say that this time the flower is the core of the investigation. The little girl looks a little closer, but hearing about the most important thing, does not understand whether the plant is connected with the relic dump that Edward is hunting for. The flower of time connects time and space. It has the ability to suck in everything around it, and this is how artifacts from different eras were found. It means that this plant is capable of attracting artifacts from different times and spaces, which could explain that very diary. Simply put, it is enough to know that the place where this flower blooms becomes a dumping ground for relics, which is why the man researched the conditions for the flowering of these flowers. It turns out that if you find this flower, you can draw a conclusion about the place that Count Monstera was looking for. The girl is already burning with anticipation and jumps up to shout that they should go looking as quickly as possible. Finding the plant is not so easy, which upsets the miss, who hoped that the riches were not so far away. Elisa, sitting behind, quietly informs the assembled that she once saw something similar. Both rush to the beauty to ask where the place is, but it seems the color was a different color. It all happened at the last summer festival, when they were looking for treasure in the Mori forest, splitting into pairs and heading deep into the forest for several hours. It was on that day that the blonde accidentally saw what scientists are now looking for. She managed to catch a glimpse of flowering on the top of the cliff, but there is no certainty. Cassis knows the area, and if anything, he can tell you where to go. If the children's words are true, it will be incredible. Having gone into the forest, the expedition quickly found what they needed. The plant is far away, making it difficult to see, but judging by the shape and color, this is exactly what Edward was looking for. The one growing on top is much brighter than the specimen in the man's office, but this indicates that the time rift has already occurred, as after the action ends, the blue tint is immediately visible. The man hands something to Jack and asks him to set it up around him and hammer it into the ground. The parrot was given a magic tool that blocks magic as well as a magic tool that detects artifacts. It is said that time flowers have the power to draw people to them, so you need to block its magic in advance to avoid getting caught. If someone gets sucked in, theoretically, the person is unable to resist the pull, so they could end up in a completely different time or era. From what I've heard, it's more like a real time machine, which is breathtaking, too wonderful to think about. Cassis, the one who thinks sensibly, asks how the man plans to return if he is suddenly sucked into the other side. He couldn't think of that. The young man knows what's the point, because in fact, There is no way to return to the original era yet because of the influence disappearances occasionally occur. Judging by the flower, the magic will last until about next spring. All this time, various relics will obviously appear in this place. Evelyn and Alisa grab each other's hands and jump happily, because now Monster's house will be cool, all thanks to their friend who remembered everything. After this, the little girl climbs up to hug Cassis too, because during the search, the young man was with Poem, and then showed the exact place which he imprinted in his memory. Thanks to meeting the man, all the worries disappeared, and now with time, everything will get even better. The guy turns away and blushes, assuring that it is just because of the cold. The girl remembers that she told her friend at home to dress a little warmer. Now he himself is to blame for how everything turned out. A sick child with a bare neck in such weather is a crime. The beauty throws her scarf over her interlocutor and carefully straightens everything out. It seems that now everything is a little better, and this makes her feel better. Lying on the bed, with his head covered with a blanket, the young man recalls his recent conversation with his mother. She said that she had found a way to cure her son. Very soon, the Duchess is going to invite the guy to the capital, and he must be ready for this. There, they will be able to rebuild a happy life together. The hero tosses and turns in bed, never ceasing to think about the future. He always looked forward to being called home and finding a way to cure himself, but for some reason now he is completely unhappy. I wonder how Evelyn will react if she is told about what will happen next. Will she be worried that her friend is leaving, or will she be happy? Obviously, you need to take the time to ask the girl how she feels when she hears the news. The hero grabs the scarf that was lying on the nightstand and inhales the scent of the maiden. She took care of him indifferently, but for some reason he got worried in vain. It's strange to feel sympathy when this has never happened before. With every action of the girl, the boy seems to be on cloud nine. And then again and again, he falls. The blonde can't hold back his tears and sincerely hopes that the little girl will ask him not to leave. If that happens, it will make him suffer and feel useless. It is well known that he needs to return to the capital for the sake of his own health, but he would like Evelyn to stay close by forever and cheer him up before the long journey. The beauty came to the greenhouse, as usual on schedule, because the animals need to be fed. Bobby and Ruby, who are probably hungry, are running towards her at full speed. The bunny clings to the carrot he really loves to crunch, non-stop, and perhaps wanted to get more, since he likes it more than the owner. Holding the dragon in her arms, the lady is glad that he is happy. The pet has grown so much that holding him in her arms is becoming a little more difficult every day. As soon as Bean goes to eat, the lady falls into a chair and calmly exhales, hoping that she will be able to rest now that they are both grown. Feeding them has become more difficult. Ruby just eats a lot, almost out of control, and Bobby will grow and get bigger while still asking to be picked up. In the books, the heroine read that there are dragons as big as mountains. If the baby grows up like that, maybe he will have to be given a separate mountain range. It would be nice if he could make his body smaller like a hare. May calls the miss, who was found in the greenhouse. She was feeding the animals, and did not even call the maid, because she decided that she could cope on her own. The weather has been bad since the morning, and it was necessary to dress a little warmer, so as not to freeze in the end. The girl throws a warming blanket over the mistress's shoulders. The lady wondered what the matter was, and why they were looking for her. Elon said that he wanted to see his friend, and she, of course, forgot about it. It's winter holidays, which aren't that long. This time the man came to Montes with his friends from the academy and wants to visit the castle. The guy's acquaintances are Denny Corin, the younger duke, and with him, the commoner-born knight, Selena Augustine. These two were famous in the original. In many ways, the Three Musketeers had good chemistry, so they were popular. The lady would not dare to forget about them. It doesn't matter whether they are in the manor or not. May specifically found out the reason why the three want to visit Evelyn, and it is to see the dragon. The next morning came, and it was time to greet the couple. Monstera and Poem were the first to arrive to greet the new arrivals. The scarlet-haired beauty thanks the miss for generously allowing them to stay in her estate. Selena gives her first and last name, unaware that it is already known. Dennis also introduces himself and thanks for accepting him. Despite the fact that the request was quite sudden, they had not agreed in advance and had no hope for anything. Selena is from the common people, and Dennis is the son of Duke Corin, who also once studied at the same academy. Her friend smiles again, saying that she is glad to meet him. Since they are Elon's friends, that means they are also automatically Evelyn's friends. They seem awkward and don't know how to start talking more freely. The brunette takes Selena's hands and asks if she can call her sister. Her expression is vague. It seems like it could make her angry, even if it wasn't intentional. The red-haired girl grabs the girl in her arms and starts running around the room with her talking about how sweet it was to hear that from the girl. The kids are not at all like the children of the capital, and it seems that they are all the same. Like Monstera, Evelyn, and Alisa, they are unusually different and somehow seem different. The lady turns her gaze to the guy standing behind her. Denny looks unusually angry, maybe because he is an aristocrat and is uncomfortable using the informal you. People in the capital are sensitive to such things, so they behave differently, nudging Corin. Poem asks him to stop sulking and relax his face a little. Despite his frightening appearance, the brunette is also just as cute and is even excited about the meeting. The man is very interested in dragons and did not sleep all night waiting for the meeting. If that's really the case, then it's time to head to the greenhouse where Bobby lives. They're reacting as if the name doesn't fit. It's quiet near the door, but some sounds are coming from inside. The knight comes forward, telling everyone to stand behind her in case it suddenly becomes dangerous. There is no point in worrying. Almost the same thing is happening inside all the time. So everything is fine. The growl is majestic, but Bean is still very small. Cassis arrived in the room. First, he said he wanted to be the one to enter, and the two were probably fighting again because they didn't like each other. Opening the door, the girl calls out to her friend, who is standing in clouds of dust, and greets her friend. It seems that Cass has once again won over Bobby, who is upset about this. They should have behaved more calmly, because by smashing everything around, they only disturbed the peace and broke all the chairs, which now cannot be sat on. Elon asks Evelyn what happened. Usually the dragon bites the Duke as soon as he sees it, and he repels its attack every time with sleight of hand. The blonde rushed to his friend, asking if everything was okay. Usually dragons are stronger, so something like this could be dangerous or even fatal. Thanks to the magic item, Bobby can no longer cause damage, so these games are just for fun. Selena, standing behind, noticed something interesting. The duo had paired pendants that were bought at the shop back then. Since the knight had arrived from the capital, she immediately understood what the point was. Monstera smiles, saying that Cassis gave it to her. The blonde hides the thing somewhere under his clothes, as if he is ashamed that they have something in common. Selena is sure that the medallions given as gifts have a special meaning that is hidden from ordinary people. In the capital, this is quite fashionable. Just as she was about to say what the hidden meaning was, the girl froze, because Alisa came forward asking even more unnecessary questions that didn't fit in at all. Usually lovers exchange medallions, put photos of their partner inside, and promise to always be together in sorrow and in joy. The anger inside grows, and the maiden turns to Cassis to ask again what this all means. It certainly wasn't a coincidence. The young man gave the gift without any ulterior motive. He knew that his girlfriend would give him a gift, and so he decided to choose something in return to please her. The girl calms down. As soon as she hears such an excuse, she was almost afraid of the meaning of the gift that occurred during the exchange. Selena laughs, asking for forgiveness for accidentally upsetting the duo. In the capital, something like this would be something important and would be equal to a declaration of love. Elon watches as everyone gathered continues their conversation on casual topics. He can't get the fact out of his head that Cassis might know something, since he himself is from the capital. Elisa didn't take it as easy as the others. although she eventually had to come to terms with it. The girl also wanted to exchange matching gifts with her friend, assuring that in this way they would be able to reach an understanding. The heroine thinks about what to give her friend while she's spinning around and asks that this special gift be something incredibly beautiful and most importantly cool. The bracelet would be the most suitable and would most likely be the coolest option. Elisa promises that she will look for a gift and believes that absolutely anything would suit the girl. Dennis asks questions about the dragon, and the first thing he is interested in is whether the lady is raising a baby in this place or not. There is not much space for him here because he will become bigger and bigger. For Bobby, you should choose a good place where he will be fine, and that he is the main one. He is free. Usually dragons are large, but being at first even fit in the palm of his hand. Reptiles become fully grown within just 1 year, so it is probably best to hurry. Despite the baby's body size, its brain is not yet strong. If Bobby is not looked after, he will become a troublemaker who will ruin the lives of others. The book did not say that the pet would grow up so quickly. As Elon said, this man is a great connoisseur of dragons because he answers everything that is asked of him. Without questions, the girl asks to visit the dragon every day, but the friend is not sure since his goal is just to see Bobby. If so, Corin can at least tell everything she knows about reptiles, and thus the lady will be able to play with him as much as she wants. She wants to raise him properly and will do anything. Of course, the young man will help as much as he can. He sees the little dragon for the first time, so he is interested to know what the difference is. The meeting is over for today, so it's time for everyone to go their separate ways and do their own thing. Cassis stops Evelyn because he wants to talk about something. The question is strange, and is whether the lady always wears the medallion. Perhaps the hero simply does not want to wear paired ones anymore. That is why he behaves this way. The lady, of course, wears the gift on her chest every day and never takes it off. And in self-defense, she asks in response if her friend does the same. Cassis does the same thing. He doesn't think it's something bad and advises his friend to continue doing the same. After Dennis promised something, he began to talk a lot about dragons, and so that the girl could write everything down, he tried to speak more slowly. Nobody knows, but the little girl even began to suspect the young man that in his past life he was a reptile. Something that had not been possible to do with Bobby for a long time was quickly resolved under Corin's supervision. In order for a dragon to feed itself, it needs to feel confident in itself. This was the first lesson the man taught. There are no bad dragons in the world, but problems often arise because the pet and owner do not understand each other well and leave everything as is. When the duo finally sorted out all the problems with Bean, a letter arrived at Monstera Castle. It became known that a banquet would be held in honor of the emperor's birthday. Perhaps because the event was large, too many people gathered, but unfortunately no one invited children. They could have disturbed the peace. Evelyn was left alone with Cassis in the estate under the supervision of servants who helped with the usual tasks of the day. The parents were about to leave, and all they asked for was to get along. Well, the girl promised that everything would be fine, because they did not even intend to quarrel. Baroness Poem will occasionally come into the castle to look after her friends if something happens. It's best to send a message, but in general you should listen to the butler and servants. Evelyn nods vigorously, wanting to get rid of having to listen to all this again as soon as possible. Her mother is so worried about the children that she can't stop. Cassis takes his friend by the hands and asks the lady not to worry. He will take care of her daughter and make sure that their time together is special. The Countess is calm when the Duke is near Evelyn, and so she nods. The girl is not too happy because now she is being treated as if she were a child. The carriage rushes forward, somewhere leaving a trail on the road behind it. Something inside clicked from the realization that now they were alone. The little girl immediately turns to Cassis, offering him ice cream. She just ate it, but thinks that nothing will be forbidden now. While the hero is asking something, the lady is already running away, shouting after him that he is simply suffocating. If the cold comes again, it will be deserved. They are obliged to enjoy everything to their heart's content. Ethel has been sitting in front of the candle for half an hour, trying to write at least a few words. Finally, it all came to an end. He looks at the sheet of paper with scribbles. Miss Evelyn must have liked the letter her friend sent her, asking how she got to Montez. There has been no news from the girl since she left. So the letter came from the priest, who was worried this is the first message, so the man himself does not know what to say. These days in Hissia, everyone is busy preparing for the year-end event, and soon the snow festival will take place, which is one of the most important for the monks. This winter will be even more beautiful, because the snow that was highly anticipated has finally fallen, and the novices like this kind of weather the most. Since everything is so, the hero asks Evelyn if she has the opportunity to come to this festival at the end of the year. The little girl likes snow, so the event will only be a joy. If the heroine is too busy, she can always refuse. But Aelius still hopes for the best and waits for a letter with a positive answer. As you know, during the festival, people admire different statues. During the day and at night, it is customary to light a bonfire in the square and dance together. The season begins with several entertainments. May, who appeared behind, asks about the contents of the letter, and the little girl herself did not notice how she began to smile, imagining how they would spend time there. Ethel invites her to a snow festival, and it is impossible to refuse. The maid assumes that it is a date, but in fact, they will have fun as friends. The lady doesn't know how she's going to get to her destination. Her parents are not there, and without their help, it will be difficult to get to the mountain. The maid's offer sounds great. You can always ask Baron Poem. Last year, they all went together, so surely he won't refuse this time either. Elon's friends are also staying in Montez, so it would be nice to stop by in a tour car. If you go in a group, it will be much more fun. The girl went to ask everything, and here she is counting who is going. Selena was the first to agree, Dennis and Elon. Alisa said that she is also going. All that was left was to persuade Cassis, so I immediately had to go to him to tell him in detail about the snow festival. The man didn't seem interested. At first, he thinks that they also have a lot of snow, so there is no point in going anywhere. It seems as if there is an old man in the boy's body. There will be a festive atmosphere, and there will be beautiful statues, rides, and much more. And at night, there will also be entertainment, such as setting off firecrackers or singing around the fire. Since the girl wants it so much, the blonde has no right to refuse. The young man asks if it is necessary to go with poems, when it is possible to go together, considering that nothing will happen, since May and Paul will always be nearby. It was best when you went to the festival with everyone at once. In the absence of the parents, Elisa's family still had to take care of the two. Apart from all the arguments, the most important one is that the heroine wants to see Eiffel, whom she has already missed. It doesn't matter what you call him, because in any case, there's probably no point in talking about him. The young man is in the temple. He was the first to send an invitation, and since the girl had already promised to play, she couldn't refuse. The blonde understood without explanation that the beauty wanted to go to the event only because of her old friend, and nothing more. This can be said to be a little disappointing. The atmosphere in the room became serious again. So before the hero refuses, he needs to be convinced the lady wants to have fun together without breaking away from the group, and the boy will go with them. This time, everything worked out. One can't help but remember what has been bothering him since last time. The girl calls the young man Ethel and mentions him every time in exactly this way. It is much more convenient to call by an abbreviated name than to pronounce the full name. The hero is not shown any special respect, and it really is easier that way. The blonde lowers his head and quietly asks why then he is still called Cassis, dryly. Surely one can assume that the Duke, as a closer friend, deserves better. If I had to shorten the name, one option would come to mind, which would definitely not work because of its alcoholic smell. The child should not be named incorrectly, so that later this nickname will stick to him. Putting aside her thoughts, the little girl again says that the name Cassis is the most suitable. All this is not just because Evelyn is too lazy to come up with something else. The best defense is an attack. A friend himself calls Evelyn as she is doing wrong. Calling the lady by her nickname was somehow too much. It was a dead end again. And since that was the case, it was better to leave everything, as it was continuing to call each other as we were. The hero was not going to give up, so he tried to call Ling Ling the same way Elon did, but it didn't work. It was all too embarrassing. So far, everyone has just arrived in Hysia. There are a lot of people around who are busy preparing for the opening of the fair and various entertainments. It seems that Evelyn has been to this place too often this year, but she doesn't regret anything. The hotels have clean rooms, and this time the room will be shared with Alisa. The blonde likes where they are staying and jumps into the bed where the friends can chat all night long. Selena calls the two so that they can have dinner. As soon as they manage to get together, they will be waiting for them in the refectory where everyone else is. The beauty sits down on the main chair and wishes everyone a bon appetit. The food in this place is incredibly delicious. Poem smiling asks her friend if she will dance only with her on the last day. Just like last time, she is not ready to hear a refusal. As it turns out, the lady has already promised the dance to someone else, so nothing will happen. Surprise replaces anger when Eliza suggests that the person to choose was Cassis. Neither Elon nor the Duke would be the ones the young lady chose. She made an agreement with her friend from the temple as a token of gratitude for the invitation sent. Of course, the heroine is obliged to introduce Aelius to her friend, because the Countess's friend, equally her friend too, is a bit of an introvert. But as soon as he opens up to a person, he becomes the sweetest creature. The girl understood everything in half a word and nodded her head. She remained silent until the end of the meal, watching how Ling Ling communicated with others and ate calmly. Cassis leaves the main hall and heads off somewhere. He freezes in surprise when someone grabs his arm to drag him behind a column. Eliza was the one who dragged the man in to ask who this Eiffel was, whom Evelyn had managed to befriend. He was not the one she needed. The blonde pulls his hand away, demonstratively, shaking himself off. He chuckles, saying that the man is just some kind of bluehead, an honest admission, only because the new acquaintance's hair is like blue mold. The lady does not think that the man is more handsome than her brother, or that he suits Evelyn better. Everything started because the girl had a friend for the first time, whom her friend doesn't know, and she can't help but worry about the future. Adding to the whole problem is the fact that this is not a woman, but a guy. In Alice's head, she has already imagined how the couple will spend time together and do everything to get closer. Cassis thinks it's too far-fetched, but it's likely to happen, and the idea of joining forces doesn't seem so bad anymore. The Duke likes Evelyn, and he can't deny it. Unfortunately, the blonde noticed all the signs a long time ago. The words sound like blackmail used for their own purposes. Snorting, the lady denies that she has long had her eye on her brother as a future partner for her friend, and to make this a reality, she is ready to go to the very end. Although the Duke is annoying when a new boy appears next to Evelyn, who has every chance to win her heart, it is not the same at all. Initially, Elisa and Urquio were enemies because they didn't like each other. They were constantly arguing and couldn't find common ground. It happens that even those who do not get along, when faced with circumstances, can form a temporary alliance in order to gain an opportunity, extending her hand for a handshake that will serve as the beginning of an alliance. The lady asks to protect Monstera from that blue one together. Cassis almost agrees, which brings a smile to the lady's face. But at the last moment, he mentions one condition that is important to him. Cooperation in the alliance is certainly good, but none of them should try to monopolize Evelyn for their own benefit. Since the team is already formed, both will have to work together without standing out or trying to ruin the impression of the other person. Dennis and Monstera went to one of the shops located on the side of the road. There was a lot of snow around, and not a single living soul. The girl looks around the estate carefully, not understanding where they have arrived, because there is not even any sign outside. Magic shops almost never have any signs, so that only those visitors who know where they are going can enter the place is even more mysterious than it initially seemed. There should be a dragon mat inside for now. The priority is to find what you need, but no one forbids you to buy something that you did not initially seek for yourself. The couple arrived here as soon as they learned that Hisya had that magic shop. Bobby needed a magically tuned device to grow in the mansion. There is still hope, but the man promised in advance that if he couldn't find the item even here, he would buy it in the capital and send it to Montes. The dragon mat that the temple guests want to buy is a magical item that controls the strength and size of the reptile while allowing it to fully develop. Bobby is still young, so he can't shrink his body to the right size. The lady is forced to buy something from the store as she increasingly cannot control the baby's fiery breath. The door opens, and the couple greets the woman sitting there, who warns them from the doorway that she does not accept traveling salesmen. The lady slowly stirs some mixture in a cauldron, listing those whom she would not like to see in her estate. This list even dragged on a bit. Deciding to leave the whole conversation to Corin, the beauty steps aside. The conversation turns to dragon control in the form of a bracelet on the neck. The heroine rushes forward and constantly apologizes. For some reason it seemed to her that these were more traders, but in the end they were new visitors. A girl smiles as she greets new arrivals. At the Blammy Magic Store, she opened herself where she has everything from cursed dolls to flying carpets. Now there are not many places where you can get what the wanderers are looking for, the lady thinks, because she is not even sure that she has at least one copy. Dennis points to a girl who is raising a baby dragon on her own. It is growing quickly and therefore requires size control as soon as possible. The lady laughs, asking on which mountain then are the young beauty's houses located. Usually in order to have a reptile at home, more space and a lot of time are required. The heroine doesn't have a dragon mat right now, but if she's given a little time, she can always make one herself and then hand it over to the buyers. You need a wizard's license to create your own magical items, and it's quite difficult to get one, which is why magical items are so expensive. There is no need to look at the surroundings. The lady has a license, and therefore, after some time, she will be able to make the idea a reality. Dennis brought all the components. Such preparation cannot fail to impress. Everything will be ready with the ingredients very soon. Ling Ling ends up with a business card in her hands. She needs to come for the goods in 3 days. The little girl looked at the inscription, realizing that Blammy Hoop seemed familiar. Sitting at home in a chair and combing her hair, the beauty sadly looks at her fallen hair. Only because of the strand of hair lying in her palm, the lady remembered where she had heard such a name before and where she had met the one who ran the magic shop. The most common disease that modern people suffer from, and that everyone wants to avoid, is hair loss. For those who suffer from it, there is no proper treatment. The world in the novel was different in First Love. There is a character who suffered from baldness and was treated. It was the empress of this country herself. To treat hair loss and to grow a beautiful head of hair, the empress's greatest concern, the ingenious witch created a gel. The jars always had the words, Rammy Blammy written on them. You would never guess that Blammy was the one who created the miracle product. The man who was doing all this was incredibly rich, so Evelyn was a little confused. While the Empress cured baldness, the main characters were no longer children. All this means that the girl will be able to earn money. She can invest in advance and get at least half, in which case everything will work out. The lady arrived at the same magic shop she had visited the day before, and that was how she realized that she remembered the road very well. Alisa and Cassis followed their friend under the pretext that it would not be entirely safe to move alone, and it would be difficult to pull off the job if their friends were nearby. While Monstera's parents were away, the Duke was considered the official guardian, so of course it wasn't advisable to be left out while going out to play. In fact, the hero is afraid that the lady will go to Ethel, so he took aim for the company. Blammy meets the guest, but notices that she came too early. Last time the beauty didn't look around the store properly, and this time she wants to check if there is anything worth buying. It most likely won't take too much time. The lady nods, but asks not to touch any buttons. Evelyn promises that she will try to leave everything as is, but Alisa has already managed to press something. A lot of pinkish smoke appeared around. Nothing bad will happen, but the side effects will remain coming forward. Poem shows everyone her new hair color, which has turned red. The color won't wash out, even if you wet your hair, but it will return to normal after a day, so nothing critical happened. All Blammy has made is the red one, but she can make others like purple or red if she wants, and the shelf life can also be extended by changing the ratio of ingredients. The baby lights up with anticipation of wealth, screaming about how cool it is. The lady is a little interested in magical items, and she doesn't mind learning more. With such a level of skill, one could make an anti-hair loss gel right now, but for some reason the sorceress hasn't thought of it yet. The girl is distracted from Alisa, who is standing at the mirror in horror, and asks her new friend if she has tried to create something more interesting. As it turns out, she has just started studying this topic. At first, the idea seemed good, but now there is no point in continuing. There are papers on the table that also belong to experiments with the gel. Evelyn is worried about the future. The hair loss medicine is a remedy that can give hope to all bald people, and there is no point in giving up. The desperate move could have helped others, but the research the girl conducted did not produce quick results, and in the process, the cost of materials led to debt problems. The woman was a little tired, so she finished the investigation. Only thanks to Evelyn, she managed to make ends meet, and she does not want to climb into the hole again. Instead of trivial, means it remains to make only expensive things, which the aristocracy also needs. Useless purchases will never be made. There are too many fears and misunderstandings in Monstera's head because of her expensive order for bean. It seems that research in the field of baldness will now be stopped. You can't just destroy the hopes of the Empress and the balding people who will unknowingly find happiness in the future once the product is released. The little girl begs him not to give up on his research, but Blammy refuses. Again, clients usually don't pay for this kind of thing, so it won't be possible to continue. Evelyn will remain assertive. She will pay for all the materials and other necessary services so that the lady can come to the estate and continue everything. Cassis asks in surprise if her friend has any bald friends, and she, without thinking, says about her father he has a luxurious head of hair, but in fact, this is not true. The young lady has no money, but the Count certainly does, since he owns the Montes estate. If it is in his interests, then there should be no problems. The woman freezes, not understanding whether they are talking about that very monster. It was right next to their estate that a dump of relics was found, which still bears fruit. As it turned out, Blammy was just about to go to Montes to find rare materials there, and since there are relics there, the choice will be even wider. The beauty will be convinced too easily. All that will remain is to rejoice and to complete the plan, to press on to the end. If the lady becomes Monstera's partner, she will be able to look at everything found near the flower as much as she wants. The baby's father will do anything she asks for. She loves Hoop and her magic shop, which now it's time to sponsor. The beauty does not ask for too much. The spark happened when the girl saw the magical objects inside. The lady is destined to continue the research she started. The girl wants to see many more different inventions that will appear at Hoop. Quitting work now, at the first stage, would be a mistake. Evelyn is a good girl. She expressed her true feelings enough, and her attitude pleased Blammy. So now they can discuss their cooperation in more detail. The conversation is nice, but the lady is not sure whether the Count will really agree. So first, she should discuss all the details with Monstera. The beauty promises that she will pass on the information. The artifact dump that could have caused the family's debt was also resolved by meeting Edward, and now there will be Blammy, the inventor of the anti-baldness gel, who will certainly gain fame. With the new character, the death rate of Monstera has decreased several times, so there is no point in worrying anymore. After they left the shop, Cassis bought walnuts for Evelyn's father for hair loss. Today is the very day when the trio is going to meet. Aelius. Evelyn has never seen him before, so most likely he will not react as expected. It is worth a try, in any case. Taking her friends with her, the beauty headed to the appointed place. They pass by many open shops on the shopping street. The two were not behind again. They fell a little behind for some time. The friends continued to whisper, not saying why this was such a great secret. Once again deciding to try her luck, the woman asks what's going on, but Alisa laughs, assuring that it's nothing serious. The Duke is just making a slightly strange joke. These two had managed to become quite close. Until recently, they seemed to be enemies, growling every time they met on a common walk, but something had clearly changed. The girl remembers her past life and created many variables, as a result of which their relationship developed completely differently from the original. Perhaps the power of the novel works independently of the new character. By inviting Edward and Blammy, it was definitely possible to change the course of events, thus preventing a catastrophe in the family. No matter what Evelyn tried, things didn't go according to plan for her friends. She couldn't change the protagonist's story, being a secondary character. Everything is for the best. By uniting so smoothly, it will be possible to avoid tragedies in the family. And this is exactly how everything should turn out. The girl hopes for the best outcome. Ethel is already standing near the chapel, having waited perhaps a little longer than 10 minutes. The boy immediately begins to smile as soon as he sees Miss Evelyn. The beauty hurries to him, asking for forgiveness for being late. The young man nods because in the end, the most important thing is that they managed to meet. The temple must be very busy preparing for the festival, so we can only thank the guy for finding time for them all to play together. Alisa steps forward, pushing the girl aside and saying that she is Evelyn's closest friend. She looks tense, or even almost angry, but tries to control her emotions. The finger points to Cassis, standing behind him, who, according to poem, is Monstera's second close friend, living in her castle for an indefinite period. The young man smiles happy that they managed to meet it. Seems that even the girl was surprised by the innocence that Aelius possesses. He is like a baby who knows nothing about this scary big world. The first thing to do is to go to the sledding hills, a popular place, but it is so high up that you can easily kill yourself if you are not careful. The slide is really huge, and the sleds standing to the side look worn out. If you make a mistake, you can imagine the vehicle turning over. Evelyn has no idea what to do next. Everything is not as they originally imagined. But in this case, the only thing left to do is go back where they started, to the chapel. There is no need to suffer, but Aelius insists, saying that he really wants to go skiing. The descent still terrifies him, but the boy thinks that nothing bad will happen there. If everyone has a partner, it won't be so scary, and then there's nothing to be done. We'll have to go together. The idea seems good. It can even be tried. Alisa rushes forward, shouting that if Evelyn is going, she is going to go too. Looking back at Cassis, the girl winks as if hinting that only one person is missing. If the decision has already been made, Monstera will go with Ethel, and the two will set off separately, waving goodbye, the little girl promising that they will see each other downstairs when the fun is over. The couple starts arguing. The Duke is angry that Alisa said she wanted to go, but she doesn't feel guilty because it was impossible to leave Evelyn alone with her new friend. Still deciding, the blonde drags Cassis along with her. The heroine cannot help but notice the fact that the blonde does not react to any touches, although when she did the same, he got angry and left. There were so many thoughts that the girl herself did not notice how hard she squeezed Aelius's palm. The boy quietly asked to let go because it hurt him. The beauty immediately lets go of his hand and tries to say that she was just thinking nothing terrible happened. The woman is obviously just too worried about the steep descent that lies ahead of them. Evelyn again turns her attention to the two who are trying to sit down on the sled. Eiffel distracts her from unnecessary thoughts, which have again begun to get confused, and asks for one favor. The last day of the festival is just around the corner, and the boy has one beautiful place in mind that he wants to go to only with his girlfriend. Cassis, after the descent, went to pick up the girl, who seemed to have become ill, since she did not look well. The man took the beauty away so that she could rest a little. Elisa and Aelius went on the second lap together, because they both really enjoyed the descent, which they wanted to return to, again and again. The Duke himself said that he would not go again, because in fact, he was not particularly interested. He thought that it was a simple waste of time. He holds out a handkerchief. His ungloved hand was completely red from the cold. The offer to give something to warm up came about by itself. The man refuses, but it is better not to do this because he cannot help but be cold. If the boy takes his girlfriend's right glove, her hand will also freeze and turn red, but she thought that, so that nothing would happen. The lady gives only one, not two. The girl cannot stand the Duke's stubbornness, so she sits him down on a bench and intertwines their fingers, hiding her hands in her coat pocket, because this way it will be much easier to survive the cold. The guy accidentally lets out a scream, but when asked what happened, he just looks away, assuring that everything is fine. He asks to stop behaving like that. A wave of sadness covers his consciousness again. The hero behaved completely calmly with Alisa, but it seems that it is with Evelyn that he feels so disgusted that he has to refuse. The lady just wanted to warm her hands, but if everything is so bad, she will not do anything. Noticing the saddened expression on her face, the hero agrees that this is probably much warmer and more comfortable. The festival turned out to be really fun. My friend was jumping around, looking at the stalls, and happy that they even had the opportunity to go down the steepest slide. Next time, the lady will definitely ride with Monstera, because as best friends, they are obliged to be close. Urquio already understood that Alisa completely forgot the purpose of having fun together. It is already quite late, and it is time to go home. The beauty says goodbye to Eiffel, promising that they will meet again in that same square in a day. The remaining friends are worried about what was just said, but the blonde reassures herself and Cass that on the last day of the festival, they will probably play exactly the same as today. Shaking her head, the Countess clarifies that there will only be the two of them there. Unfortunately, it is impossible to say more, because the secret must remain a secret until the very end. The young man returned back to the temple, but it seemed that there was silence all around. No one was there. The repairs seemed to have been completed, which meant that the cool wind would no longer blow. Miss Evelyn was unusually kind today. The hero could only dream of meeting and having fun with new friends in peace. It seems that it was the right decision to dare and invite the beauty. At the next meeting, they will eat horse chestnuts and enjoy conversations. If there is destiny in the world, it remains to be hoped that Monstera will like everything. The only thing the hero didn't understand was why such a bright girl was friends with an evil magician like Cassis, who was completely unsuitable. The young man is the complete opposite of Evelyn's light. Like golden stars, for some reason he exudes dampness and impenetrable darkness that absorbs. Even one look at Urquio frightens him with the absorption of this darkness, and it is not clear what to do with it. The hero is most worried that something like this will be able to harm Miss Evelyn. A mentor comes into the room, puts his hand on the boy's head, and asks if he enjoyed the walk, that it was fun outside. The boy talks about how he and his friends went sledding and had a great time, and on the last day of the festival, he promised to dance with Evelyn because there would be dancing on the main square. Antonio apologizes for what he is about to tell, but most likely the plans will not work out. A letter has arrived from the Duchess, so it is time to go to the capital. There is a man in the main city who will support the guy, and if they go there together, then everyone will be happy about it. Without listening to the end, Aelius interrupts, shouting about his unwillingness to go. The man is furious. In a second, the boy has no right to talk to the mentor in such a disrespectful tone, which is inappropriate. Changing his tone and head, the kid still asks not to go because he has friends here. If he goes to the capital, There will be many more interesting people there who won't even compare to Evelyn or others. It would be a great waste of potential if the boy stayed in Hesia. But as he says he never asked for it, the priest breaks down and slaps his interlocutor. Antonio accepted his ward's dirty lineage as best he could, but it seemed he was too comfortable in the temple to even discuss what would be done. The guy is pulled by the hand towards the exit, but he continues to resist asking to at least write a letter to Miss Monstera so that she doesn't wait for him in vain on the street. Eiffel no longer has the right to disappoint his mentor, and he promises that he will take care of everything. A carriage has already stopped on the street to which the boy is being pulled. The luggage has already been loaded. Selena saw Evelyn getting ready and couldn't help but compliment her look, most likely prepared for a date. The girl says goodbye to her friend and, humming a tune, heads for the exit. Her friends are watching her and also did not lose sight of the beautiful dress she was wearing for the sake of the blue one. As everyone is ready to leave, the couple tries to slip away unnoticed, but the night stops them. Elisa has a meeting scheduled for today. If there is nothing like that, then the lady can go with her friend, because today she is going to look at the snow foxes, which can only be seen near Hesia. The blonde was honest in her desires and went to cuddle the snow animals, instead of following Evelyn, who went to the meeting. Cassis is left, who should be able to handle everything perfectly well on his own. The lady is standing near the chapel and has been waiting for 10 minutes already. They were supposed to meet earlier, but for some reason, Aelius is not around. The lady double-checked where she had come, and there was a third street lamp nearby, serving as a landmark. The boy was not one to be late, and this was scary. Something could have happened, bringing trouble with it. In the distance, a blue head of hair can be seen. The desperate step quickens, and the girl follows the stranger somewhere towards the corner. For some reason, even when you call the guy, he pretends that he doesn't hear anything. The little girl missed the flower, which disappeared somewhere around the corner, but instead ran into 3 men who asked what the aristocrat was doing in this place, whether she had come to the snow festival or had accidentally gotten lost. Strangers reek of alcohol. 3 kilometers away, it becomes unpleasant. Standing up and shaking the hem of her skirt, the lady asks for forgiveness. She did not see anything because she ran too fast. The one who is most likely in charge interrupts the apology, saying that you can't just bump into an honest man, then break his arm and run away. Words do not fit reality, because a light collision usually does not cause fractures. They think that a girl is easy to blackmail, but they are wrong. The lady is able to fight back, therefore noticing the hand. He assures that it looks as if everything is fine. If you blow on your elbow for a week, everything will go away. The man is just winding himself up. The young man grabs the little girl because she was about to leave and throws her to the ground. The impact happened in an instant, and his friend immediately began asking questions about why she was pushed so hard. The beauty lies on the ground and screams that she is in great pain. If she does not shut up, it will be very bad, but nothing will happen. Cassis appears behind her, taking off his disguise. The blonde reminds that he didn't come alone, so there's definitely no point in behaving like this. It's better to leave before the Duke calls the guards. Everything could be destroyed, and drunks don't need problems. The girl gets up from the ground and asks about security. Even she believed that there was someone there, while in reality it was not true. This method was too simple. It should have been tried first. The blonde guy straightens the lady's dress, while she asks how he even knew where the girl was. According to him, it was purely by chance. The guy was walking nearby and heard frantic screams. Cassis walked far from the hotel because he wanted to looking around. The blonde remembers Aelius, with whom the beauty is meeting today. If you think about it, it wasn't Ethel this girl called him, and he just didn't come. When the blonde hears this news, he freezes with surprised eyes, not believing what he heard. The boy reaches out to the girl's cheeks and asks if it's true that she sat outside in such cold weather all this time and waited for her friend to deign to appear. The guy might have been late because he was late and couldn't tell her about it, but in any case, the beauty had no choice because she couldn't contact the person she had agreed to go for a walk with. In fact, the blonde has been through a lot, and there is no point in arguing. The young man puts a scarf around her neck and asks for forgiveness for raising his voice without thinking. Cassis was just worried he didn't want to break down like that, but he didn't want his friend to wait in such cold, or even worse, to catch some kind of illness. It's time to head back to the hotel. As they walk down the street, the girl remembers that she was hungry half an hour ago. If they had a choice, she would like to eat something warm. Instead of going to the premises, the best solution was to go to a restaurant where they served a variety of dishes that tasted even better than they looked. The lady explains that while she was waiting, she really wanted some baked goods from the smell outside. She said too much, but she is sure that nothing will be left and will not be superfluous. It was time to reproach the young man. He ordered black tea, which the young man had never even drunk before. In fact, such a drink was too bitter, and he mentioned this more than once. It was his friend who made him change his habits. She once said that black tea is for adults, and so Cassie decided to grow up. The realization comes quickly. The man really heard what the girl said then, but now nothing can be changed. He will not believe anything she says. The lady calls the waitress and asks her to bring milk with honey so she can add it to her friend's cup. He thinks it doesn't look very good, but the girl assures him it's delicious. Black tea was too bitter, but when Evelyn once tried it in this form, she changed her mind and now loves this drink the most. As soon as the hero tries to drink, he also thinks about something else, sipping a little liquid. The boy tans with joy, talking about how delicious it is. This way you can drink anything you want, and then it won't leave that same taste in your mouth. The girl is happy that she was able to solve another problem. An older couple approaches the table and notices that these guys are not local, so it is assumed that they are most likely there for the winter snow festival. The woman realizes that they are energetic and remembers her old days when she was just like that, when she was a child. The man standing next to her puts his arm around her shoulders and says that the lady will always be as beautiful as before in his eyes. When it comes to the question of where her and her brother's parents are, the little girl waves her hand, saying that this is not a family member but a friend from another estate, and they have fun together. Changing her tactics, the woman notices that this couple is very nice, and to all objections that this is not true, she only says that they once came to this very place together. During the era of the elders, there were a lot of children here, but now it seems as if there is no one left in the city. The silence of the streets is sometimes mesmerizing. That lantern outside is broken now, but the place used to be known as a tourist attraction, let's say, a place for people in love. The street light was made by improving the spirit that protected Moroni. The original creation was not supposed to be disturbed. Well, as the owner said, everything changed. When the man died, he asked to make a lantern out of him on the road, to light the way for people who also deserved to see where they were going. It is impossible to say for sure, because the legend has been around for 500 years. Because everything that happened a long time ago. Now these are nothing more than stories that can be confirmed. When the couple was young, the lantern still worked, but as the lady says, it almost never shone, as if someone had turned it off on purpose. Even then the breakdown was discovered. It seems that this was true. However, in some cases, the thing still caught fire and it knew when to do it. The light would come on when two soulmates met, when lovers held hands under this street lamp. The light would come on, and this was called soulmates. Cassis pours cold water on the romance again, saying that he thinks the installation just accidentally catches fire for no apparent reason. There is no point in denying it anyway, even if it doesn't work now. But in life, people have seen a lot and can confirm the truth of what happened. When the lantern is turned on, it is incredibly beautiful. It glows like a cluster of stars that are in the dark night sky to light the way to the future for lovers. The girl's gaze moves to her own hands. If this is similar to the sacred power of the vessel that she saw that day in the Hishya temple, if this is true, then she agrees with the opinion about beauty. The boys should try out what is happening on themselves before they go back home. Perhaps the Lord Spirit will decide to give his blessing. The hero asks if this is necessary. as if he is afraid that it will not light up. It has been a long time since anyone has managed to receive a blessing, but hope still remains. The waiter calls the couple over, telling them that their food is finally ready, and it's time to say goodbye, but this meeting was an important part of the day. Before leaving, the aristocrat leans towards the Duke's ear to tell him something. The boy, hearing the instructions, seems to blush. The little girl tilts her head questioningly, not understanding what they could have said to the guy that made him react so sharply. There is no way to ask. This lantern apparently contains the spirit of the holy tree, which is already widely known. If you pour a little divine power into the thing, everything can work like a charm. The meal was over, the lady said goodbye to the staff, and now the couple was already on the street. Cassis pointed in the direction of the hotel where they should go, but the girl seemed not to hear him. The blonde goes to the installation and carefully applies force. It was not for nothing that she spent a whole month in the monastery, where she was taught how to put force into objects. You need to try to press just a little bit. The baby tries to apply more effort and strength, but instead, she is thrown aside. The guy asks questions with concern, but hears the answer that everything is fine. In fact, it's as if all the strength was sucked out of the body, leaving behind even more questions. Evelyn looks up to notice the beautiful glow spreading across the entire street. It is truly mesmerizing, just like those two aristocrats in the cafe said. How can you not look? This is definitely not a natural phenomenon, because that very spirit really lived here. A seed lands in your hand, and questions are answered with flashing lights. The girl doesn't pay attention to anything around her, because now the priority is to understand how it all works. So far it's not easy, and there's nothing left. Cassis holds the beauty's hand, but she calmly explains that everything is fine. They no longer have to stay so close that it is impossible to even breathe. The blonde opens her mouth to say something, but instead her stomach speaks, for her starting to make strange gong sounds. Before that, when they were in a restaurant, the lady ate too much bread, and then using force, started a reaction. The stomach goes crazy from such changes. Because of indigestion, the guy had to drag his girlfriend almost to the hotel. He was unable to buy any medicine, so the beauty's condition remained just as deplorable. The girl thanks Cassis and does it sincerely, because only thanks to him, she was able to get to her place of residence without any problems. It's time for her to go on vacation. I remember something the man was about to say when they were just starting this whole story. As soon as the mention came, the young man immediately darkened sharply, as if he did not like to speak, not intending to put any more pressure on her friend. The lady says goodbye and promises that they will see each other tomorrow. The boy will remain completely alone in the corridor. His thoughts will remain with him. The hero blames himself because he was unable to confess his feelings. The man in the hall said that there is another legend associated with the pillar, and if he confesses, everything will definitely be fine. When the girl extended her hand and the lantern lit up, the young man even thought that this was his lucky chance, the best ticket to love, but it seems he was wrong. Evelyn was even more beautiful than usual under the glow, so it seemed like there wouldn't be a second opportunity like this. Paul calls the young gentleman, who had spent almost the entire day on the street. An urgent message had arrived from the capital, and the servant had already managed to read it in order to retell it. The Duke is told to go back because a cure has been found that will be carried out. The blonde freezes. He does not want to show other people his true emotions. All three moved in until the last day of the festival, and then returned back to Montes, during which time many different things happened, and each time it was something interesting. Soon after returning to Monstera, the girl's parents arrived missing her. They had not seen each other for more than a week. The little girl explained the story and all the details that were discussed in the store to her father in detail, and he promised to support Blammy. This would be useful as lessons on heritage. Hoop, as promised, created a dragon mate in the form of a ring by the last day, and with its help, Bobby was able to perfectly control the size of his body and strength. The lady was incredibly happy for her little dragon. They would be able to have fun together, like in the old days, without worrying about something going wrong. All that's left is to wait for Blammy to invent a new hair gel that will change the nature of this world for bald people. The girl cannot worry about money and just calmly continue her research, which she had already started. The letter is finished and handed to May for sending. The maid nods, but reminds her that the previous letter to Aelius was returned without an answer, as if nothing had happened. Perhaps the young man simply does not want to talk. The address was correct, but everything still turned out exactly like that. The maid was not sure, so she made inquiries, and the temple answered her with something strange. As it turned out, there was no longer such a novice in the church. Although Antonio had previously clearly said that it was true that the young man lived in that place. The brunette starts to worry. She sincerely hopes that nothing bad happened to her friend and that he is completely fine. The most important thing is not communication, but the state he is in. The first thing to do is to send one of the servants to find out what is going on there and hope that everything is okay. The lady goes out into the street to take a walk. She sees Cassis, who is again sitting on a bench alone and thinking about something, remaining silent. Coming closer, the beauty almost begs the guy to throw something on top. It's cold outside, and catching a cold wouldn't be the best idea. The hero looks away, saying, "Yes." His hand falls on the guy's palm. Now we need to move on to the parade. After returning from Hysia, the friend became somehow strange. The conversation turns to what the girl was perhaps afraid of. The boy asks what she thinks about his return to the capital. It seems that this will happen soon. The hero asked so suddenly that the brunette doesn't even know what to answer. She's not sure. Most likely some good news came from there, since they're asking to come back. The blonde abruptly gets up from the bench and, lowering his voice, asks if it's true that he really likes the news that came from there. It's not true. Cassis asks to forget the whole conversation, and since it is really so cold outside, he is going to leave. The young man acts like a fool, not understanding at all that any person would be sad to part, because in fact, this is not at all what one wants to get after a year spent together. The little girl decided to find out everything directly from her parents. Going inside the estate, she asks if it is true that a message came from the Duke's family about the boy. What is written on the sheet of paper causes fear and confusion about what it all means. It is impossible to understand why Cassis, in his response to his mother, says that he is not going to return to the capital. Somehow, the lady had a strange feeling in the last few days, and it was not in vain, because the young man actually changed his mind about returning, which was not the case in the original. The Duke seems to be very attached to the place where he lives, or rather to the people with whom he is on a permanent basis. He is sad to be alone. The guy was sad to part with what he managed to acquire, but he knows perfectly well that he needs to return home for proper treatment so as not to die. The Count suggests giving the baby a little more time, which he needs most. Now, most likely it will not take too much. The hero must put his thoughts in order and understand what exactly he needs. Until he decides for himself, nothing good will come of it. The father does not understand what is going on in the boy's soul, so he speaks like this, leaving him to his own devices. Despite the fact that Cass pretends to be an adult, inside him, he is still the same 12-year-old boy. Perhaps it is not so right to find a way out. In having him decide for himself, the young man is confused, and this will be impossible, even if the adults do not know it. Paul picks up the envelope from the ground, which once again ended up there. He can't put it off forever, because the Duke might get angry for the constant refusals. No matter how many times the young man repeated it, it seemed that even a loyal servant did not understand that the refusal was final. If he understood, he could not linger and fray his nerves. The man apologizes and walks out the door, promising that he will return. The girl standing in the hallway calls out to Paul, realizing that she needs to talk to someone about what is happening. The lady came to the gentleman to check on him, but now she is even more convinced that if they don't talk, nothing will be resolved, and there will be an inordinate number of problems. The girl enters and greets Cassis, who refuses to speak from the doorway because he is not feeling very well yet, and it is impossible to understand whether this is an imitation or the truth. From the very beginning, one has to ask what is wrong. The young man should not have been stubborn when the necessary treatment was finally found. The lady is happy because all the time she wanted to send the guy to the capital, thus getting rid of him. Now she must be jumping for joy because no one will bother her, preventing her from playing with the other guys. Nobody wants the Duke to leave. He has created thoughts in his head that are not true. But in fact, the beauty initially spoke with a different meaning. The brunette is already in despair because no matter what options she chooses, it seems she will never guess why exactly the hero is going to stay in Montes and continue to suffer from the disease. Sharply throwing his girlfriend's hand away, the blonde screams that she doesn't really care whether he dies or not, because deep down, she doesn't care about him. Evelyn almost fell because of the abruptness, but the blonde managed to grab her at the most opportune moment, and it seemed like a kiss happened between them. Letting go of the beauty, the hero asks if she is okay. It seems that her leg is not twisted, and everything is fine with her hands too. Unable to believe what happened, the lady denies out loud the fact that they seem to have kissed. It was all a lie. Then they have to move a little towards the window so as not to collide. Even closer, they just got a little closer with their faces. That's all, and there wasn't even any collision. The blonde is not sure of the convictions he hears from his beloved, because it seems to him that he kissed her, and an expression of horror freezes on his face again. Monstera covers her face with her hands, and screaming that it's not true, runs out of the room. She had no right to kiss the main character, even if it happened by accident. After this incident, in order to avoid Cassis, the lady moved into the house of Alisa, who of course happily accepted her friend. The little girl didn't have the courage and confidence to meet her friend after they kissed. The problem is that avoiding the hero forever definitely won't work. The blonde hands the Countess a teddy bear, which is her favorite toy. She is going to lend the baby just for today so that she doesn't get bored. The heroine is tormented by her conscience, or something happened at home. The girl did not want to ask unnecessary questions, but instead, of course, the opposite happened. After the story, the Baroness began to literally rage and throw tantrums. The first thing she did was use a pillow, and then screams could simply be heard. It wasn't a kiss, it was an accident, and even an excuse doesn't work. Elisa decided that she and Cassis had an alliance, but instead the boy touched the subject of the dispute without permission. Trying to calm down, the beauty switches to her friend and asks how she feels. Most likely the lady felt something and did not realize it herself. If you think about it, the heroine really does focus too much attention on what happened. But it was a simple accident, a non-accidental touch, with the main character should not become a reason for retribution. There are still too many worries, and the problem is that the little girl doesn't even understand why she's so worried. Her head is in a state of horror. If the feelings are too tangled, there is no need to rush. Either you need to take everything into account and think twice until the couple makes peace. The friend can stay here until the last. It's late, so the duo go to bed. The heroine thanks Alisa for listening. The conversation even lifted her spirits. Wishing each other good night, they hug and turn away in different directions. From fatigue, the girl almost immediately passes out, falling into a deep sleep. Clutching the bear, the blonde curses Cassis, who dared to steal a kiss from the beautiful Evelyn, who is not ready for it. Of course, it won't be possible to leave everything as is. So in the morning, the heroine appeared on the threshold of Monstera's house, shouting the name of her friend. The young man stands near the corner and looks sadly at the floor. Turning to the girl, he asks her, in a dead voice, what she needs at all, and at the same time behaves as if this time he will not be aggressive. The blonde demands an answer about all the jokes with Evelyn and the kiss. The girl was so scared that she moved to the Baron's house, where she cried and trembled all evening. The blonde already realized that he was so disgusted by his love, but this did not change the fact that such a statement only made him feel worse. Whether it was on purpose or not, the hero still stole the kiss of the girl he likes. That's a fact. He promises that he will take responsibility and is not going to leave everything as is. This was not planned before, but it seems that this is the only way out of the situation they are in. The boy refuses to do anything wrong. The hero has no idea why Poem is saying all this, as if it was the most important thing in the world to her. But even if it was a mistake, the boy is not going to let go of his love just like that. Now he speaks differently and doesn't look as stale as before. But in any case, the girl doesn't like it. The Countess was going to marry a caring man like Elon. Even if they have the same opinion as needed, and it is similar, but it is necessary to dissuade the guy at all costs. The way Evelyn behaved yesterday was terrible. Since the decision has already been made, it remains to pull yourself together and go correct your mistakes. The girl is now in an even more difficult situation than the Duke, and he is obliged to lift her spirits. The blonde was going to do something even if the heroine didn't tell him anything. He wasn't the type to behave inappropriately. Monstera's soul was not ready for the whole world to abandon her, including Alisa, who herself told her to live in comfort until they made peace, and everything got better. A friend betrayed the most important person to her, saying that it would be nice to return home. If she kicked him out of the house, she should have done it somehow a little easier. There is a knock on the door, and Cassis is standing behind the door, asking to talk. They might not even let him in, but retreating is also not an option. The boy comes inside and is asked to sit at the table. His friend goes there too. They try to say something at the same time, and because of this, they become even more embarrassed. The first to speak is the beauty, who asks for forgiveness for being so rude last time, and not thinking about the feelings of her friend, who deserved more. Then the lady blurted out and asked if the Duke really wanted to stay and die. She was worried that she had made a mistake and was very afraid that the original would change because of her. The actions were not supposed to become a butterfly effect and affect the illness of Cass, who is going to postpone his trip to the capital, thereby foreshadowing a worse outcome for himself. The lady felt uneasy. She thought that she would not have an impact on the story of the main characters, but the fact that the guy postponed the trip changes the plot. Now it was the blonde's turn to speak. Evelyn asked him why the decision to postpone the trip came so quickly and became a firm conviction. But if you think about it, everything was done based on logic. The reason why the hero does not want to leave is the lady herself, who has become the most important thing to him. She will not be in the capital, and this makes him extremely sad. Monstera has a brother and sister, Poem, Daniel, and Philip, which already gives her company. So if the Duke isn't among them, it won't be a big problem. It is clear that Evelyn will quickly forget about her former friend and will live well without any memories. But before she can finish speaking, her friend interrupts. No one will ever be able to replace the young man who truly became more important than everyone else. He clearly didn't expect to hear something like that, so he freezes with his mouth open. The boy never said that this was bothering him. Everything could have been resolved much earlier, but for some reason they are only talking about it now. The Duke is impossible to forget, even after a year, or even 2. The couple spent too much time together, and they became too attached to each other. It is Urquio who must be the one who promises that he will not forget the beauty. As soon as they are not together, she will always be with him, in any case, to remind him. No matter how far they were, the blonde would never give up on thoughts of Evelyn Monster bowing his head. The boy promises this. The hero will really feel much better if he goes to the capital and does everything that is required of him there. In fact, the boy deserves the very best. It turns out that Cassis did decide, and now the girl's parents are also surprised by this. He was a little confused and stubborn, but now everything will be fine. The blonde will no longer interfere with his own destiny and is ready to return back to the capital to do what is required of him and take care of his health. The hero promises that he will never forget the kindness and mercy of the Count and Countess while he was in Montes. It will be difficult to go right away because too much needs to be left for preparation. The luggage is one of those that needs packing, so the Duke can stay for about another week. He took too long to decide, so there is very little time left. It is still very good that the boy has found the right treatment that he deserves. It is necessary to send as much good news as possible that will make him happy. The little girl hopes that her friend will quickly recover and come to Montes again to visit them. These are of course just dreams, but very important ones. The young man accepts this directly and quietly promises that he will definitely come back to Evelyn as soon as he succeeds. They have already made a promise to be together. The little girl tries not to be embarrassed, but it's quite difficult. Even in this situation, she says that she will also come to play together. For some reason, Evelyn's family feels sorry to let their guest go, just like that, so they suggest throwing a dinner party with a lot of friends. Not everyone enjoys having fun, like the monster couple, but the blonde doesn't seem to mind, as long as all he asks is that it not be as loud as last time. The boy hopes to see only his closest friends. The farewell party will be held for Cassis, so the Countess, of course, agrees. Previously, it would not have been possible to say that he would not like something like this, and hesitantly agree, but now everything has changed. Willpower has appeared, which has acquired new momentum. The little girl wants to see Cass, who will become even more self-confident in the future. Now, after the conversation, the heroine goes to the kitchen, where she carefully adjusts the decorations on the cake. On top is a friend's face, which looks very much like him, with its evil expression which is unique to this person. The hall is filled with those whom one would like to see next to him, in the last moments, each promising that they will miss the Duke and will be glad to see him back. While Philip tearfully asks not to forget about him, Evelyn turns her attention to Poem, who looks strange today. She is in an unusual mood, which spoils the atmosphere. With the decorations and toasts finished, it was time to go eat just like everyone else. Monstera tries to ask her friends to follow her, but the blonde pushes her friend away with one movement of her hand, asking her to move out of the way. All they had to do was talk to Cassis, and that would be done in the absence of any extra ears. Something inside them snapped when the realization came that the two of them had some business to attend to. Coming out into the corridor, the blonde immediately attacks, asking what the Duke is thinking about. He himself recently promised that he would be responsible for Evelyn, but in the end, he does not behave as he should. Everything that happens is more like an ordinary escape, which is carried out in a hurry completely without preparation, due to the fear that stands behind. The guy will come back as soon as he recovers. The blonde does not understand how she can believe it at all, but they are going to offer her a deal. The enemies must unite again, and the whole point is that the beauty should be with her friend until the man returns and take care of her condition. It's like leaving a cat to protect a fish. It's better to have the lady trusted to a good guy while the Duke is away. If Alisa cares about Monstera, she won't let unworthy people near her who will only ruin her life. It would be hard to find a guy anywhere as good as the Duke, who literally fits all the criteria and seems like a great option. The blonde would have done exactly that anyway, even without this person's request. She considers herself above any advice. It will be Alisa who will protect her friend better than anyone else and make her happy. If the man does not return quickly enough, the lady can marry Elon. Night has come, but for some reason sleep just won't come. Perhaps the whole reason is that the beauty overate at the farewell party, not giving her stomach even a single chance. The beauty decided to drink some warm cocoa, hoping that at least it would be a little bit useful for sleep. May would probably say something bad about it, because you can't drink sweets so late. Still, there were too many questions left in her head. The lady would like to know what the two were talking about at the party when they went into the corridor. Even if she asked them directly, she still wouldn't be able to get an answer. In any case, it's not all bad, because for now they are mending fences, which is exactly what Evelyn wanted so badly from the very beginning, in order to get the plot back on track. Knowing that the relationship between the main characters is not so easy to form, it is necessary to really celebrate the gaze switches to the moon in the sky, which is unusually bright on this day. The glow reminds her of Cassis's hair, just as silver and just as beautiful. She won't be able to take her eyes off it for some time. Speak of the devil, the Duke appeared behind her and asked why the girl was not sleeping at such a late hour. For some reason, sleep had not come to her, even after some time. The friend also almost immediately noticed the beautiful moon, which was definitely special tonight. It became completely light outside, as if it were daytime. Realizing that Evelyn was deep in thought again, the boy bowed his head and looked inquisitively into the lady's eyes, hoping to find an answer there. He has to get up early tomorrow, so he should go back and try to sleep. The girl pushed the boy away because he was too close. The young man makes a sad face, asking that they stay together at least a little longer, because this, as we know, is the last day for the Duke, before he goes back to the capital. It seems that this has already happened when Cassis behaved. It is understandable the man is also worried, and if everything is exactly like this, he definitely needs to feel calm and warmth. Sitting on the windowsill and leaving the cup of cocoa in the middle, the little girl remembers the day she returned home. After a month in the temple, that day, they had the same long hugs. At that time, the heroine had no idea what her friend felt, even if she tried to agree in some way. But now she can roughly imagine. At that moment, the hero was calm and anxious. At the same time, he was sorry that he could not be there in Hysia, and that he missed everything that was happening there, exchanging it for something else. It's almost impossible to name this strange feeling inside. But perhaps this word that describes everything at once exists, and the guys just don't know about it. Cassis is of course scared, but when his friend promises that everything will be okay, he begins to feel much better, and as if everything will be better than before. The girl should write to her friend, and he will answer if possible. He would like to receive flowers, specifically lilacs, which Evelyn brought into the room that first week. Something inside her turns over once again that day, and because of the strange swaying in her chest, the lady has to squeeze her hand even harder. Tomorrow we really will have to get up very early, so perhaps it's time to go to bed. After an hour of talking, sleep should definitely come. While getting up, the little girl accidentally spills the drink on her slipper, which immediately changes color from snow white to dark. There is almost nothing left in the mug, so there are no problems. Cassis goes down to help take off his shoes and put on his slippers. Instead, the floor is very cold, so it is impossible to walk on it calmly. The boy completes the quick procedure and smiles, asking if everything is okay. Now the strange feeling returns again, as if the lady has finally paid attention to the Duke. With a variety of emotions raging inside that won't calm down, Evelyn quickly says that she really has to go and turns around to run away. The girl behaved this way and did not explain what caused it, simply leaving the slipper that she dropped by accident. The lady runs into her chambers and, desperately closing the doors, falls to the floor, where she tries to calm down, her heart beating like crazy, trying to jump out of her chest. All the common moments with Cassis are scrolling through her head, as if in a projector, but the lady cannot understand, since when she began to like his behavior. Evelyn didn't want to get involved with the boy, and tried her best to make the friendship calm. But somehow it turned out that the blonde was no different from the character in the book who became the villain. It is impossible to understand how to relate to feelings. Sometimes they are good, sometimes they only interfere, and only a child can easily get confused, frightened by what he manages to feel for the first time. The carriage is getting ready to leave. Morning has come. Evelyn stands by her mother's skirt, her head down, and tries to get rid of the awkwardness of the moment as quickly as possible. The only justification for yesterday is that the beauty wanted to sleep. The heroine is not even going to look at her friend because she probably realized everything and is now fiercely resisting. The lady disappeared, accidentally leaving her slipper behind. But even that happens when a hurricane is raging in the soul that can no longer be stopped. Paul, as soon as he loaded all the luggage, says that it is time to say goodbye. They must not be late for the meeting at the main palace of the capital. The guy smiles, looking at those who became his second family, and thanks them for the fact that he only had fun with them. One day he will return and be healthy. The friend wishes Cassis good luck. He doesn't like the fact that they say goodbye only with words, so her hand reaches forward, demanding at least a light handshake. This manifestation does not seem so bad, so the girl agrees. And a second later she realizes that she made a mistake because she finds herself in the arms of the Duke. The boy will miss him and therefore wishes him luck in the future, so that when they meet again, the feelings will be sorted out and identified. It seems that this is where the farewell ends, but no. After the carriage leaves back to the capital, the heroine will be obliged to open the second drawer in the table in her friend's chambers. Instead of explaining more, the hero runs ahead to the carriage. About a year has passed since he arrived at the Monstera estate. Going back, the girl enters a completely empty room. Now everything is as it should have been, because Cassis's things are gone. The emptiness makes it easier to comprehend the departure of a friend who will not return soon. A piece of paper wrapped in an envelope was found in the drawer. In addition to the letter, there was also a sprig of beautiful lilac, the same variety as the one Evelyn had once collected and given when they were just starting to communicate. By the time his friend reads this letter, Cassis must have already left for the capital. The past days in Montes were something special for him, something that is not forgotten. Everything was fine because Evelyn was there. The man was able to overcome sleepless nights due to illness because there was someone nearby for whom he decided to live on. The girl gave hope, helping to get out of the pit of depression. The hope that one day will come when Cass will also be able to give something special also does not fade. The hero promises that everything will be fine, just as Monstera once promised. The lilac symbolizes the first love, which had its effect. Since it was the first gift the young man had ever received, he kept it, and even such little things make the heart flutter at a gentle pace. The word that could not be found last night was love, which the girl tried so hard to deny until the last moment. Alisa meets Evelyn, who has been relaxing in a clearing all this time, having a little picnic with herself, where no one would disturb her. The lady was just admiring the sky, because today was indeed a wonderful day. The lady always takes a nap in this place, so her friend assumed that the same thing would happen today. Evelyn is looking for her mother, who seems to want to talk about the debut. It should happen very soon. Just like that, 8 whole years have flown by unnoticed, which can never be returned. Cassis promised that he would get healthy someday and make sure that they would be partners during his girlfriend's debut. He would do everything possible to get healthy. Too many months passed after that promise, but the man never sent a single letter, as if he had completely forgotten about Evelyn. The girl can't understand why she still thinks about that guy's words, as if it was something important. People tend to remember every little thing that they put in their head. Surely Cass forgot about his girlfriend, and given the circumstances, there is nothing special about it. Everything is as he planned in advance, although he seemed sincere. Now the heroine also gradually begins to forget that she is in a novel. Despite this, she still tirelessly sends letters to the guy because she hopes for something. They had an agreement since childhood, but perhaps the young man had circumstances due to which he was unable to write back. The first news was learned last winter. The letter said that the Duke and Duchess of Urquio had died in the incident, so the Count and family urgently needed to return to the capital. The monsters were extremely serious about coming and helping out, but because the hero wasn't accepting guests, they didn't even meet. Then, after what happened, the girl consoled herself for a long time, taking up the pen. So lonely growing feelings over 8 years grew together with the news about the Duke at the beginning of the year, and the girl could hardly close the newspaper. On the pages was the story of a little boy whose whereabouts, after returning to the capital, were unknown to those who wanted to know. There was a story about a duke who killed a great demonic beast that appeared on the outskirts of the empire, thereby protecting his country from great danger. The people of Cartamir were delighted with the story of the birth of a new hero, after which all the worries, for a long period of time, became completely insignificant. Cassis continued to make great strides. It was hard to understand how he managed to win fame, and Heart's people's gratitude remained a mystery, but one had to rejoice. This man is a great hero of the empire, who of course no longer has time to send letters to some aristocrat from the village. Evelyn seemed to be in the forest again, because there were leaves in her hair. Her mother greets the lady and smiles. She was waiting for the child to grow up, but now the baby is already a debutante. The debut will take place in Montes anyway. so there is no point in thinking about expansion or worries. The woman asks again if the lady really does not want to go to the capital. The lady really isn't interested in the capital, so driving there and back would be a real pleasure that would only ruin everything. Still not giving up, trying to convince her daughter, the mother again recalls that such events happen only once in a lifetime, and the scale differs from the local ones many times over. The girl would like the baby to experience many different things. Of course, it is understandable what the mother wants, but for Evelyn, another option would be much better. The lady thanks them for thinking of everything for her, but once again refuses. It is clear that a normal event will take place at home, in Montes. Making her way back to her room, the heroine falls onto her bed, exhausted. She doesn't want to think about the future, because now she just hopes for rest. Ruby runs to her, again, climbing onto the canopy. Bean was left alone again, and so his sad face can be seen outside the window. They constantly play together, but the rabbit constantly runs away. It is better to live in harmony, so the hostess opens the door to the balcony. The kid is offended, and not paying attention to the cups, jumps on the table, almost knocking over the entire set. There is a huge pile of paper lying nearby. The number of unread letters has increased, so most likely they will have to be dealt with today, so as not to put it off. Sitting down at the table, the heroine runs her eyes over everything that has accumulated, and again admits that she doesn't like reading mail. She's still waiting for something. The girl accidentally missed a letter from Elon. As soon as the young man graduated from the academy, he began working for the Marquis. It had been 5 years since they had seen each other after he moved to the capital, all due to his busy work schedule. Perhaps the heroine had the same effect on her friend, because now he can't find a good boss, and accordingly, work-life balance. The guy asks how Ling Ling is doing. Elisa has most likely already said that her brother is coming to Montes for the weekend during this time. Too many different tasks have piled up. The most important thing, and the one that took up the most time, was moving my workplace. But that's too long a story to write, so I'll find out the details when I meet. We managed to free up some time on the weekend to meet and find out all the news. Evelyn waited on the platform, where Poem, who was late, soon ran in. The blonde almost immediately climbs in for a hug, thanking her friend for agreeing to go with her to meet her brother after living in the capital. The little girl can't help but joke that her friend will definitely fall in love with Elon, who has become even more handsome over the past 5 years. It seems like the train has finally arrived. The lady greets the young man, who can be seen in the distance. But Evelyn is looking at something else. At this time, something that makes her heart beat faster. While Elon waves his hand, the lady examines the coat of arms with the blue-eyed silver wolf, which signified the estate of Duke Urquio. There is real chaos inside, and now it is not just a slight tremor, there are more questions. For some reason, the Baron arrived with luggage, marked from the castle of Cassis. The things had already been unloaded, but if so, it would be easier to immediately send them back to the Monstera estate where they belonged. For some reason, all this goes to a place where it shouldn't be. The blonde is the first to find the strength to ask if her brother met their former friend from the capital. Elon is obviously nervous, but he tries to control himself. Talking on the platform is not very good, so everything will be postponed for an hour later when they arrive at the estate. Everyone at home, including Evelyn's parents, gathered around the table with tea. The man doesn't know where to start, but he gathers his thoughts quickly. It all started around last fall, when the situation in the Urquio family was not the best after the death of the couple. In an accident, disagreements arose regarding the issue of inheritance. In order to securely take the place of the heir, the Duke gathered people, and then himself found Elon, who was supposed to help him in any way he could. Cassis had health problems in the past, and this was an obstacle to succession. Without this situation, it would have been much easier. Elisa's brother was recognized as a genius by the Academy, so it is not strange that the Duke was looking for him. The girl's mother is already crying, noticing that the child has suffered too much pain. The man sent gifts as a token of gratitude because the Count's family once looked after him. Monstera asks to convey his gratitude. The blonde said that he wanted to visit the estate sometime later, so he was going to do it as soon as possible. And there was something very special for Ling Ling, too. In his hands is a box also marked with a coat of arms, containing gifts that his former friend personally prepared and sent as a token of gratitude. The girl quickly opened what was inside and began to examine everything carefully. There was a beautiful dress and some kind of letter inside. On the occasion of the birthday of the adopted Rosalie Sien Cartemere, a reception is being held in the Imperial Crystal Hall. The young man asks to come and light up the event. It is an invitation to an upcoming reception, and since Evelyn is a debutante, the Duke has personally volunteered to accompany her and be at her side if anything is needed. Apparently, the man thought that the lady would jump for joy when he showed up after 8 years, and just like that, as if nothing had happened, calmly asks her to join him at an event. The Duke took care of the beauty when he was still a child and always stayed by her side, and now he wants his friend to become his partner. It's surprisingly sweet. Hands drop onto the box to close the lid. The lady is sorry, but she is definitely not going to go back because other plans have come up. Mother doesn't understand if there is any point in being so ashamed of the kindness shown by the man of her dreams. He acted meanly, but others don't understand this. The girl sees everything better than anyone else. She understands that the hero is not interested in her opinion, but is only forcing her without trying to change it. Elon insistently asks to think again. If the lady is Duke Urkio's partner, then her name will be known to high society, and then it will also be of great help to the Monstera family. It may be hard for the lady to travel alone, that's why she says so, but there's nothing wrong with that. If so, the woman promises to find an invitation for Alisa too. The father understands that his daughter is offended by her former friend, but since the Duke is asking personally, it would be impossible to refuse, because this is an important reception. The girl understands everything perfectly, because an ordinary countess has no right to say no. It is better to meet face to face. The guy could have had some circumstances that did not allow them to contact all this time. It will definitely not be possible to speak against it. Now Dad found a good option that even seems to work, so the lady nods calmly. The decision not to make another scene was perhaps the best one. Running into her room, the beauty falls onto the soft bed. It is incredibly annoying that she will have to go, since the Duke said so. Now, without even knowing it, the man exceeds his power and uses it. If there was a letter with explanations, the beauty perhaps would not be so angry. The guy is doing the wrong thing. He hasn't sent a single letter in 8 years of absence, and now he's pretending that gifts can help him buy himself off. Most likely the lady's reaction was expected to be a little different. It was expected that she would jump to the ceiling with joy because she was finally remembered. Now all this was done out of a sense of duty to the old promise, just to keep it and not spoil the situation even more. I really don't want to leave for the capital because something irreparable will happen there. I want to stay in Montes so as to never see Cassis again. Paul knocks on His Highness's office, only to announce the arrival of that priest with Mr. Antonio. The man orders the two to be taken to the tower, and he himself gets up from his seat after finishing the letter. Finally, he and Evelyn will be able to meet. Elisa sees her friend off and promises that as soon as she finds the same invitation, she will come to the rescue and control everything. Turning to her brother, the blonde asks him to take good care of the lady, making sure that she is never left alone. Entering the train, the couple goes to their compartment, where they will now spend several hours. Evelyn's face expresses all her joy. The baby is still angry, and it makes sense. Elon heard that she was really looking forward to hearing from the Duke, so now what she's feeling seems quite logical. The lady was just wondering if there would be any news that would satisfy her, but in the end, it all went completely wrong. It was necessary to ask in advance if there was a desire to go and do the same with gifts or a change of job in the case of Alisa's brother. The lady didn't even suspect that the blonde man worked under Cassis, and it's not hard to assume that it was he who asked not to talk about it. It's not that it was all out of malice, because in the end, it doesn't mean anything. The boy continues to show the character he is. If Poem suddenly feels guilty, he simply has to buy his friend a lot of tasty treats, of which there are many to choose from in the capital. The guy without hesitation agrees to do the work by running around cafes and shops. 2 hours later, the couple got off at the Rumita station. The little girl can't stop looking around. She is delighted because everything around is too beautiful. It's already late today. The lady should go to Urkio's palace. Elon promises that he will pick up the beauty in the morning so that they can go sightseeing. They won't go together because the guy has some urgent business, especially since there won't be a place for him in that estate. It will be awkward. Crossing paths with Cassis alone is like the worst nightmare, which in the end, she will still have to admit. The heroine is afraid to go there. There was no choice left anyway, so exhaling, the Countess went to the carriage that brought her right to the gates. Right there, the girl meets Paul, whom they also haven't seen for about 8 years. The lady has come a long way, so she should go on vacation. The servant is still the same, which helped to recognize him from afar. For the man it is the opposite. The mistress has grown so much that she is almost unrecognizable. Too much time has passed to think about anything other than the fact that all people change. Sometimes time slows down, but not the human body. The Duke, as is known, was forced to leave the estate because of a meeting of Parliament. He will return very soon, and only then will it be possible to see each other. The girl didn't even ask anything, but Paul already understood everything. He remained as insightful as usual, and nothing affected it. The guest room of the aristocrats is very beautiful and unique in its own way. The scale is breathtaking. The servant is glad that the guest liked everything. There is also a temporarily responsible maid who greets the Countess. Her name is Sarah, and so far she seems polite. While the girl is resting, everyone else will go and prepare food for dinner, since after the journey, the brunette is probably hungry too. The heroine wondered where the pleasant smell was coming from, but in the end, she found a bouquet of lilacs in a beautiful vase. They had just been cut, so they were still fragrant and lush. The sound of hooves can be heard outside the window. A maid announces the Duke's arrival, and if the girl wants, they can even go to see each other. Once upon a time, the woman was worried about how to start a new conversation. She did not know how not to get angry, or how to contain her other emotions that remained inside until now. The heroine is much more tense than she initially expected, and it is still not clear what to talk about when they meet face to face after a whole 8-year break. Simply greeting seems like the best option, but everything is forgotten as soon as two eyes meet, creating that very spark. There are no more thoughts left in his head, and only relief covers his heart. The man finally looks healthy, and this seems to be the most important thing. He deserved happiness, even if they broke off their friendship. The beauty merely said hello, but the servant's reaction showed that it was done inappropriately. So the lady bows her head and tries again to say everything correctly. The young man comes closer to Evelyn and simply says, "Hello," without any formality or anger, which he shouldn't feel. The reaction inside happens instantly. The beauty did not notice from afar, but Cassis really became very tall. It seems that the guest is uncomfortable, so he orders everyone to disperse. Now that it's just the two of them, the heroine can talk as she pleases, which at least makes things a lot easier, and they both prefer to remain those old friends. The blonde leans down to kiss her hand, and even after asking her to let go, he doesn't do it. Instead of moving away, the young man stuns her by saying that he missed her incredibly much. It is hard to believe that a man who has never contacted his childhood friend is now talking about his feelings. She cannot feel the same and reacts sharply, pulling her hand away. The Duke invited her to the castle personally, so the beauty had to come. Now it was time to thank for the unforgettable promises of childhood, which in fact were no longer so important. Regardless, asking to become partners right away, after 8 years of separation, is too much. The frankly confused countess does not feel too positive. The guy should have told her about everything earlier. The girl wanted to know if her friend had recovered after leaving for the capital, how he felt after losing his parents. They didn't take care of her. They didn't think about her experiences. Even now, the man is simply silent and looks at the floor, not going to explain everything that happened. His heart is broken into thousands of pieces, although it seemed like it happened a long time ago. The beauty had no intention of arguing, but without noticing it, she almost burst into tears. A whole week had passed since the train with the guests had arrived from Montes. Elon, who said he would visit his friend, often threw himself into work and has not shown his nose since his arrival. During the time of her improper confinement within 4 walls, the beauty realized that this place was very secluded and sad. It was completely different from the restless Montes. The servants seemed to be very afraid of Cassis, and he has been alone in such a place all this time, in need of support and someone to talk to him. There is a knock at the door, and the Duke appears, asking Evelyn how she is feeling. The lady looked at the guest list and tried to learn the names. Because of what happened, crossing paths became a rather unpleasant procedure, but we still had to communicate at least occasionally. For some reason, the blonde acted as if nothing had happened, and as if nothing had happened, continued to come again and again to the same place. This time he asked about the documents that Madame Abigail had probably given him. According to Sarah, the Duke is very busy, and his stay at the estate can be counted on the fingers of one hand. The maid heard that the master usually stays at the imperial palace. Madame said that in order to enter high society, it was necessary to understand the relationships of everyone present at this party, and then handed over a piece of paper that had to be studied. Abigail is a distinguished aristocrat in high society, and for the sake of her debut, Lady Cassis invited her as a tutor. Now the problem is not that she can't learn everything, but that the heroine recently learned to dance and everything went completely wrong. She spun around, showing off all her abilities, but in response, she received the usual "wow." The woman did not try to restrain herself from making bad remarks, so smiling she said that it was good that the dress had a long hem, otherwise the brisk movements of the legs would be visible. Today, Evelyn made a mistake, and she screamed too loudly. The blonde didn't think it was that bad, because the tutor said the lady danced superbly, comparing her to a fish. Most likely what was said was not a full-fledged praise that was used. It is quite possible that Abigail was comparing the beauty to a fluttering reptile, or something else. The boy can't hold back and starts laughing. Perhaps this is the first time his friend has heard something like this, and this also makes him want to smile. Now the Duke became curious to know the dancing skills that the Countess possesses. Before the debut, she will be able to become a real professional in dancing, so there is no need to worry. The hand reaches out to the girl's palm when the Duke asks to dance with him. He also wants to know the skills of his future partner in advance. They are going to spin around the room without music or any extra thought. One would think that the heroine is worried that something will not work out, but instead, Cassis has to watch his feet. The hero pulls his girlfriend closer and gently places his hand on her shoulder. The brunette begins to tremble, but quietly begs herself to try to concentrate and give it her all. They are just dancing and nothing more. Slowly moving through the hall, the couple seems to retreat into their own separate, specially constructed world, which will leave a trace behind them. The hero asks if the lady likes living in the Duke's estate. The servants are very friendly, but it's not just about them. It's about something more. The blonde wants to know why his girlfriend is constantly deliberately avoiding him, pretending that they don't know each other. The lady admits that she did all this on purpose anyway. They were not destined to see each other again after the party was over, so she did not want to face the affairs of the past days. It seems that Urquio is also not eager to talk because he behaved almost exactly the same way. The guy thought that their relationship was quite close. It seems he was mistaken. You can't consider someone a friend who hasn't contacted you for more than 8 years. The young man freezes and stops dancing. The conversation has changed his mood, and he says that he just had circumstances. If this is true, the best option is to tell the whole truth and understand what is happening. Unfortunately, the answer remains the same as before. The hero simply has no right to tell anything, but he apologizes very much. In fact, it is just the rules of decency to write at least one message to the waiting friend. Evelyn steps on her partner's foot, and doing this on purpose, moves away. She is angry, but more at herself, because until the last, she hoped that she would receive one or at least 2 letters from the duchy. There was always a hope in her soul that her friend would answer at least one message sent, but it seems that this never happened. For some mystical reason, the lady sent letters without stopping. But then she stopped. She was tired of humiliating herself. While drinking tea, I accidentally managed to immerse myself again in my not-so-wonderful thoughts, which made me almost drop my cup and scare Sarah, who was standing next to me. As a result, yesterday Cassis did not dare to answer, and on top of all this, he quickly ran off somewhere into the corridor, talking about some urgent matters that had arisen for him. If you think about it, every time the young man starts talking about what happened over the past 8 years, he avoids mutual understanding with the help of imaginary activities that most likely do not exist. Surely the hero does not even want to make peace, and he has no feelings. The Countess has already managed to understand that now she is the only one who is angry. Being naive is a problem, and this time she herself fell into such a net. In fact, the two didn't even quarrel, so there is no talk of a truce. Attempts to talk and restore relations were in vain, so there is no place for regret in an already wounded heart. In any case, the Countess made friends with Cassis, only to avoid destruction. As soon as she received help with the reception, she would immediately forget about everything that ever happened. The man sits in the basement, in front of a servant who is chained and coughing on the floor, his voice lowering again as he asks if the brunette has responded to all of Duke Urquio's incoming letters. It was this man who was responsible for every message. And yesterday, the blonde heard something interesting. This character would be able to explain everything, so the servants dragged him here. If the Duke only orders, the man will immediately tell everything down to the last detail. The conversation turns to Evelyn Monstera's letters, and where they all went, the brunette assures that he did nothing but simply followed the orders of Father Cassis. Hitting the man in the face, the young man asks a second time where exactly all the letters are, and insistently asks not to repeat it twice. If suddenly what was sent was done on his whim, the best thing would be a prayer for death. The paper in the envelopes is still in the servant's room, where he stayed after work. It is obvious that the hand was applied repeatedly many times over the course of 8 years. Getting up from his chair, the Duke turns to Paul, who immediately nods. The next task will be to investigate all the guards of the former ruler, after which they can be destroyed, as well as all those involved. If someone does not tell voluntarily, first there will be torture, and then death. The servant behind shouts that he was promised to be released, but Cassis does not remember making such a promise. It was necessary to think about the consequences in advance, and the gentleman no longer looks like that little child, locked in the tower. Nothing more will be done to him. A stack of Evelyn's letters appears on the table. The girl really did write a lot, as she said, and must have expected an answer more than anything else in the world, hoping that she would receive it any minute. Elon finally met Evelyn. He came only now to first justify all this by his busy work, which he finally managed to put off. The blonde smiles, not knowing that Alisa's brother will be given such an honor. This situation even makes the Duke feel a little offended for himself. The man is not going to talk about what is on his mind again, so there are no more problems. Poem has probably already arrived, so they should quickly go to the platform. Cassis is not going anywhere, so he simply says goodbye, promising that he will wait in the castle. Elon could not help but notice the strange stifling atmosphere that changed the course of events. Near the train, and to the right, Alice was already waiting, waving her hand in greeting toward those who had arrived. Having seen her friend, she immediately ran to hug them. The lady got there without any problems, and while the Countess was not in Montes, she was much more bored being there alone. Because of the greeting, the beauty did not notice her brother at all. Smiling, the blonde asks about the good places in the capital. But then it turns out that there were too many activities, because of which Monstera first came out into the world. There are too many entertainment options in the capital, so there is nothing left to do but walk all night long with a girl who will show you around. The conversation somehow turned to Cassis when the couple had already moved to the nearest cafe. There was no point in making peace, since in fact the couple had not even quarreled. The Duke unilaterally cut off contact. Although nothing had happened, about 8 years had passed, and this cannot be so easily ignored, pretending that everything was fine as it was before. The lady hoped that she would at least be able to hear the reasons why this happened, but her friend only avoids talking about this period, literally running away. It seems that the Duke himself decided that the Countess did not need to know about what happened, so he was not going to take the chance to explain everything. Elisa, once again in her repertoire, suggests forgetting about Cassis and taking a closer look at the good person nearby. She takes her brother as an example. Elon doesn't seem to have his own opinion because his sister speaks for him, every time suggesting him as a good groom and future husband who will be wonderful. The guy doesn't really care. The main thing is that Ling Ling is happy. Now they are almost a family, so there won't be any big changes. In the distance, a maid's cry can be heard, asking the young master to be more careful. A 5-year-old child runs down the street, not intending to obey anyone. The boy fell right next to the brunette's table and started crying. The nanny tries to calm him down, asking him to be more careful, but he screams even louder than before because the pain spreads throughout his body. The girl gets up from her seat and sits down next to the baby. She carefully examines his knee and applies a handkerchief so that it doesn't hurt so much. A smile in such cases is the most important thing. Just like praise, the child is very strong because he is still holding up very well. It is time to try to get back on his feet. The blonde, who had obviously been watching the gentleman, asks for forgiveness and promises that if the lady gives her last name, the baby's house will compensate her for the torn dress. Only now it became noticeable that a hole had formed on the hem. The child cannot control himself, so in the end, nothing terrible happened. The brunette himself assures that he was wrong and asks to do better to tell where to send compensation. The lady smiles and asks to contact the Urquio Palace. Because she stopped there in an instant, all the people around focused their attention on those who gathered at the table. Swallowing the strange sensations, the nanny asks who she can contact. Elon hands over a piece of paper and asks to send it to this address. He is trying to prevent the irreparable in this way. The maid thought the face was familiar, and now she understands that the Duke's secretary himself is standing in front of her. If everything is okay, the aristocrat's house will definitely contact Poem. As soon as the duo are out of sight, and the rest of the people who have lost interest disperse, the beauty asks why it was necessary to say something like that. Elon thought that there would be confusion. Next time, if someone asks Evelyn where she is staying, it is better to say the name of a friend and not Urquio, because something might happen as a result. It seems that rumors have spread that the Duke's partner will be an aristocrat from the provinces. Eliza, just like Evelyn, does not understand what is so special about this small matter, just a few dances at a ball. Being with Cassis means more than one might imagine. And unfortunately, the girls are not yet able to find out more details to put all the facts together. Madame Abigail said something similar from the moment the girl debuted, as the Duke's partner life would change 360 degrees, becoming completely different. It is extremely difficult to become a flower of high society. But in this case, it is still possible, of course. There will not be only a good reputation to expand your business. Both then and now, people did not like it when someone unknown entered this prickly society and tried to assert rights that he did not have. After that incident, Due to preparations for her debut, the Countess worked like a squirrel in a wheel and tried her best to do the best for her future. The days went by one after another. The lady did not get enough sleep and was constantly tired. And then, early in the morning, a woman showed up to see her once again, along with several maids. Abigail arrived early to help the beauty get ready and dressed fully, preparing for the upcoming reception so early in the morning, so as not to miss anything. While seating the lady on a chair, the lady examines her from all sides, talking about her beautiful collarbones, which must be highlighted, and it is better to do a high hairstyle so as not to cover anything. The dress was chosen so that it would reflect true beauty, and the color would express the eyes and hair. The clothes are quite comfortable, and so much so that you even want to go to bed. The size is just right, so you don't have to adjust it much, thus saving yourself time. Amazingly, it fits perfectly without being custom-made. Madame noticed a necklace, which she called Blue Moon, which went perfectly with the designer shoes from Corin, emphasizing its rarity in high society. If you put all the purchases together, you will most likely be able to buy a beautiful palace somewhere in the capital. Obviously, the Duke values his friend, since he decided to take such a special step. Lady Monstera doesn't think that this is a normal relationship. Unfortunately, she doesn't know what connects them, except that they are childhood friends who have only been together for a year. Abigail chuckles and asks again to look at the jewelry on her neck and ears. For others, the gifts look unusual, but this is a kind of Urquio service that means nothing. In the past, when the baby was still 10 years old, and when she recovered for saving Cassis, the family received an excessive number of gifts from the Duchess. A gesture of goodwill is really no different, so there is definitely no point in thinking about it. The man was trying to mislead everyone, but in fact, he is just taking good care of them. There was a knock at the door, and Urquio appeared. There the outfit had just been finished, so the beauty was ready to go to the ball, where they were also probably already waiting. She would be lying if she said that her partner looked ugly. The young man smiled until he noticed the lady's dress. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, and a rough tone of voice emerged when he asked if the outfit was originally off the shoulder. This bold dress suits Monstera much better than the previous version. So Abigail decided to rework it, using the remaining fabric from the maid to accent the sleeves, making them more puffy. All this was a useless exercise because time was wasted. Rummaging through other clothes, the Duke takes out some kind of scarf, similar to a cape, and covers the body of his companion. The brunette looks more like Evelyn herself. If a crime against fashion and high society was originally planned, the Countess should have been dressed in a nun's dress, closed to the very eyes. It seems that everything is heading towards a quarrel. Before the departure takes place, the weather may become cooler. The girl agrees to the proposal. Madame did not receive permission to change the dress, but she defends herself by the fact that she tried to do the best she could. The woman doesn't seem to know how to compromise, so she resists, and in the end, she mumbles something and is going to leave everything as is. The only request is that instead of an ugly colored shawl, the girl be given a jacket to throw on so that it would look more or less romantic than it is. It's better this way than bare shoulders. The Duke strictly asks to wear the thing, despite the fact that it is summer now because it will probably be cold in the hall. Finally, the couple got into the carriage, which went to the estate. It turns out that at such moments, the beauty gets tired because she does not want to quarrel. It seems that Cassis is also quite accustomed to various parties. Although he used to hate them with all his heart, sometimes everything changes. The young man still feels uncomfortable because he is not used to it, but since he is his girlfriend's partner, he will still be there regardless of his hostility. The hero likes to be with the lady, even in a place where he would not feel good. Abigail's question about what connects them popped into his head. Turning away, the heroine asks not to speak like that. If someone in the hall hears something like that, he might think the wrong thing. It will be difficult for both of them, so I wouldn't want to deal with the problems. Most likely nothing will happen, in any case, and everything will be fine. The blonde assures her that he will be fine, and the girl is about to ask what he meant when the servant announces that the carriage has arrived. Before leaving, The young man stops Evelyn, asking her to answer a simple question regarding their difficult relationship together. The lady doesn't understand why there's a showdown when they're expected outside. She just changes the subject because she's frankly not ready to chat about something like that. The girl pushed the guy away, screaming that she really had a hard time in this situation. There was no point in saying strange things. Misunderstandings were not good for everyone. If rumors start, it will be the Duke who will be most affected, as he does not understand that they care about him as much as they care about his reputation. While the heroine asks him to open the door and go out if he understands everything, he simply laughs, noticing that his friend has remained exactly the same as in the past. The partner cannot leave without an escort, so the Duke is the first one outside, holding out his hand. Alisa stands with the other girls, who are chattering about how Sir Elon has beauty in his genes, and you can tell just by looking at his sister. Poem is popular, which by the way is not surprising. Even in Montes, the ladies showed an unhealthy interest in him, which did not end well. The only one who didn't think about Elon was Evelyn, but you can't force your heart to love. So over time, Alisa simply gave up. The couple has no feelings at all, and this is somewhat upsetting, after all their lifelong dream for them to get married and be together. The blonde is being pestered again, but now because Duke Urquio personally values him, and everyone in high society already knows about it. That should be cool. It turned out that the hero had known Cassis since childhood, and this was considered something special. One might say a special relationship. The couple is saved by the person who announces everyone who enters the hall, and this time, it is Evelyn Monstera holding the Duke's hand. The girl looks beautiful, especially since she is next to the one she liked. Relationships like these two can be called special. Cass is nervous. No one seems to notice, but looking at this, the guy seems to see the same boy who once visited the Monstera estate. The lady knew it would be difficult, but she never expected that they would attract so much attention, which seemed to her absolutely unnecessary. She didn't think that something like this would happen. Cassis doesn't care, so he stone-facedly leads his lady to the place where they are destined to sit, and immediately there are too many interested ladies around. The first girl introduces herself as the second daughter of the Marquis of Cherith, named Alice, and the other is Count Marco's eldest daughter, Katerina. They all haven't seen the guy for a long time, and so now they're trying to start a conversation, doing it in such a way that they push their companion aside a little. The man himself interrupted everything, asking them to stop under the pretext that the others should be just as interested in his partner. Come to think of it, the lady didn't have time to introduce herself, and now standing up and proudly straightening her shoulders, she says that she is the daughter of Count Monster named Evelyn. Some remember their estate as the place where they found a dump of relics, while others condemn the man's choice, since a provincial woman is not a match for him. Surely all those gathered, although not all, show it are unhappy with who is next to the man. There is no way to get out of this story. In any case, Monstera didn't want to come either, because how can fame and honor feed you when money does? The guy ignores her, taking a piece of cake and offering the lady a try. Cassis is not so worried about his surroundings, which are now frozen in surprise at what is happening. It will no longer be possible to hint at modesty. The beauty takes a little delicacy from the plate and turns away. Under hundreds of stares, it is almost impossible to chew. Alice noticed that the couple was much closer than she thought. Many considered the Duke selfish, but only until this very sweet moment. Attempts to hide awkwardness in any way, however, are commendable and deserve recognition. Everyone already understood that the lady has known the friend since childhood. Cassis stayed in the Monstera Palace for some time. In the distant past, sometimes the lady herself does not notice how she accidentally calls a friend by name. Calling each other by common names is quite normal when a couple has known each other since childhood. Lady Martins smiles, remembering her friend with whom something similar often happens to her. Before them appeared the Duke's daughter, named Elizabeth. She was not mentioned many times in the book, but it was known that she was a close friend of Princess Rosalind. Martin's childhood friend is the princess's bodyguard and fiancé, Joseph Raint, and they have known each other for about 10 years, and so far the friendship continues to hold up. The blonde is worried being friends is wonderful, but rank also has a right since high society has its own regalia. Raint will soon become the princess's husband, and calling him by his first name by accident would not be the best idea. The lady who continues to despise Martins seems to be the Count's second daughter. If she continues to behave like this, the Duke will have to be more careful. Cassis has a higher status than his friend, so calling him by his first name is okay, but not Alice, so she silently tells him to refrain. The girl thought that even words differed from manners, and it seemed that she accidentally said it out loud without doing it intentionally. Cherith starts a new wave of commotion by asking if it was meant for her while addressing Duke Urquio. The young man smiles falsely, asking for forgiveness for saying something wrong. He had other thoughts in his head and had no desire to offend. In other words, in the hero's opinion, he believes that the lady is not suitable. Apparently, Cass did everything for Evelyn, who never forced herself to say anything about bad behavior. Alice didn't think she would see the Duke in such an unworthy light, but if she was finally finished, she could go about her business. Sherritt and her friends quickly run away. Martins thanks her for her help, because she had previously found herself in a difficult situation. If the relationship has not developed so badly, the lady asks to see each other next time at her castle, if such an opportunity arises. Receiving an invitation from Martins, the princess's confidant, is a real find. Or luck, such a gift of fate will not be wasted. Because of the separation, the girl needed connections with the Empress, so everything worked out quite well. The realization that she would soon have to leave the capital came too early. It would be a shame to miss out on good connections. The girl will be forced to stay a little longer, thereby prolonging her already short visit. Cassis thinks that her friend does not have to go back immediately after the reception is over, and if she stays in the castle, nothing bad will happen. It seems that the lady will stay for a little while longer, and therefore this cannot but please the new acquaintance who is smiling. A little later, the lady will contact the one she wishes to meet through Urquio's palace. When the new acquaintance leaves, the beauty thanks her for her care. Cassis was about to say something else, but at that very moment the arrival of Rosaline and Joseph was announced, and they were slowly coming out of the corridor. The girl slowly walking across the room is obviously that princess. Needless to say, the royal family has a unique aura, and its presence can be felt even from afar. The lady claps her hands, greeting those who are heading towards them. She quietly talks about how amazing this world is. The princess's groom is also her bodyguard. Marriage, for love is a great rarity, but compared to the past, there are still many more love unions. Many aristocrats still choose marriage of convenience over love. Marriage for the mutual benefit of both families, even if they understand that they will never be happy. If the beauty had been married for convenience, she would also have no memories of the past. The girl promised herself that she would marry the man she loved. There is no one in mind yet, but he can be easily found. He has abilities, which means his appearance will be good, because there is at least someone in the future who can love a beauty. The blonde thinks that there is no need to go anywhere, because there will always be a special person nearby who will become a husband. He is interrupted by the squeal of Alisa, who throws herself into Evelyn's arms. The girl asks why it all took so long. She was busy talking, so she had to wait for an opportunity anyway. What's more important is that her friend looks absolutely stunning today. She fakes the pain in her heart, saying that it broke when she saw the beautiful poem. The couple continues exchanging pleasantries, while the blonde stands there stone-faced, realizing that nothing has changed. Rosalind steps forward and taps her wine glass as she thanks everyone who has come to see her today, as many have been looking forward to this reception. The royal family has been preparing diligently and hopes that the guests are enjoying the atmosphere. To the fullest, the lady is invited to dance by her groom. As the first waltz begins, Elisa invites Elon and the Duke bows, and asks to do him the honor of going to the middle of the hall. Of course, there was no way to refuse the dance. Evening is a truly fascinating place, with many luxurious outfits and different new people. Romantic music adds charm, as if magic is specially created here to make people tremble. Evelyn began to dance much better than before, and she does not regret anything. The couple continues to spin until the girl almost falls. She is caught at the last moment. The girl is asked to share that very love with Cassis. She was so surprised that she almost forgot to bow after the end. It's all over, but the guy isn't going to thank her in return. And because of him, his partner can't leave and sign up for a dance with someone else. The lady has said many times that she wants a love marriage, but wherever she goes, there is no better candidate than her childhood friend. There wasn't a moment in the past 8 years when the man didn't miss the love of his life, whom he had taken seriously since he was a child. Lady Cherith irritably follows the exit. She reaches the sofa, and as soon as she touches the soft surface, she begins to cry. It is very unfair what Urkio did. Everything the lady said was only out of concern, and since he misunderstood, it cannot help but upset him. Alice intervened because she was thinking about the Duke and Princess, trying to protect them, but instead she did not receive a proper answer. The guys standing on the balcony are discussing what the lady was thinking when she approached Cassis. She thought that since his partner was a provincial, nothing would happen. It was foolish to hope that things would be different with the Duke, because initially the beauty did not even value her partner, thinking only of herself. The rumors that the girl is an unremarkable member of the provincial aristocracy are true, and it seems that the man fell in love so much that he even bought her clothes. It seems that even the hero of the empire could not resist the woman, and in a sense, he can be understood because she is quite beautiful. All three turn their gaze to the girl who became the Duke's love. For some reason, he might consider her a temporary entertainment, because this is not the level of a man. If in any case their union falls apart, sooner or later, one of the friends wants to go ask the girl to dance because he likes her. Outward appearances do not show what is going on inside a person. But even so, one dance will not harm anyone even if it were supposed to. Until this moment, the heroine believed that this was only her unrequited love, but she would have been glad to hear these words about 8 years ago. At one time, the girl already thought that the behavior that Cassis showed was born of ordinary human sympathy for a person. Perhaps the couple feels the same thing for each other, and it is called love, but they were able to admit it only now after some time. More than 8 years passed, and this awe that the Duke once caused gradually dried up and became boring because it was not maintained. The beauty wrote dozens or even hundreds of letters. When she decided to surrender to love, everything became as it should have been much earlier, as if the hero didn't care all this time. The lady again pulls her hand away, just like on the first day of their meeting. The man says that he supposedly missed her, but for 8 years he has not sent a single message. The guy is silent, not even intending to say anything today. He seems unable to understand the beauty, and instead makes a pitiful face. There is a hurricane inside the blonde, which also destroys everything in its path. If he even tries to explain everything, perhaps Evelyn will want to leave him. The second song started. I had to dance again. The lady can't believe it, but regardless of the reason, it was something important. The man is not going to give up this time. Everything will definitely be different, and they will be together, because he will prove his honesty of words. The girl is right, because the friend is an egoist, and having met his friend again, he does not think at all about letting her go anywhere. You'll have to get used to it, and alas, nothing can be done, because Cass didn't let the beauty go. The second dance was also with him. It's not usually the case that you date the same person twice. If Abigail knows about it, she'll probably be very angry. The lady was busy looking at the liquid in her glass, thinking about what would happen next before the evening was over. A man approached her, who was Baron Miller, who was impossible not to recognize. Just yesterday, the lady was diligently cramming the list of participants, and now she is trying to smile and hide behind her jokes. It is amazing that such a beautiful person knows the Baron. If she does not mind, she will be honored to dance at least once. It's hard to dance many times in a row, especially when there is an endless stream of men around you, offering their candidacy. Finally, she managed to escape to the balcony to rest and breathe fresh air. The heroine did not expect that so many requests would appear in the dance book. Many came of their own free will, but the majority hoped to benefit from the union and boldly showed it. The lady is about to go back, but a strange young man comes out to her, smelling of alcohol, trying to control herself. The lady asks who he is. This man is the eldest son of the Marquis of Donagmore, named Timothy. It is difficult to concentrate because this man still smells terrible. There are things for a man and a woman of marriageable age to do, and one example is to have a quiet conversation and be alone. It may seem strange at first meeting, but Timothy immediately fell in love with the beauty as soon as he saw her, and therefore could not restrain himself. The brunette does not understand why the heroine is breaking down. It seems that she got to the capital only with the goal of finding a partner for a successful marriage. Perhaps the girl is simply aiming for Duke Urquio, but then she is truly a pity, because in reality, nothing will come of it. The anxiety was already there after the evening spent with a friend, but now all this makes me break down. Timothy is too impolite. The lady's marriage has nothing to do with this man. And besides, this worry is useless because the girl is not even interested in it. As he descended, the hero muttered something to himself. He thought that the girl was not the daughter of the father working in the cave. It's so noble that she still thinks that if men cherish her, she's achieved something. Because frankly speaking, that's not an indicator. The Duke is simply playing with his new girlfriend, who will soon be heading back to Montes. And the young man does not think he made a mistake. Even if Cassis were to step aside, that would not automatically guarantee interest in Timothy. Everyone is free to make mistakes, but before blaming others, it would be better to pay a little attention to yourself and your shortcomings. The man gets angry and is already swinging his arm, calling the beauty vulgar. At that moment, the Duke comes out onto the balcony. The beauty was worried that the boy had heard something, but he smiled, saying that he was looking for Evelyn, not thinking that she would be in this place. The conversation then continues to the Marquis, who seemed to have some business with another man's partner. They finished, so it was time to leave. Surprisingly, the blonde remained silent, but most likely he simply failed to hear anything. One should be grateful for such a turn of events. If Cassis had intervened, it would have been extremely awkward. It is clear that now that everything has calmed down, it is better never to meet that person. The lady still thinks about how the man will prove his love, and because of this, she is constantly distracted. Her friend calls her, who had to shout. An acquaintance asked how the beauty's debut went. It's a bit of a pity that they didn't even get to say goodbye that day, and therefore nothing came of it. Evelyn makes an excuse. She was stressed and tired, so she left as early as possible to get some rest in her chambers. The incident that happened at the end of the evening was the last straw, and after that, there was about 0% desire to stay. The heroine sincerely hopes that the princess was not offended, that one of the guests literally ran away from the hall. Elizabeth notices a beautiful scarf around her friend's neck. It's an expensive item from the latest collection, and the color is a limited edition that even Cherith couldn't get her hands on. In the morning, Sarah simply told me to choose any accessory from those offered. All the scarves were from famous studios. In fact, it does not belong to her. She modestly says that she tied what was offered to her in the palace of an old friend. Martins is more surprised than the fact that there were women's things in the palace, given that the Duchess has been absent from there for several years. Urquio is much more soulful than he seems at first glance. You can see how he pays attention to every detail. Now the lady noticed that she had taken only a few dresses with her and wore everything that was provided to her at the estate, thereby showing concern. Everything was natural, that it didn't even seem strange that there was women's clothing in the castle. It seemed that the preparations for the sake of the Duke's old friend were thorough. Elizabeth noted that she and Urquio had been close since childhood, so she assumes that they kept in touch constantly. They haven't been in touch for a long time, and obviously the girl has no idea why the young man stopped his activities. Even when the lady asks, no one gives her an answer. Cassis, who does not want to tell anything, looked as if he was about to fall apart. The lady would like to know and understand what is troubling her old friend so much. Something definitely happened during the period when they were separated. The lady falls down and clutches her head. All that remains is to assure her that everything is fine, because this happens quite often. As time goes by, Evelyn forgets the original story she had previously tried to verify and can no longer remember anything. The Duke has been ill for many years, but during this time, he has also accomplished a great deal. The temple located nearby is one of his best completed projects. For 8 years now, the palace has been supporting Rumit, and for some time there were rumors that the temple had found a way to cure the disease. The girl knew that they had found some way, but she had no idea that it was connected with the temple. Thanks to this help, the monastery was even rebuilt, making it even larger than before. The story is so interesting that I even wanted to go and see this seventh wonder of the world. If that is your wish, you can stay a little longer. The debut was great. It would be a shame to just leave like that, without doing anything more and leaving myself no chance. The lady is not sure whether the event can be considered good, but in the end, everyone is interested in her, even if there is not a single invitation. Usually the letters are reviewed by the manager of the Urkio Palace, so they are delayed, even if you take into account those from whom Elizabeth heard. There are already several men. The heroine is not yet accustomed to the capital's society, so it is better to select the very best. The goal was completely different, and the beauty almost failed her task. Cassis also has things to do, and being in debt to the palace for eternity is not the best idea. No matter how many thoughts creep into your head, staying close to someone who refuses recognition is a problem. To begin with, before taking any action, the beauty is simply obliged to ensure that her parents give their blessing. Even if Evelyn plans to stay in the capital a little longer, she definitely needs to change location. She shouldn't bother her friend. Paul is in Mrs. room, and when she comes out of the bath, he points to the table where he has sorted the invitations by importance. If you check the list, it will become clear that the selection was based on the time period and important families, making it much easier to figure out. The first letter to be considered is from the Monstera mansion, probably written by mom or dad. If the lady wants to go somewhere, it is better to inform the servant about it. Another important envelope catches the eye, which is purple, meaning that it is a message from Blammy. On paper, the maiden asks the mistress not to be surprised, because she has finally finished everything. Now she only needs to produce the gel, but her friend has no idea what to call it. The best option is Remy Blammy, but they won't be able to discuss it in the near future, because the girl is in the capital and resting after her debut. If the sorceress finds time, she will definitely come to the capital. But for now, enclosed is a sample of the finished product. The color of the jar is beautiful, and after trying it, the heroine must contact again via mail. As soon as the letter breaks off, the beauty jumps for joy. Blammy, as usual, did not let her down. The smell is good, and the color has also become quieter. If you make a great bottle with a design and sell it, you can become a new hit on the market. Now we need to think about whether the lady will find her money inside the envelopes. All she dreamed of after the deal was wealth. Since people are reluctant to buy products like ointment, you need to be more strategic so that no one feels embarrassed. Advertising the product left and right will be the worst solution. So the next step is to fake the long way with the right advertising. We need a famous person, and their changes, the effect must be noticeable to the naked eye. The Empress is an ideal candidate, but she rarely appears in high society. And to approach her, you need to target the person closest to you. What the lady needs is the princess at that reception. They unfortunately did not exchange a single word this time. They will not miss Rosalind. The letter was written by the mother. Cassis told her that the debut was a great success, but it was a pity that the parents could not see it themselves. They say that the dance and the image were the most beautiful of all. Just the thought of the circling couple pleases the mind. There is one more piece of news, and it all comes down to the fact that the girl passed the entrance exam. The results should have been announced already. The girl was going to take over her father's business, but she also passed the exam to become a church employee. A predisposition to divine power cannot be destroyed, so the blonde decided to take advantage of it. It's good that everything worked out, and there was some benefit from the several months spent over the books. After passing the exam, every person who wants to become a priest measures his divine power through a practical test by signing a contract. After the lady passed the first introductory one, the next one will be in the temple, and the countess chose Rumita as the place. Mom was going to give the documents to Rodella, but she checked the place too thoroughly, all of which were occupied. The girl is angry, but there is nothing she can do. It's good that Cassis said that her friend might stay a little longer at the palace. As soon as everything necessary is collected next week, Mother will send May, who is just returning from her vacation. I don't want to decide anything for some reason. The reasons to stay in the capital are becoming more and more every day. If you count the days since the letter was sent, it seems that within this week, a personal maid should arrive to provide assistance. I'm tired of everything, but it's best to stay where I am and hang around a little longer. My friend refused to admit everything, so I'll have to draw the line correctly. As soon as May arrives, they will go to another place calling the maid. Evelyn asks to find out about decent hotels nearby. The relief is that the heroine did not take too much luggage that she did not even need. She managed to get ready in record time. Sarah doesn't believe that the lady is really going to go to the hotel. The owner said that his friend can stay there as long as she wants. The girl cannot be, and does not want to be, forever obligated, even though they are friends of the action she wants to be independent. Going down the stairs, the lady sees May, whom she actually even managed to miss. The girl had already taken out her luggage. The lady does not understand how they will now go to the hotel if Mother asked to hand over everything, as there is absolutely everything from the old room. While Evelyn was gone, Bean often cried and worried. Just like Ruby, they need to be looked after, so the woman even handed over the pets. I had to take responsibility because I can't leave the kids to their fate alone. The problem is that you can't go to the hotel with animals. May asks about the staff area, where another maid is going to escort her. They are almost gone when the Duke's voice is heard. The best thing would be to accept help and make sure that he didn't have to leave Cassis, return to the castle just in time. The Countess announced that the pets would be coming to her daughter, and now the hero laughs because he knows that no hotel will accept anyone with a dragon. The baby, as soon as he saw the man, began to gradually increase. When it comes to the Duke, he does not control himself and his strength. Bobby has just destroyed the gates of his former friend's castle, and there are knights running around who have realized that there has been an invasion. This is all different from the time when the little boy bit Cassis on the hand in his youth. Here the catastrophe is of a completely different scale. The girl hurries forward when she hears that danger has arisen, and when she remembers that the Duke himself remains there. The people around do not understand where such a huge dragon came from, which is already trying to crush His Excellency with its tail. The man uses some kind of sleight of hand magic, trapping the reptile in a circle that surrounds it on all sides and lifts it into the air. The dragon's greeting was too rude, so of course the Duke did not like it. He denies what he received. The troublemaker turned back into a baby and was handed over to his mother, who thanks her friend for his help. Bean tries to growl again, but the girl starts yelling at him, asking him not to make her blush anymore. The baby had already been told not to grow, and he should have understood since he was not 1 or 2 years old when his intellect had not yet formed. The man was not hurt, and that is the most important thing, so there is no point in arguing. In fact, the young man knew that something like this would happen, so he trained constantly. The seal magic did become a salvation, but it was a bit annoying that the hero was not used to the magic of large creatures. The girl thought that she managed to easily defeat the baby, only because he was too weak, but as it turned out, everything was completely different. The friend probably still had bites from childhood. However, all this does not change the fact that the door is destroyed. But this is not a problem. Either the repairman will be called today. The lady apologizes again. She was the one who failed Bean. And if she can, she's going to compensate for the damage by at least 50%. There is no need to worry. The Duke himself will cover all expenses. He gently places his hand on the top of his friend's head, saying that this is something like a boring consolation. When a person feels discomfort, they usually do something like this, and as compensation, the Duke will take something else. A beautiful smile appears on his face. The blonde asks to stay with him at the estate instead of going to some hotel nearby. The heroine is not required to be there for life, but at least for the time being, while she is in the capital, it is better to stay in Urkio's house, where it will be calmer. Being close, they will see each other more often. Thus, it will be much easier to show the sincerity of feelings and all words. The lady had almost forgotten about those words, and now she is being reminded of everything again. She cannot refuse the request. Bobby and Ruby will be carried in a carrier because during their stay in the capital, there is no other way, no matter how much the kids want it. Everything is probably for the best, but the feeling of awkwardness does not go away. The lady feels constrained when she is near Urquio. For some reason, there is a feeling that Mother has fallen under the spell of Cassis, and perhaps this is all due to the good mood of a man who is trying to behave well. As for Eiffel, he has long fingers, so he will play the lyre. Well, the guy is approached by one of his acquaintances from the temple. The young man is playing in the garden, again not intending to let go of the lyre. Antonio is looking for his ward because they have several conversations ahead. The girl tells Alisa that she is going to stay in Rumita for a little while longer. She was hoping for a different outcome of events, but it did not depend on her. This semester, the lady will continue to meet with her friend. Elisa lives in the academy dormitory, so she stayed in the capital. Since the heroine was receiving lessons in succession, she had to be separated from Poem. For a short time, around this time a year ago, all this happened. This year, the stars finally aligned, and they will be able to spend time together, which will have a good effect on what they have. Even Elisa's residence at the academy won't hurt, since it's much closer than Montes, which is located beyond the mountains. It may be difficult to find time to go for a walk this week, but Evelyn is planning to go to the temple this weekend. The girl has already arrived at the place where she is destined to take that very exam. She looks around with her mouth open, realizing that everything around is marble. The heroine had previously heard about everything from Lady Martin's, but now she understands that the scale is truly enormous. Something like this has never happened in any city. Monstera expected to see this place with her own eyes, so now she is not going to leave until she has looked around. At the gate, Evelyn is met by a priest named Nilda. He is the 11th disciple of His Eminence, and as ordered, went out to meet the beauty. Antonio watches the courtyard carefully standing at the window. There is a knock on the door, and the young man announces that the Countess has been brought. They haven't seen the lady for a long time, and during this time not much has changed. The man offers to sit down at a table with various cookies and tea. After that meeting in Hysia, they never saw each other again, and the heroine was surprised by his sudden departure to the capital. The girl is not angry, and although she says this belatedly, she congratulates the old man with all her heart, since he deserves it. Like no one else, there was too much work done. The priest heard that Evelyn would be staying in the capital for some time, and it was true the beauty was currently staying at the Urquio Palace. Antonio reacted strangely, almost showing his true face, smiling. The Holy Father remembers how, in his youth, the Duke stayed at Monstera's, and now everything is the other way around, which is quite logical. Today, the beauty came to see the place of the exam, which will take place tomorrow. The heroine had already sent a request and chosen the temple as an option for practice with divine skills. Like hers, it would be easy to handle. The monk is about to start Mass, so it's time for him to go. Since the girl has come to the temple, anyway, she can also pray before leaving. Nilda was ordered to escort Monstera to the prayer room, and they walked forward along an alley leading to several identical rooms. Walking past a pond, the girl freezes and begins to look around. She hears the very sound of the lyre, which is so familiar to her. The musician is also a priest. He is Antonio's first student, and now he performs the same duties as a mentor, since he is the oldest. It seems that the boy tried hard, since he became the best. He, together with his holiness, was still in Hysia, one of those who stayed the longest. The guy might seem old, but in reality, he is only 21 years old. And before that, he was a candidate for the cardinals, but then changed his path. Cardinal is an honorary position that can only be attained with the support of divine power, not something that can be achieved by working as a priest. To get a high position at the age of 20 is considered amazing. Perhaps this person is a genius who is aiming for the post of pope. Perhaps the lady wishes to greet the man, so Nilda shouts and calls his name. Something inside freezes for just a second in anticipation. You can see those very hair and flowers that even after time you still couldn't forget. The beauty was worried that her friend had disappeared without any news, but it turns out that he had been in the capital all this time. Aelius looks at her with a surprised look, still recognizing the countess, who smiles, trying to make the meeting less awkward. They know each other and met a long time ago when the boy was in Hysia, from where he later moved to this place. The boy steps forward and can't hold back any longer. He asks Ms. Evelyn if it's really her and starts crying, causing the duo to get scared. It was impossible to restrain himself because before this, Ethel had not even dared to dream of seeing his friend even once more. A lot of time has passed, but the guy still behaves exactly the same. As in the past, when he was a little child, he does not know how to contain his emotions. The girl can't stop smiling, but to calm her friend down, she hands him a clean handkerchief for his tears. Leaving Nilda on the bridge, the couple went into a small room near the water. The young man continued to hold the girl's hand as if she was going somewhere. The hero was too surprised, and that's why he now behaves exactly like that. His eyes are wet again for the umpteenth time in the last half hour. It is not right to show such a highly respected cardinal in such a state, so it is good that the apprentice priest was sent away. The blue-haired man breathes a sigh of relief. He thought that his friend had died long ago, and that he would only be able to see her in the next world. The girl thought exactly the same, because 8 years ago, her friend disappeared without any warning, going in search of a better fate. The hero may not remember, but the two were planning to play on the last day of the snow festival that day, and never met. The lady waited for her friend for a long time, but then simply left to explain. It was only necessary to contact her, since she had lived there all this time in Montes. Eiffel is acting strange, as if someone hit him on the head, bringing him to consciousness. The little girl does not think that she did anything wrong, so she continues to remain calm. The priest suddenly feels quite ill if everything said is true. Then the child he saw was completely different. The boy fainted, but was brought back to his quarters, in time where he was given a little more rest. Nilda had never seen the cardinal in such a state. She would have to ask another person to conduct the mass, since Antonio was told, in general terms, that the man should not be greeted. It was time to see the lady out too, since it was worth starting with the fact that entering this place was prohibited. Before the lady gets up and leaves, the guy weakly apologizes for keeping her waiting. These are things of the past, which means there is no need to be offended or upset. The young man was not even able to contact her, and this worries him much more than Evelyn. The hero exhales and asks his friend to be frank. Mr. Antonio is very strict, and this is what everything was based on from the very beginning. During training, contact with the outside world, and especially with other people, should be avoided. The priest behaves like this, especially towards Aelius. The more he values someone, the more demanding he becomes. For a student in the temple, the teacher's words become law, and if a man had such an approach, the student could only follow him. Eiffel is still as timid, can't say a word, and evokes pity. Evelyn gently takes his hand, promising that everything will be fine. They didn't meet in the best possible way, but at least they resolved the misunderstanding. From now on, they will be able to see each other more often, and this will be a new beginning. The girl promises to come, sometimes to spend time together. After all, there are rights. Next time they can talk again, and this time everything will be a little better. The lady has an exam scheduled, which will also take place in the temple. So even if the man doesn't want to, they will see each other. The girl is now staying at Urkio's palace with her old friend. Everyone reacts negatively to this information, and Ethel is no exception. If the young man remembers Cassis, he may come and visit him so that they can all spend time together as in the old days. As soon as the lady left the room, Aelius began to pray. He hoped that the stop at the Duke's castle was not the work of the teacher. The lack of communication these 8 years have borne fruit. Now both friends from the past have returned to the present. The heroine always wanted to get news from the boys, but with each passing day, she simply became more and more disappointed. She became interested in the reason for such ignoring. The girl does not understand why she was not angry with the priest, but apparently he simply told her about the circumstances due to which he did not write, although he did not give more details. When the beauty returns to the castle, she plans to talk to Urkio. All this uncertainty has been tormenting her for more than a year, so it's time to finish. Paul helps the lady down the stairs from the carriage. It seems the ride went well, and nothing bad happened. The door that has been under repair for several days catches the eye, and every time this picture breaks your heart. After being destroyed the entrance to the main building, the girl temporarily moved to an additional location. The castle was too noisy due to construction work, so there was no choice. Just like the owner of the castle, the maiden even accepted the request to stay in Urquio's palace, but it would have been noticeable if she had stayed in the main room. However, the second building also has very beautiful scenery. Different trees and statues complement each other. It seemed like they had moved to a nearby place, but it felt like they had managed to get to a resort. It is difficult to walk around the entire territory of the palace. At some point, it all turned into a small city. Each building was designed for an owner from the Urquio family, so it turns out the dragon destroyed the very first building. The lady was interested in the long tower in the distance, but according to Paul, it was just some kind of observation platform. The blonde thinks that several people could easily live there, because the space seems to combine many rooms. It is forbidden to walk in that place, as there is a magical trap there that can harm an ordinary person. In fact, this is not even surprising, because the Urquio family has a lot of different enemies, and there is nothing scary about this. It's scary there, and it's better not to go in. Paul suggests showing the study inside the estate, for now. The office is a bit empty, but that's because the room was mostly used by the previous duke. Cassis is similar to his father, only in that he is also in love with different books that help to discover new things. As children, they read together in this place and enjoyed the silence. If you think about it, the family was still close-knit. Then, Paul apologizes for going into detail. This room is something of a memorial place for Cassis. The girl is not going to the room, since she is already in the office. She would like to look at rare and new editions. Reading works like a real sleeping pill. As soon as the lady opened the book, she immediately began to feel sleepy. The lady tried to wait for her friend to talk, but in the end, her eyes closed on their own during the day. The man came in at night and carefully covered the girl's shoulders with his jacket. She opens her eyes and wakes up. It doesn't take much intelligence to realize that the Duke is standing next to you. For some reason, his young image as a boy appears before your eyes. Putting her head on the table and thinking that it is a table, the beauty asks if the hero often visited here with his father. It wasn't something that happened often, but sometimes they still spent time here, literally isolating themselves from the entire world. Cassis doesn't remember all the details because it was a long time ago, more than 15 years ago, when everything was fine. The guy must have liked everything. The girl can say something with confidence and at the same time not differ from it in any way, fully thinking about the best. For the Duke who loved books, it was special that when Paul spoke, his face was happy. The lady is not going to tell all her thoughts, so she just thinks as it is without any unnecessary options. The girl falls asleep again. The Duke's palm touches her warm face. The grant suddenly shatters like glass. Unless the critical moment has passed, the hero must still be attracted to the one he considers the closest person. Evelyn herself didn't think that she would say what was on her mind, but she didn't know that all this was happening in reality and not in a dream. The baby is right about one thing. This place is simply obliged to leave good, warm memories that will be important forever. The maiden woke up in her bed and was so terrified that she couldn't help but let out a loud scream as the realization came. Cassis is also good. He came into the office and didn't even wake up his friend, simply taking her to the rooms he had allocated. The girl is too worried about what people will think of her, and how can she now look her friend in the face and remain calm. Paul enters the room with a letter that was sent to the lady. Probably an invitation inside, but it is not clear from whom exactly. The man asks for forgiveness for the fact that due to their fault, the letter to the Duke arrived a little late. The boss said that he plans to gradually respond to all the letters sent by the beauty. He said that he will do it in any way. It turns out that all the mail has only just arrived. Even if you ask Paul about the circumstances, he still refuses to answer. Surely the paper in hand is the first step to expressing the sincerity that the Duke spoke of earlier, and it seems that these were not jokes. The answer is that the gentleman comes, but his friend doesn't care. He shouldn't do something by force if he doesn't want to. The girl, nevertheless, sat down at the table to read the answer. The date of sending her letter was the first week after her friend's departure. The hero answers about the flight with Bean, which went well for the first time. The friend is always worried that nothing will happen. All this time, the blonde was very ill. He felt so bad that sometimes he even lost consciousness, and when he came to, he only heard Evelyn's voice. Every time the boy was bored, he scattered lilac seeds, and after a while the entire area was covered in beautiful bushes. Virgo closes the envelope and exhales. She hoped that the answer would contain evidence of sincerity. The place was already taken, and had always been so. At the moment when the lady was sorting herself out, things were different with her friend. Cassis's feelings, on the contrary, grew, instead of gradually fading away like a candle whose wick runs out. Even feelings have their own time frame, and this couple's similar periods did not coincide, because now they are on different sides. Knowing about the uncertain relationship, now that they are both silent, everything becomes quite clear. The girl doesn't know what will happen next and how to deal with the current situation. Perhaps it would be best to think about everything again. The guys in robes are descending the spiral staircase, trying to cover the distance as quickly as possible. The priest stands, "Hurry, otherwise they might be late." Cassis lies on the bed, trying to overcome everything on his own. One of the arrivals sits down to check if the man has woken up after everything that happened to him. It seems that the novices only dream of the blonde being unconscious. No explanations will work in such cases. Aelius is not obliged to explain, but instead must finally hand over the dark-colored medicine. The guy drinks it all and throws the jar on the floor. To break everything that happens is extremely dangerous, just like usual. Antonio came again. The Duke himself knows that it takes time to make the medicine, which he doesn't have. The young man frowns. He wants to know how long this will all continue, and he understands that the words are a blatant lie. The old man promises that they have already made great progress, so there is nothing left to do but postpone this moment until better times. Apologies are worthless, and if a man even mentions a delay one more time, they will simply rip his head off in anger. The young man must think about everything again, carefully, and then give an answer. The old man can wait as long as he wants. He doesn't care. Paul suggests that it's best to leave things as they are and just watch, because the demands are starting to get out of hand. The priest is arrogant if he thinks he has control over the Duke's weaknesses. Although this is partly true, the man is already looking for a way to help himself, and even if he fails, the old man will only die at his hands. Twitching, it seems that Evelyn is standing somewhere in the distance. Miss did not hear anything since the castle is soundproofed. The maiden must never hear about the Duke and his family's problems. She worries too much, so there is no need for problems. In the corridor, the beauty met the priest again. She does not understand why all three of them came to the Urkio castle. For some reason, there are no unnecessary thoughts. The Cassis family supports the temple, so they periodically visit their benefactor. Antonio had a private conversation with the Duke, so they came in again. The girl nods, understanding that she will not interfere with the priest's questions. Paul runs out the door, greeting Evelyn, but his expression changes, asking why the assembled group has not yet left the estate. The girl didn't know that the man was familiar with Aelius. He was very lonely, so he needed people to talk to. Smiling and winking at the guy, the girl assures him that they are friends, so there are usually no problems. It is late, so the three of them are going back to the temple. The girl and the servant accompany the priests to the carriage. Antonio heard from Nilda that the student met with the lady on the monastery grounds. There was no point in sowing doubts with unnecessary words. The boy didn't say anything if the heroine finds out about this important matter. It won't just end in hatred. On the stairs, you can see Cassis, who met Evelyn. She really has many friends, whom she found even in the capital. Since the girl wanted to talk, she asks Paul to prepare tea and a sweet dessert as well for the sake of it. The lady hears that the boy must fast today. Perhaps he is unwell again. The blonde changes the subject, saying that he is doing fine now, even though he felt like he was doing badly before. Grabbing her hand, the beauty checks her forehead to understand that there is no temperature. It seems that everything has changed from the touch. Since they wanted to talk, Sharaf pulls his friend into his bedroom, where no one will disturb them. If you think about it, the lady first enters the Duke's chambers and immediately realizes that it is not as luxurious as it should be. Evelyn stood at the door, but it was better to go further. The young man fell onto the bed and slapped his hand next to him. It's time for the brunette to blush because her friend is doing something incomprehensible. Her face instantly turns red. The hero talked about a dessert that they could eat next to the bed on the nightstand that was nearby. There has never been such a disgrace, but everything came to its senses pretty quickly, having set out everything necessary. It remains to ask why not eat at a normal table. When the boy was sick, the friend always sat next to him. It was time to ask why she behaved like that. The little girl didn't want the Duke to be sad while he was sick, in case he woke up and there wasn't a single soul around. If what the Countess says is true, she will remain by my side even today as she should. Horror immediately appears in the lady's eyes as she begins to realize that her friend has not yet fully recovered. A quick denial helps to relax a little, but not completely, because such jokes are the most frightening. The young man did not know that the beauty would be afraid for him, and without expecting it, he decided to suck up to her. He was no longer a child, but he was still spoiled. As expected, the lady only had to take a small bite to be convinced that the duchy had the best desserts. The hero continues to stare at Evelyn while she chews, and then asks if she really won't date him, confusing her. It seems they had already closed this topic back then at the festival, when the lady tried to explain her thoughts better. Sitting closer, the boy notices that they haven't even started anything yet and thinks that they need to talk again. Evelyn is irritated by how calm the guy is and how he acts as if nothing happened. Falling to his knees, the blonde asks for forgiveness for making a bad joke and asks not to be angry. The girl hoped that Cass would give at least one reason to forgive his absence and to give him a chance to fall in love again. In the end, the Duke did not say a word and did not give a single reason, and one had to constantly worry and be angry at his calmness. The lady never wanted to, but she continued to doubt the sincerity of Cassis's words. For some reason, everything was too easy. The Countess thought that they were shaking just like her, but it seems that this is not true. All this makes him feel insignificant. The blonde assures that he is also just pretending to be calm. From everything that was said, the man came to only one conclusion: that Evelyn liked him too. Monstera shows more feelings for Cass than for Eiffel, because she was constantly thinking about him. The lady liked him, but it will be difficult to love someone who does not trust. The girl once liked the hero, but now everything has changed. The best solution would be to remain friends. What needed to be said has already been said. And this is where the conversation can end. It's time for the young man to rest. The brunette convinces herself that she did the right thing because waiting and then being disappointed will not end well. After that time, Evelyn did not cross paths with the Duke. According to rumors, he was very busy, so he rarely came. The heroine herself was also bogged down in business, so she did not have time for unnecessary worries. The morning of the long-awaited exam arrived, to which the lady arrived, fully collected and determined. There are too many people around, and therefore the nerves prevent me from resting, and my stomach feels like it's twisted into a rope once again. The practical exam will last 2 full days. The first day will be a test of related forces and the ability to clear a head. On the second day, signing a contract with magical animals. This is the most important thing. All this will be one after another, so it will exhaust you. The lady at least has an advantage, because the powers were determined back in Hysia, and she even made a contract with the animal. Still, she remains as nervous as everyone else, because there is no choice. The next one to come in is Mrs. Evelyn. Inside, it is completely deserted and quiet, and only the dark sphere on the table slightly sparkles with a dark shade. The circle in front of the lady contains dark mana, and in order to pass the exam, one must try to cleanse the inside as much as possible. In case of poisoning, you need to quickly remove your hand. There have most likely been no cases of this yet, but there is concern. It's time to start cleaning. My hand is shaking, but it lays on the circle, which instantly turns bright gold. The priest standing behind gasps in surprise. The light is gone, but Evelyn's reflection is visible there. It seemed that this was enough, so the heroine left the audience. She went to meet with Aelius, who as usual was playing the instrument. The young man found out that his friend had arrived, and it wasn't magic, but because he saw everything himself smiling. He waits for the beauty to sit down next to him. If anyone finds out, they will think that the boy has eyes even in the back of his head. Even if this is not true, then the conversation turns to passing the exam. The Countess seemed to have done everything in her power, but frankly speaking, something terrible still happened. The examiner said to cleanse and try his best, and then when the lady destroyed all the mana, he most likely didn't like it. Because of Monstera, the test was postponed for a week for the entire queue. No one said anything, but everything was visible in their looks. Even for tolerable priests, it would be difficult to cleanse it completely, so it can be considered that Evelyn is an amazing person. The lady thanks him for the praise, but is still worried about how exactly it will affect the results. Calming down a little more, the beauty notices that Eiffel plays the lyre almost every time they meet. It so happens that he has already gotten the hang of it. It must be boring to sit in the temple and play every time Antonio goes overboard when he doesn't allow anything. The young man is a newly minted cardinal, and since the lady is an aristocrat, unnecessary rumors may begin. If Ethel is so worried about such trifles, they can meet at Duke Urquio's palace, just like last time. The guy lowers his head sadly. Last time he reacted in about the same way, and it looks like something happened between him and Cass. It would be nice if the girl didn't get close to her ex-boyfriend, because he is actually a dangerous person, like no other. I already want to open my mouth to tell everything, but Antonio's words that he said in that carriage fly through my head like a comet. Turning away abruptly, the boy simply says that he accidentally blurted out something unnecessary. It's hard to drop such a topic because of a slip of the tongue. Aelius finds a good argument as to why feelings are burning inside him, and it is all due to jealousy, which does not allow him to breathe out. The man is also Evelyn's friend, but he does everything to make sure that she communicates nicely only with him, because it will be better for both of them. The boy was always treated as the younger one, but he is older if you add the age. From the lady's past life, she is several times older. The reason for such a strange attitude could be memories from a past life, because the girl, without noticing, cared for her friends. In the husband's eyes, it doesn't look like Urquio is being treated a little differently, like he's someone special, and this time he's not wrong. The reason Cassis is special is because the lady sees him as a real man who is different. Behind them, the screams of a girl are heard asking to go through and give the letter she is refused. But this is not suitable. This voice had been heard somewhere before, but it doesn't matter. Now it seems the cardinal has many admirers outside the monastery. Getting up from the bench, the lady says that she has to run. She doesn't want to get caught in the shock wave of noise that is generated here. The young man sadly asks to come into his office and talk more. He doesn't want to show himself to his admirer. The heroine promises that she will defend her friend's position in front of his mentor and make sure that he gets into the Duke's palace. Surely the boy is already tired of the popularity that has fallen on him. Lately, he has begun to hate it. When the conversation was finally over, the same blonde appeared unhappy that the man had taken up too much of her time. The priest brought back a pure sphere from the exam, which was given to him by the student. He was there and saw everything with his own eyes. The item has been tested for safety in advance, so it cannot be defective. With such a result, the second stage is not needed. As Antonio thought those words were true, such forces would be a useful part of the upcoming mission to the swampy area. Recently, many monsters have appeared near Catan and have begun to control the area. Because of the blood, everything around is dangerous, and so defensive forces are usually sent there from the nearest temple. This kind of power is really impressive, so it would be safe to go with a girl who will help with the cleanup. The timing was not right. I had to postpone the exam since there were no other ready-made spheres in the warehouse. The test is still taken at intervals of 2 weeks, so those who pass the first stage must be checked according to the schedule. We need to be more loyal and not take away the last chances from truly talented people, which on the contrary should be given. As soon as everyone left, Antonio's expression immediately changed. He didn't understand why the girl, instead of sitting quietly in Montes, came here. The old man knew that the lady had unusual abilities since childhood, but it was not clear why such power was given to others. Thanks to the fact that Aelius was discovered first, it was possible to make Duke Urquio his puppet. To some extent, God has given the opportunity to increase strength, gradually doing one thing after another. The man has grown old. He must remove the current pope as quickly as possible. The priest had already become decrepit, and his health was often failing. Several months had passed since he had last attended official events. Because of popularity, no one talks about choosing a new person for the position, and this is a mistake. It would be great if Cassis lent his powers to his successor, but it is unclear how much longer he can hold out on useless treatment destroying himself. There is nothing surprising in the forces. Everything is like with ordinary people. The sphere is sent to the fireplace and burns in the fire. Lady Monstera arrived at the meeting seemingly a little late, as usual. Martins shakes his friend's hand with a smile on his face and is glad that she finally found time to come to tea. Initially, I was interested in meetings related to temples. It was not what was needed, but over time the lady changed her mind. Elizabeth takes her friend into the hall and is going to introduce her to everyone there, since this is her first visit. In the distance, you can see Anessa waving her hand to the girl. She usually spends her time here too. The first to start the introduction is Monstera, who stands up and greets everyone. She thanks them for such an important meeting. Katrina from the Grace family follows next, and then introduces herself to Olivia Helen, who both seem like sweethearts. A little further away sits Marianne, a lady who never thought she would meet anyone from the Quilton family, given their past. The blonde also blinked her eyes, surprised that they managed to meet in this place. Like this, they should have been close, but definitely not here. Previously, they both vacationed in Montes, where they had to see each other several times at different meetings that no longer matter. There are some newcomers in the room, so Elizabeth is going to give a quick rundown of everything that's going on in this club. Such meetings are usually held for people with increased religiousness and for those who want to strive for knowledge. The main goal is to meet the princess, but you can also learn a lot of useful things and make more friends. Lady Martins will have to be thanked for the honor somehow, because Monstera is still a complete newbie and doesn't know anything. The girl completely forgot that she had something for Monstera, something that she had completely forgotten about, and didn't even think that she would find it now. Inessa waits until the boss gets distracted to ask how Fasalinka is doing, who is probably bored. The little girl loved dragons so much, just like her brother Dennis. She came every vacation just for the sake of this reptile. As it turns out, Bobby is now in the capital and is temporarily living in Urquio's palace. Inessa became so excited that she started screaming, attracting attention. Others also heard about the Duke. The girls bombard the guest with questions about what the palace is really like and how she lives there. If I ever get a chance, I would like to go there and look around, remembering every detail. Mariana, sitting to the side, asks to stop so as not to put the girl in an awkward position. It is not so easy for outsiders to enter the palace, and it is not advisable to bother a simple guest with simple requests. New acquaintances apologize. You might think that the beauty just helped, but this is not so. By politely emphasizing that Monstera was just a guest, the blonde caused discord between the harmonious trio. It was time to end the meeting, so as not to be near the former acquaintance any longer. The lady was stopped on the way out. Martins holds out a book with a bright red cover that immediately catches the eye. The book is called Bound, and Elizabeth had already completed it, so she decided to pass it on to the newbie at the meetings. The remaining parts that have not yet been sorted out can be read for the next meeting. The girl smiles and thanks. Inside the pages, there was some kind of letter with a beautiful rose, which most likely contained an invitation card. Someone wants to meet the blonde, but there is no need to worry because Elizabeth vouches for the identity of that person. If the character says so, he is probably not a dangerous person, but something inside still does not give him peace. The Rose Garden is a kind of ball or masquerade where the aristocracy gathers and information is exchanged. It seems like there will be a frank atmosphere in that place, but that's the only reason to go there to find out. Simply put, in this place, the identities of the participants are not revealed, but only information is exchanged. The lady heard from Alisa that there were secret meetings in the capital, but she did not expect that these were more than just rumors. Holding out a box with a brooch, the maiden also asks to show it at the entrance in order to get into the Rose Garden. The thing is given because it will be difficult for that very person to act openly, but everything will be fine there. The most important thing is to keep what is happening a secret from Duke Urquio, who is busy with his own affairs. The man is lying on the table and looking sadly to the side. There are probably 5 to 10 bottles scattered in front of him. The young man drinks a lot only because he finds it difficult to control himself. And all this happens because of Miss Evelyn. Paul is perceptive, but doesn't know that the lady said that she once liked the Duke. Now she just wants to be friends. It was worth listening to the old aristocrat and confessing in order to at least try to change something. Each reply letter to what his friend sent him seemed more like a punishment. Now he had to receive all the pain he had received at once. This cannot be regarded as responsibility, but even if it is, the wounds received cannot be healed. All the regrets have gathered together, but repenting of the past alone will not make anyone feel better. Paul thinks the gentleman is doing a good job, but it seems like the same blatant lie as everything else that came before. Evelyn recognized the boy as a magnificent duke who would one day be even more successful than he had been as a child. Before you regret and go all out, it's worth coming up and discussing everything calmly without trying to disrupt anything. As a child, the little girl was always the first to extend her hand to her friend, but now it was his turn to do the same. The maid comes in to announce that the mistress has just arrived in her room and wants to escort the girl. The Duke is going to meet his beloved, so grabbing a glass of wine and not noticing his appearance, he heads out into the corridor. Near the stairs, he meets a blonde man who spoke for the first time since that incident, and he asks where the girl has been all this time. The guy was at home because he was feeling unwell, and under such circumstances, alcohol is not the best solution. It seems that they haven't seen each other all these days because the man was busy with wine. This is not entirely true, but they don't listen to him anymore. It's time to sleep, but there's no point in leaving until everything is cleared up. Breathing out calmly, the heroine says that she was in the scripture club. The girl went to the temple to see that blue-haired guy. Cassis believes that that puppy is not suitable for the countess. It became clear that the two had a bad opinion of each other. They usually didn't get along before, but they didn't allow themselves to use such statements. It seems that the blonde man had been communicating with the priest for all these 8 years, but as it turned out, he came himself. The problem is not desire or lack thereof, because the man wanted to say something else. The migraine confused him. Hands grab the guy who is swinging. He is really hot, as if the temperature has risen to the sky. It won't work to claim that it's because of alcohol, because it's clear that there's something more involved than just that. First, he should go to his room and lie down. The young man still has things to do, but they are not more important than his health. Because Cassis does not take care of his health, he immediately begins to get sick, and this lasts for quite a long time. In general, the lady dives in, but for some reason the friend starts to smile, as if he heard something funny. The lady's grumbling is pleasant to listen to. So the man tries to get off the topic again. Paul asks the lady to hand the man over to him. Instead of going to the servant, the guy hugs the girl tighter, and before doing so, he doesn't forget to look at her with an evil gaze. Cassis is not going to leave, so the beauty will take him with her. You need to bring wet towels that will help bring down the temperature. Having dragged her acquaintance into the room, the girl lowers him onto the bed and tries to arrange his body as comfortably as possible. The doctor will come soon. It would be good to rest, but the blonde asks not to leave, desperately clinging to his hands. Because of the explanations, they completely forgot that they were in a quarrel. It was better to stay close, at least until the doctor arrived. Evelyn sits down on the chair next to him. In the old days, they often quarreled, but then just as quickly made up because they were friends. The boy the lady had once communicated with was not cunning and always remained as open as he could. I shouldn't have acted the way I did, and I shouldn't have hidden my emotions, but it became a weakness, and little by little, I had to hide. In relation to my friend, the confessions were not empty, because she really means the whole world, which is the most important. No one will believe that emotions are so easy to hide, because the blonde sits with a pitiful face, as if he is about to cry. If a girl wants, she has the right to hate a guy, but in this case, she herself must understand everything. She assures that this will never happen. The Duke's actions are annoying, but he is still dear. It's time to make peace, because seeing him in such a state only makes things worse. Next time, it would be better to avoid such matters, and instead of wine, go and talk, remaining sincere until the end. The mere word that they were friends lifted a weight off my soul, but I still had no expectations that everything would be like before. The lady herself does not know what kind of relationship she wants. The hero will also continue to write answers, since it will make it easier for him. Urquio still cannot give up his feelings, so he wants to keep them inside his heart until the very end. Finally, the doctor comes and asks to look at the condition. Cliff is no longer there. Apparently, he was replaced. The Countess is getting ready to leave. She needs to gradually prepare for the exit, so as not to be delayed as usual. Blammy arrived in the morning. She was gasping because it was the first time she saw such a huge palace, similar to this one. It's like a different world, but at the same time, it's the same because Evelyn has become a part of everything around her, like she's merged. What was much more important than the locks was what the beauty had to bring to their meeting. She had to have already taken care of everything. The girl does not say why she needed the magical thing, but most likely it will soon serve her well. The woman opens her suitcase and hands over a box that her ally has already purchased, but has not yet said why. In her hands is the very same spray that once changed the color of Alisa's hair in that very shop in Hesia. The girl plans to go to a secret rosary meeting where she was invited and intends to prepare more thoroughly. It's easy to hide your face behind a mask, but your hair color will give it away, so it might be a good idea to change even that. Blammy brought the chest that her friend asked for. For this little thing, she had to go to Montes itself to the estate. After the lady decided to give up on Cassis completely, she hid all the memories associated with him inside the box. The beauty found some seed that was wrapped in a scarf. It seems that it did not even spoil, from which she can only find one plus. The plant was given to them by a street spirit from a lantern the day they left the restaurant. Previously, the girl had no idea how to grow a flower, but after reading the book in the Duke's office, she now knows what to do. The beauty takes off her pendant and, opening the hole, places there the seed that was thus planted. In order for it to take root, several conditions must be met. Firstly, this sacred tree chooses a master with its seed. It was probably the previous owner who asked to make a street lamp out of the shoot so that he could later give it to the baby. Blammy asks about hair gel. We need to go to that place quickly, but first check how everything works. What Hoop invented has become known, and there are even living examples of success, such as the Baron, who is now a blonde with long hair. If you don't use the ointment for more than a few days, everything will fall out again because the course of treatment is longer. There is no point in a business that has instant results. According to the words, it may seem that the brunette is a more selfish person. Anyway, it's good that it all ended without side effects, which makes it clear that it's time to sell samples. Evelyn had prepared a place in the capital in advance to sell only to those who had received recommendations from others. Blammy thinks about the cost price and writes a figure that the lady doesn't like. Everything will be 10 times more expensive than the heroine invested. Hoop is afraid that at this rate no one will buy anything, but the high price will not attract just anyone promoting an elite product. The client the Countess wants to attract is a big one, so the place has to look like something worth coming to. In addition, production will be limited per day, so that 100 cans are not produced at a time. Sales will be through membership, as there are those who would prefer to remain anonymous, such as the Queen. At first, the trading organization will be under a hidden name until it becomes more well-known. As expected, Cassis felt unwell, and after that day, the boy lay in bed, almost never getting up. Sometimes the girlfriend would look after the young man, and he in turn would silently accept it, because he understood that it would be better for him. The day of the long-awaited social event arrived. The lady got ready as befits and brought an invitation. The security guard standing at the entrance noticed that distinctive brooch and realized that this man was different from the others. The man leads the lady somewhere towards another but similar door. He also has the same badge on his jacket. In the rosary, everyone is required to use the same masks, so the maid brings out the same single copy on a tray. The only creepy thing is the realization that everyone will look too similar on the inside. There are many people around, scattered across different tables. A servant holds out a rose in a vase, which can be placed next to where the lady wants to sit. There are no restrictions on the number of moves. Only when the girl returns, she is obliged to return the vase back. Surprisingly, everything is simple, and it will be possible to obtain new information. The brunette next to the table calls Evelyn. The lady is glad to see everyone and asks what they are talking about. For now, they are exchanging hot scandals of high society. One person with blonde hair says that there have been rumors lately about the Duke's difficult relationship with his girlfriend. For some reason, a lover suddenly appeared who does not behave as befits a duchess. Rumor has it that Lady Monstera has a second option that is more suitable as a backup. The maiden is said to be with Elon Poem, who is a little different from the Duke in his simplicity. Someone saw Evelyn on a date with her best friend's brother, so it's clear that she's not that simple. We managed to get some information from the bakery, but for some reason, nothing really adds up. That day, the beauty was still with Alisa, and so it was strange how an innocent walk and then lunch turned into something more. The couple called each other pet names, and since that was the case, they probably made it to bed that same night. It seems that this aristocrat is an incomparable beauty, since she managed to attract so many different men. The blonde saw how during the reception, the lady defiantly ate cake, as if she were a courtesan, instead of a partner. The girl continues to walk on thin ice, treats me like an animal. And this manner of speech and hairstyle are very familiar. Here sits Alice Cherith, who was present in the hall at the time. The heroine does not intend to stand aside. The woman knows that Monstera has been in contact with Elon's sister since childhood, and that they do not have a romantic relationship at all. What happened in the bakery on the main square is different from what eyewitnesses say. There were 3 of them there. The girl was not there, but she heard that there was a young gentleman who fell, and Alisa and Evelyn helped him. It is not clear whether it is possible to mention this person in such a place, but come what may, since the situation must be saved in any case. The brunette sitting next to him is familiar with the Count's family, so if necessary, he can find out more details. Alice ran away quickly. She was fine, but her mood changed very quickly. She hid because of false information. It seems that the conversation has come to an end. We should go further and look for even more information, this time useful. After the meeting, the girl began distributing hair gel, which interested almost everyone. A minimal number of business cards were handed out, and everyone was also asked to keep the salon a secret. It remains to be hoped that future clients will spread the word even further. The familiar Elizabeth appeared behind. With such hair color, the woman almost didn't recognize her friend, but she was lucky that the figure matched. The magic spray temporarily changed the color of the hair, and this helped to avoid recognition of the identity. The guest is already waiting in a separate room, so knocking on the door, the duo enters inside. Princess Rosalind is sitting on the chair smiling. It's hard to believe that all this is not a dream, but reality. During their debut, they spotted each other in the crowd, but were unable to meet until the end of the event. The woman was not herself that day, so she is glad that they are now talking away from the public. The reason the lady was invited to the meeting is because her abilities are highly valued. The girl knows that at the age of 10, the little girl made a contract with a spirit and then was in the Hisia temple for training. The princess asks to work under her. No matter how you look at it, Evelyn is the best candidate who will help with the rest of the work.